our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 2-2, a swing, and there's a drive down the left field line. Fair or foul, certainly home run distance. It's off the foul pole extension. Home run, Mitch Garver. The Rangers go back-to-back here in the sixth off of Jimmy Herget and lead for the first time tonight, 2-1.
That's the call from Hicksy. This is the start of the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. We are live, as always, here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. You had 3 games on last night. You catch the Monday Night Football doubleheader, and then the good stuff as the Rangers kept it going choppy, 5-1 over the Angels. And we said this was going to have to be a slugfest with the injuries and the problems with the starting pitching. That is what has happened. 6 homers against Seattle, and then they went yard and yard and yard again last night. They maintained their 2.5-game lead in the West over the Armpit. Houston beat the Mariners. The Mariners are skidding 4 games back, and the Rangers are sitting here looking pretty.
Yeah, it's the magic number is down to 4 for the West, and just to get to the playoffs, it's down to 3. So any combination of Ranger wins and Seattle lost the total 3, and they're in the playoffs. Any combination of Ranger wins and Houston lost the total 4, and they clinch the West. Now Houston, the Rangers get the win, so now it moves down to 4 games for the AL West. You knew that this series was one of put Anaheim into we have no reason to play today. And the moment they hit back-to-back-to-back home runs, that was that situation. Really, quite frankly, the moment this game was lost was when they took out their starter in the third. The moment you have to rely on the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, that's, count them, 6 innings from your bullpen, you're done. Because now you have a minimum of 4 guys that you have to rely on to all be on their game that day. And that's too much to ask. That's why the Rangers have, they need these guys to go deeper in the game because you can't rely on a bad bullpen to go cover 6 innings.
John Gray pitched 6 strong. First win since August 11th. He had lasted fewer than 4 innings in 3 straight starts. So right timing for Gray. 4 more home runs, and this team has won 6 straight, Pepe.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it all, really the second half of the season. It's not about the best team going into the playoffs, but who's the hottest.
Yeah.
And right now, if you had to pick the hottest team in the American League, I think it's got to be the Rangers right now. I mean, I'm not going to guarantee a trip to the World Series, but with their pitching and the injuries and stuff, it's like it really doesn't matter if the offense gets going.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota, they've won 7 of 10. So have the Blue Jays, and so they're a little bit hotter, but the Rangers have won 6 straight. So, there's that. There's the most immediate of it. But you could tell Anaheim, the Angels they've already mailed it in. Go look at the pitch counts. When you've gone through 6 innings and you're only at 81 pitches for which Gray was at, you know that means the other team is not putting together team at bats or just actually swinging at the first pitch. Let's get the hell out of here. These guys want to go on vacation. They want to go to Cabo. They want to go to Hawaii. They want to go home. They want to sleep with their wives or their girlfriends or whoever. They want to see their kids. They don't want to be sitting there playing meaningless baseball games at the end of September. They want to go home. They want to go on a trip. South France, Greece, wherever. This is what's going to happen tonight. No matter who the Rangers throw out there.
Yeah, undecided right now.
Right. The next 2 days, what they're going to see, and this is whoever plays Anaheim in the final series is going to see the same thing. They're going to go out there and just be swinging at the first. If it's a strike, they're hacking. They want to get out of there.
Looks like it's going to be Cody Bradford, according to Rangers PR. Looks like it's going to be Cody Bradford for the Rangers this evening. And I know that this is a silly, impossible statement to make, but Choppy wore the goggles yesterday. The reality is setting in. We're about to have some postseason baseball around here. We're about to have a run. I don't know if it's going to be a run. We're going to have some playoff baseball.
Yeah, we're going to play. But it could be out in 4 games. We have no idea. Nobody has that. Should be 3, right? Because it's best. The ALDS is still best of 5. We have no idea how long it's going to be. They're going to have a pitching disadvantage. Quite frankly, no matter who they play. I mean, let's be fair.
Yeah.
Because I think they would have Houston or Minnesota if it were to start today.
Mm-hmm.
And Minnesota has had a really nice second half of their season. They've won 7 of 10. And then Houston is...
They've lost 7 of 10.
And they've lost 7 of 10.
So of the Mariners.
Right. You really want to play Houston in the first round?
No.
Your first playoff series that you've had in 6 years, you want to face a team that has made the ALCS in every year since 2017? Like, you want to do that?
Not after that series they put on us here.
No. Okay. I mean, like, if you really want to do that, then knock yourself out, man. I don't want to. I want no part of that.
Let's look at the rest of the races around Major League Baseball just down the stretch. So the Orioles up 2.5 games on Tampa in the American League East. The Twins have run away with the Central, up 9.5 over the Guardians. You know the status of the American League West. The Braves have wrapped up the East long time ago, 13 games up on the Phillies. The Brewers, 6 games up on the Cubs, and the Dodgers, 14.5 clear of the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Giants, 1 game under, and the Padres are 3 games under. So these divisions, with the exception of the American League, you know, they have a couple with a little intrigue, but they're all wrapped up.
They're all wrapped up. It's the wild card, really. So, and the first wild card has been wrapped up for a while. Tampa is 9 clear of the wild card. Like they're in. And Philadelphia is 5 clear, and they've won 5 straight. And outside of the Royals, it is Philly who is the hottest team in the sport. The Royals have won 9 of 10, and Philadelphia's won 8 of 10. The Diamondbacks are tied with the Cubs for the final wild card in the NL. There you go, Banny. And then Miami, the Marlins are a game back, and the Reds are 2.5 back. So those are the only teams. And you got San Francisco 4.5 back. They're out. So it's really the Reds at 2.5 back, the Marlins at a game back, and Seattle at a game and a half back. If you're not in the wild card, those are the only teams that have any chance of getting in. That's it. So it's like, you know, and Philadelphia is a scary team, I think, in the NL. I don't know who the scary wild card team in the AL would be other than Houston, only because they've got that pedigree. I don't think Toronto's scary. Tampa actually is. I should have said them. They've got scare, but they have injuries too, so who knows.
By the way, Rangers home note to talk about the interest in the team that they have built. Total attendance this season at the Globe, 2.5 million, an average of 31,272. That's an increase of 500,000 fans over last season.
Yeah,
over a 500,000 fan increase.
Yeah, that at the old place, it used to be just you wake up and you get 2 million, 2.5 million. That was kind of the given. And then, look, the new building allows for bigger crowds during the season, obviously during the summer months. But yeah, like the Rangers have always had their built-in 2.5 million. They've always had it. Doesn't matter how good or how bad they are, they've always had that built-in crowd.
What did you think of filthy last night? Game 1 Monday Night Football, and Joe Burrow decides to gut it out and put it all on the line to keep the Bengals alive. Monday Night Football doubleheader next with Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Back Nation, it is a Tolo Tuesday, a Toxic Tuesday.
Looking as time lets it go, and it is complete. Touchdown! 11 Zacchaeus. You give Jalen Hurts enough time. Zacchaeus got open, and Jalen threw a 34-yard strike.
Oh gosh, Eagles radio with the call. I was excited early, just a little bit early, with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense. Could Baker Mayfield pull out some magic? But no, it did not happen. Filthy moves to 3-0 with a 25-11 win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Game 1 of Monday Night Football.
Could we get a decent game, a primetime game?
Those two were awful. And the second game was even worse.
And last week, Carolina, New Orleans. And it was at Pittsburgh and Cleveland. I mean, this is just awful.
Yes.
Awful. And how did Buck and Aikman get stuck with Tampa, Philly, and not Cincy Rams? I mean, on paper, I think Cincy Rams is the sexier matchup. Although I guess neither were very sexy at all.
Yeah, Rams and Bucks, I'm usually throwing in the trash, but the Bucks normally way more in the trash can. They have a bigger diaper of crap, even though they came in at 2-0, and so did the Rams. But Philadelphia gets the W, and on the group text throughout the night, it'll be interesting to see what Bobby says. I'm sure he'll just stick with his narrative, as he loves to do. Is Tampa Bay better than we thought, or is Philly just mid, as the kids say?
Yeah, that's the kids do say. I was not impressed with Philly. Now, they kind of put it to them in the second half.
Yeah.
And it made the score a lot better. But this was like, this thing was like 20-3 at one point. It was like, all right, I'm not here. It just seemed like a bad. I'm not impressed with Philly through 3 weeks. It doesn't mean that they're not going to they won't figure it out. I mean, Jalen Hurts is still a good player. He made some nice throws last night.
Do you have no doubt in your mind today that the Eagles are better than the Cowboys? Or do you
Oh, there's plenty of doubt.
Okay.
Yeah, there's plenty of doubt. Now, the Cowboys game this weekend really kind of threw a wrench in that.
That was the point of the question.
But, yeah, no, there's plenty of doubt. Philadelphia, I don't think they're clearly better than anybody that's a contender right now after 3 weeks. And again, I mean, like...
Is it clearly San Fran than Philly in the NFC? San Fran, like the clear one.
It's clearly San Fran, the clear one. I don't know if it's then Philly. It could be then us. But, I mean, look, Detroit hasn't looked great. We did not look great this past week. And Philadelphia, despite the fact that they're 3-0, they haven't looked particularly dominant in any of their games. They've won them, and that's what good teams do.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you notice that there was a miscommunication between wide receiver and quarterback that led to a pick interception?
Yeah.
Like that. It's wild that happens to other teams. I can't believe it.
Pepe, Eagles impressions?
That defense is scary, man. Jalen Carter, he's really, really good. That's what I'm worried about the most. I don't think the offense for Philly is going to click like it did last season with Jalen Hurts, but it's still going to be dangerous. I mean, I think the miscommunication between him and A.J. Brown is still an issue, but that defense for Philly is going to be a problem.
25-11. The Buccaneers getting exposed. Someone was texting me last night. Can Baker be top 10? Do you think that Tampa Bay can really make some noise? And I'm like, no. No, they cannot make noise. Yeah, top 10. Give me a break. It was not Bobby texting me that. The Bucs had 87 total yards of offense in the first half. Baker was 15-25 for 146. And then DeAndre Swift, man, I mean, he has gotten loose for some big runs. But they were talking about at the end of the Monday night broadcast, this team has still not played their best, but they're just cranking out wins. That's the worrisome part. Well, it's a double-edged sword. Is it they're not as good, or is it they haven't gotten going yet and it's going to happen? So they ran for 201. DeAndre Swift had 16 for 130. A.J. Brown, they didn't have communication issues last night, Payton. 9 for 131 through the air as the Eagles move to 3-0. Then you get the second game of the doubleheader, and the big storyline is that Joe Burrow was going to gut it out. He said risking the injury was an easier thing to go through than thinking about 0-3. Here's what happened against L.A.
They're down to the 14 of L.A., trailing by 3. Burrow gives to Mixon. Joe finds room up the middle. He runs into the end zone.
Nice.
Touchdown.
Nice.
Bengals. And now he does a jungle jump into the crowd, sitting with the fans after scoring a go-ahead touchdown.
They call that a jungle jump.
A jungle jump?
I was not aware of that.
No, I had no idea.
This game was hideous. I had to switch it on over to the Rangers. Just terrible, awful offensive football. And I was wondering to myself, by the way, Cincy avoids 0-3. They win 19-16 as that defense tormented Matthew Stafford. 2 interceptions and 6 sacks. Hendrickson was all over the place. And I was thinking to myself, okay, at what amount of practice, reps, and games that Burrow plays will it have made up for missing camp?
3
games?
I think we've kind of started to reach it. He's got to get practice time in. He's injured still. There was talk of not even playing in this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised he played.
He probably played out of desperation, quite honestly.
That's what he said.
So it I think we've reached finally the point where like he could be having like he's finally cohesively with the rest of the team, but you still got to get he still has to practice. And if he has not practiced and he still is not practicing because of his injury, then it's going to take a little bit longer than this. Like maybe in the second half, he was a little bit better than he was in the first. But dude, like that guy was missing some wide open throws that Joe Burrow didn't miss.
Yeah,
and that's a sign of just rust. I mean, it really is. Like that's I think that's what this boils down to. And I think that's why there's been no heat on him because he's like everybody knows he hasn't been practicing.
Yeah,
everybody knows he's hurt. So like, what are you going to do? How can you really get? Oh, he's not playing well enough. Like, how can you really get like that?
Texas William coming through, the king of DFW memes. You just going to Tolo Tuesday with the fellas, and then it's got the Kevin James picture with the 105 through the fan hat. Do you know who Kevin James is, Pepe?
That would be Paul Blart.
It would be Paul Blart.
Or the Saints head coach.
Yeah.
Well done. Okay, can someone explain to me why this Kevin James meme is blowing up? 877-881-1053. It has been bugging me since the weekend. Why? Why has this blown up with the King of Queens?
So, one guy, I went and looked this up yesterday. One guy used this over the weekend. It literally started like on Friday or Saturday. And one guy just found this old stock photo on Getty Images from 1998. Just a promotional photo for King of Queens. And the tweet that he posted was...
Good show, by the way. Kind of in that everybody loves Raymond mix of entertainment.
This was the first one. Me after one double rum and diet.
Okay.
All right. So all it is supposed to say that you're displaying some kind of sly, smug, smirky confidence.
Okay.
Like, so we're saying like, you know, my dog, when I grab a poop bag, like he knows what's about to happen. He's like, "Hey, baby, I get to go for a walk and take a dump in the yard." Like that's like it's just displaying some kind of confidence. By the way, if you ever wonder what a meme is, knowyourmeme.com. Knowyourmeme.com.
What is that?
It's just a website. It'll explain exactly what every meme is and how to use it.
Oh,
and what to do. It's fantastic.
Okay.
So, how to use the Kevin James meme template? It's quite easy to use one. All you got to do is download the image and add a funny caption to it. In reality, the caption's the hard part. It seems a vast majority of the memes portray cheeky, like exuberance, confidence. The smirk in the photo is being likened to being sly in a request or action.
All right.
So it would be sly.
I just wanted to know because it has dominated. It has taken over the past 48, 72 hours.
Meme2know.com. That's such a Gen Z thing. That was created like last week, I swear.
What?
Meme2know.com or whatever you were saying.
Know your meme?
Know your meme. Has it been out for a while?
It's been out for 15 years.
Oh.
Where'd it go?
I'll have to look it up.
The Kevin James meme was out this week.
The best meme, though, is Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan. And it's got Tanya looking at Nancy. And Tanya is Brittany Mahomes. And Nancy is Taylor Swift. And it's like, you're taking all my attention.
Yeah.
You're the new sweetheart of Kansas City. You're owning the town now. And it's just got that look like, I'm going to take you out. I love it.
All the Swifties, man. His jersey is popping. All the Swifties are buying it up. You're going to go to a concert, a Taylor Swift concert, here in the next couple of weeks.
At a movie theater.
At a movie theater,
That's
yeah.
how big she is.
Let's see, it's on the 6th. Something like that, 13th, 6th. You're gonna go to that movie theater, and everyone's gonna be wearing Travis Kelce jersey.
Plus 400%. It's a 400% increase in sales for Travis Kelce merchandise, according to TMZ. Are you serious? And speaking of all these stars, the writer's strike is over.
Oh, yeah.
They've reached a tentative deal to get back to creating shows and movies.
We have an end to the strike. So that means at some point here, this is a 145-day strike. I had to drive through a strike the other day. There was a UAW strike by my house. It's a
what?
At the auto workers. It was like in Roanoke. It was like by the warehouses. There was a bunch of people out there picketing. And I was trying to get to the liquor store. Shocker. So they had to drive right by the strike.
Doctor's happy to hear that.
I'm sure he is. But they've got a tentative deal. They're going to discuss and vote on it as a union. But they have come to a tentative agreement on the principle for a new WGA. I think it's the Writers Guild of America contract. And they say they've won. They say they've won. Ever since this May 2nd is when it started. But they feel that the new stuff that they're going to get, they have won.
Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn talk about their regret against Arizona. Does this make you feel any better about the Cowboys' embarrassment on Sunday? Inside the Star with Bobby Belt next on a Tolo Tuesday.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's try to sweep up this mess as we go inside the stars. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our number one audience throughout the entire show. That's why we always try to get you the 7 o'clock giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on. We got Mike McCarthy every Friday during this hour. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider is Roberto Bell. Mike McCarthy, I don't think we took Arizona lightly. They have guys that can play. You can't take anybody lightly. What about the team's high run rate on early downs? Why are you running so much on early downs while losing? This is what drove me the craziest about Coach. 3 minutes left. You're down 12 points. Why do you keep running? And Mike showed some regret. Quote, I wish I had been a little more aggressive in the passing game on first and second down. So acknowledgement is the first sign of growth. So that made me pleased from Coach yesterday. He said the offense is going to emphasize red zone work in practice this week. Going to spend more time. And he compared it to early third down struggles in 2022. Improvement came over the course of the year. They're not overreacting to this, but they do need to be better.
Third down, is very random. Third down rates. So generally working on it is useless. Like, it's just very, very random. Here's the issue.
First and second down.
Yes, that's it. It's not random when you're in 3rd and 7, right? It's still random to pick it up, but your likelihood of picking it up is very low. If you're always in 3rd and 1 or 2, then your third down rates generally aren't very random. They're pretty stable. It's the 3rd and 6s, 3rd and 11s, 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 5s that you constantly pick up. It's like, yeah, that's like the Minnesota Vikings going 11-0 in one-score games. Sooner or later, you're going to run into that one game where you do nothing, and you're 3 and out left and right.
The Cowboys, Warren Sharp, 20 offensive plays in the red zone Sunday. 20. They scored just 13 points on those plays. Teams with over 15 red zone plays this past week in the NFL and points scored, Kansas City had 20 plays. They scored 35. Cowboys, again, 20 plays. They scored 13. San Fran had 17 plays in the red zone. They scored 24. Seattle, 16 plays. They scored 29.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see and go by and see, like, some of the, what were the run rates in the red zone versus the other teams, compare those. Because if they're high and the other teams are passing, then that's bad, that could be showing why. Otherwise, it could be the flip thing, too, on that.
Cowboys have run the ball 35 times in the red zone this year. The next closest is Philadelphia at 23.
And I wonder how many of Philadelphia's is Jalen Hurts.
Probably a lot of it.
Right? That's where Dak used to make that play. Like, there was a couple of plays in the red zone where Dak could have easily ran it in. And he didn't. And that's what Dak would have done. Jalen Hurts absolutely would have kept it on the read option.
Cowboys have 75 plays in the red zone this year. The next closest is Miami at 53. That's an absurd number.
So that was McCarthy's point. And I was going to make a baseball comparison.
All right.
See if it's legit or ignorant. McCarthy said the most important thing is we're getting down there more than anyone. I agree with that. We lead the league in drives with 10 or more plays. So we're moving the ball. That's the hard part. We have some strong feelings about this. We're not going to talk about it publicly. Obviously, yes, we are aware of it. Can I liken red zone conversion to like one-run baseball games in that, look, we need a scheme breakdown from an X's and O's expert of what they're doing wrong in the red zone.
What do you want to know?
I want you to think about this. I have that prepared for you, Mr. Expert. I know it drives you crazy, and let's try not to have a blow up at 6:04 in the morning. Yesterday was a very emotional show for me. I don't see that same energy today, although I didn't see it yesterday, and I almost had three strokes. I know that their offense drives you crazy. I want to know after RJ responds how what they're doing drives you crazy or doesn't in the red zone. Like what they're doing in the red zone when things tighten up, how that correlates. But red zone numbers and converting versus like the flukiness of 1-run or 6-point games in the NFL.
That's interesting because I was thinking
because I'm gonna need a specific answer from someone on what's wrong with their scheme that doesn't get it done within the 20. I'm gonna need that answer from someone versus just play calling's dumb, because all of us are expert play callers. And I always say you don't know what they're doing X's and O's wise. We think everyone runs the same routes. Is it something that can turn quickly? I'm wondering.
Well, think of it this way, like I think if you wanted to liken it to baseball, like batting average on balls in play is like fumble recoveries to me. Once you hit the ball, you don't really have control over where it goes. Same thing with the fumble. Once the ball hits the ground, you don't really have control where it bounces to. 1-run games might be the equivalent of 1-score games. And then the randomness of the red zone, maybe it's runners in scoring position.
Or is it blown saves? Like, we have the lead. Like, Bruce Bochy can walk in that clubhouse and be like, guys, we're winning these games. We're just screwing them up.
Yeah.
We're blowing it. The most important thing is we're the better team. We're in the red zone. We're driving down there. We just have to clean up this final part.
Yeah,
Big picture.
Look, there's a lot of reasons that it could be. One of the things is, Mike McCarthy he probably hates the way he taught this offseason. He doesn't think Miami's offense is worth it because they're scoring too many points. And I don't care about 10-play drives. I care about drives that end with 6. All right, I don't care if that drive is 1 play. You mean to tell me that as a head coach, I'm supposed to want my team to go on a 10-play drive than a 1-play drive? Really? I don't. It's all the same to me. Getting 7 points. I'll take the 7 points, and I will trade defensive rest for 7 points any day of the week. And so would any coach out there that's worth their salt. I don't care about how long it takes you. Now, yeah, there are times we want to bleed the clock.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. But, Miami's offense isn't hurting their defense right now. Trust me on that one. All it does is allow you to pin your ears back and go. So, in terms of the red zone, mentioned Kansas City. The Patriots were always great in the red zone with Brady. I mean, some of that is like those are elite of elite quarterbacks. Elite of elite quarterbacks. It doesn't matter what the scheme is for them.
And Gronk,
or Kelsey.
Yeah.
It didn't matter what scheme Tom Brady ran or Peyton Manning ran. Like, they were going to put up points. They were going to put up good red zone numbers, regardless. And so is Patrick Mahomes. But then again, most quarterbacks aren't those guys, and they need some help and coaching around them.
75 plays in the red zone. Jake Ferguson has more targets than Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, and CeeDee Lamb combined.
Wow.
That's a problem.
Wow.
CeeDee Lamb has 2 targets in the red zone. He has no catches.
But hang on, I agree it's a problem. But we'd have to go back. What was Gronk's red zone percentage compared to the other receivers? Granted, they didn't have wide receivers as good as CeeDee Lamb. But what's Kelsey's versus Tyreek Hill's, and he was there in Kansas City?
I would bet it's not more combined than the 3 receivers. It's probably there. It's probably they're the top.
That's on your quarterback, though. Because Dak is always
so dependent. Here's my problem with the scheme in the red zone. The problem with the scheme in the red zone is as the field tightens up, those short passes create more congested areas.
Yes.
So if there's no creativity in design and your whole thing is about it's about timing and precision and this. Okay, that works when you have 60 yards to go and safeties are playing back and you can do different things with alignment to then just flood the area and take advantage of it. As the field tightens up and 11 guys are crammed essentially in the box at all times, that timing and precision is not necessarily going to get the job done. That's the biggest problem, I think, is as the field shortens, they're having trouble executing that stuff.
Does the fact that they've been down there more than anyone and they lead the league in drives of 10 or more plays make you feel a little bit differently about what your stance has been?
No, because I don't.
How do those 2 stats not impress you?
I don't think the drives of 10 or more doesn't impress me. I don't think that's.
I agree.
I don't think they're particularly efficient. The fact that they get down there, that's great. The fact that they're then 3 for 11 over the last 2 games is like, you can kick 5 field goals a game. I don't care. Like you're not going to win. I don't care how good your defense is. If you're kicking,
but
five
if they're
field goals
getting
a game,
in the
you're gonna
red
lose.
zone more than anyone, that shows that reads on paper that the offense is more than fine and working.
But is it a statistical outlier what they're doing in the red zone? If that's the case, then you'll feel good about it. If it's not, if it's just no, this is what it is, and they don't have the creativity to draw things up in the red zone, you've got a problem.
Yeah, but but still, an overriding point is that they are getting in there, and you have to give props for that. And we're not going to have a productive conversation if you don't give to something obvious like that. So
no, the fact that the fact that they're in there is fine, but it's also like, am I going to give credit that they've crossed the 50 more than like
the 50 is not the 20,
but touchdowns is what matters. Touchdowns wins you. It's what CD said after the game. We need touchdowns.
But the offense is moving the football and being productive and getting into the red zone.
They're not moving the ball efficiently. If you look at where they're at in terms of efficiency, they're not moving the ball that efficiently lately.
Look, guys, I hate when I have to agree with both of you guys. You're right. They're moving the ball. Getting into the red zone, that shows they're moving the ball well.
Yes.
And they're picking up yards. Bobby's right. They're not moving it at the most efficient way. I also think, though, they're not necessarily trying to move it efficiently, and that's a problem. I think they're just trying to, milk the clock, run basic plays, just take a profit, yada, yada, yada.
What about the other side? Let's hear from the golden child, the king, because it was his side of the ball, in my opinion, that really lost this game. Dan Quinn, Arizona, for real?
I think and it was really a tale of two halves. The first half went just so poorly, David, and the explosive plays that happened, for 40 yarders, 50 yards. That's the stuff that just a lot of times our speed and energy can make up maybe for a miss hit or one that's just not there. And so that's what I really wanted to make sure we're emphasizing all the ones to go. We had 6 missed tackles in the game, so it wasn't a super sloppy game in that space, but we just didn't play with that relentless energy that we've kind of grown to know and appreciate about our group. And so they ran some of the similar schemes, quite honestly, in the second half, but give credit to them. But, we ended up playing those, like we're capable of.
You have to be near someone to even be capable of a missed tackle because that looked like Emmitt Smith running lanes against the Cowboys defense. First 2 games, they allowed no runs of 20 or more yards. First 2 games, 44 attempts. Sunday, they allowed 4 in a 12-carry span in the first half. So that's how much things changed. So the interesting stuff to me yesterday, Bobby, explained this. McCarthy on how they responded to injuries. Obviously, their offensive line got wiped out. He said, in hindsight, we should have prepared the young offensive linemen differently. We missed the mark there. We had 3 guys starting who didn't take a lot of reps last week. McCarthy accepted responsibility. We need to be better. Part of his self-scout. You cannot operate like that. So what does that mean? That they just didn't get him enough practice reps? Or were they totally taken by surprise that Zach and Tyron and Biotish were going to be wiped out on game? What does that mean?
I don't know. the way he says stuff like that, when he talks about preparing them the right way, okay, right, like is it in terms of just, well, we need to be more evenly distributing the offensive line snaps throughout the week regardless of who's healthy and making sure that they're more prepared? Is that what he's saying he's doing wrong? Or is he saying I should have had them better prepared in terms of the game plan, that we should have been more prepared to pass the ball than we were once we knew who was starting? Since he said he regrets running it so much on first and second down in the second half, it's not clear. I think it's regret in general about a team that was woefully underprepared. That's what it is on both sides of the ball. They looked underprepared. They looked distracted, and they've got to come up with answers about the run fits on defense. They've got to come up with answers about efficiency in the red zone. And right now, Mike McCarthy's not going to stand up there and just go, well, I don't know. He's got to put something out there. He's got to give an explanation, because I don't know is not going to cut it.
The Rangers win again in a Monday night double header. Next on Sean and RJ. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan. But
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The 1-0 is hit high into the air, deep right center field. Walsh going back to the track at the wall. It's gone. Second row of seats above the high wall in right center. Touch them all. Adolis Garcia, his 37th home run of the year, has tied this one up at 1.
10 home runs over their last 2 games. They've tied a franchise record for most homers over any 2-game span. The 5th time they have also done this, accomplishing it in 02, 03, 05, and 2018. The bats are out for the Texas Rangers. Sandler with these notes, and that was Hicksy with the call last night on your home for Rangers baseball as they win their 6th straight game, 5-1 over the Angels. The Astros beat the Mariners, so the lead is still 2.5 in the American League West. Magic number update: 3 to clinch a playoff spot, 4 to clinch the American League West, Bobby.
They're back, baby. We're back in this thing. We're all so excited for this Texas Rangers run. 93 wins. Am I right, Payton?
That's right. Just 5 more. 5 or 6, baby.
5 more. No, honestly, this is just sure. If John Gray goes out there and he's going to give up, 1 run and they find some consistent pitching, then this is something that they can mash their way through the playoffs. They can do it. Like, they have the ability to do it. It's just, again, it's about that consistency, and it's about getting the consistent play. I'll say this, that Josh Jung has clearly been a guy that I don't think they realized just how much they needed until he went down and he went out. Yeah. He does offer, I know there's always debate about the reality of lineup protection and things like that, but he does seem to offer, some semblance of that, and his defense has been so good this year. And he's been so good defensively. It reminds me a lot of when Kinsler was coming up. Like, when Kinsler first got to the major leagues, he had a reputation in the minors of being a butcher at second base. And then he came up here and he leveled up defensively when he got it. He was really good defensively as a pro.
At the end, especially at the end. When he went to, he was a butcher here. When he went to Detroit, he got really good.
Ooh, I think if you look at his defensive war when he was here in Texas, he was good.
Any ball hit straight at him, booted. I don't care about his defensive run save because that can be a little bit skewed. But
defensive wins above replacement.
You're absolutely right about Josh Jung. And I agree. I don't know, there's a lot of debates on lineup protection. He deepens the lineup, though. It makes it much, much more deflating as a pitcher to go through a lineup where it's like, okay, you get past this guy, then you got a little bit of you got to breathe. You got some breathing room. There's no breathing room when you go from Simeon to Seager to Lowe to Adolis to Young, or you keep going down the Heim. You keep going on the list. That's like, God, when does it stop? Right? And then now you don't have that. And then as an opposing manager, when you're going for your bullpen, it's like, okay, well, I got to worry about the matchup with this guy. There are some guys you can roll out there. They don't care about the scouting report. But not when you've got, all right, he can hurt you this way. He can hurt you that way. He can go the other way with Pop. This guy you can't pigeonhole him into one spot. So it really does impact the game a lot when he's in the lineup.
Rangers game 2 against the Angels tonight, right here on your home for Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. John Gray, first win since August 11th, and the power is getting flexed on everyone as they hit 6 bombs against the Mariners, and they hit 4 more last night, including 3 in a row with Adolis, Mitch, and Peyton's favorite, Nate Lowe. Monday Night Football. Philadelphia pulling away. Game not in doubt in the second half as they take it to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 25-11.
Scorigami. We got Scorigami, unique score in NFL history.
How?
What, you think 25-11 happens every day? This isn't a Cynthia Freeland score projection.
No, good reference. I just figured 25-11 doesn't seem that odd.
Right. So that has never happened? 25-11.
You know what seems odd, though? Is just heaping praise on top of a quarterback who's going to throw 58% completions and be upside down on his touchdown to interception ratio and still acting like, oh, he's the number 2 quarterback in the NFL. He's so great.
Well,
Let me ask you this. Does Jalen Hurts look better than you thought throwing the football in his prove it again year?
No. No.
Okay.
Hey, honestly, Philadelphia, and I heard you guys talking about this when I was driving in. Dallas struggling, and I don't feel great about how Dallas played. Dallas cumulatively over 3 games looks like a more impressive football team than Philly. Philly played, even last night, winning the way they did. They didn't win pretty. It was ugly winning against Tampa Bay, and their first 2 games of the year against Minnesota and New England were ugly at times. They haven't played a clean football game yet. And the question is, are they just waiting to get their clean football? Like, have they not played it yet and it's coming and it's going to be a storm? Or is it like, no, this is just not a clean football team anymore?
Who would you pick tomorrow on a neutral field?
Dallas.
I probably would, but I don't feel great about it. I think I think what this last couple of days has shown, it's just San Francisco separated themselves after 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think if right now you talk about neutral field, I think there's a good chance San Francisco beats the brakes off of Dallas and Philly.
Yeah, right today.
I'd pick probably the Eagles just because DeAndre Swift running the football, secondary without Diggs, A.J. Brown, he can bicker with Jalen all he wants. He's still going to do his thing and ball out. Here's Philly's future schedule, because I'm getting a little sick and tired of them never losing in the regular season. Commanders in Philly, at the Rams, Jets at home.
Commanders in Philly, at the Rams. Yeah.
Commanders at the Rams, at the Jets, and then finally the Miami Dolphins. Philly
6-0.
Philly, Miami, and then they get the Commanders again. So it's looking like 6-0.
Yeah, they'll want to be 6-0, and the Cowboys will be 4-2. Right? Because they'll probably lose one of these San Fran Charger games.
They might lose. I'm not saying they will. They probably won't. They might lose 6 out of 7 after that, though.
Who?
Philly.
They might lose 6 out of 7.
Miami, Washington, Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, San Francisco, Dallas.
So it's a tough stretch.
They're not going to lose 6 out of 7.
Is Kansas City better than Philly?
Kansas City's better, although they haven't played it as well.
I think you can make an argument Miami, Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, San Francisco are the teams that are directly ahead of them in the stand, like in terms of the power rankings. So if you're talking about playing 5 teams 6 times that are potentially better than you.
Okay. Yeah, now they're gonna win one.
They will.
And they'll split with the Cowboys at least. They always do. Or that they always do. This is the general idea. They'll win the home game.
I would bet
the road game.
I would bet in that stretch they lose to Miami, Dallas once, San Francisco, and Kansas City. So that's at least 4 losses right there.
1 touchdown thrown between Matt Stafford and Joe Burrow. I kept the volume down for Rams-Bengals because I couldn't bear to listen to Orlovsky talk about Matt Stafford. I was getting Tolo DMs about that because that's obviously his football boyfriend. But the Bengals offense is hideous. Jamar did have 12 for 141. Puka Nacua, 5 for 72. Cincinnati saves their season at 1-2, and the Rams fall to 1-2. I'm sorry, I think I said the Rams were 2-0 earlier. They fall to 1-2, but an ugly game after the Eagle win.
Man, that calf looks to be an issue for Burrow. And I know he had he didn't look like he was, moving poorly necessarily when he was back there, but man, there's no other good explanation for just how rough things look for him. And it's the same sort of thing where we were all, when that happened with Dak a couple of years ago, we were asking, like, is it really going to hamper him that much? Like, he doesn't look like he's moving poorly. Does it really throw things off mechanically that much? It looked like it did for Dak in 2021. It looks like it has for Burrow right now. Just mechanically, he doesn't look like the same guy.
Well, and it's the plant leg. It's not the plant leg. It's the push off leg. It's his plant leg when he's dropping back. And that's we've seen guys. How many guys? I can think of 2 in my memory of quarterbacks who ruptured their Achilles on dropbacks, just dropping back. And one was Vinny, and one was Dan Marino. And it was that they planted and they tried to move forward.
Vinny's the one in the 99 season or whatever it was?
That's when he hurt his calf the first time. Like, that's when he first hurt it. Then he got hurt on a tackle, I think.
Yeah, he ruptured his Achilles going after like a Curtis Martin fumble or something.
But like on the play like before it.
And how old were they when they did it?
Well, they were older.
Vinny would have been 60, I think.
Yeah, they were older.
Which it makes sense. I mean, you get back there like that stress,
It's
that
stress,
plant, like you can see how that would stress the Achilles.
So like, and Marino's on a drop back, and then Vinny hurt on the drop back, and then like 2 plays later, when he's got to that whatever it was a tackle or fumble, that's when he ruptured it. So it's like, that plant or that when you're pushing off, like it puts some stress on there, and the calf and the Achilles are so intertwined.
We know who is joining. Did anyone watch? Was the Manning cast on last night?
No, it's next week.
Okay.
Giants and some crap game.
We now know who is joining us in Vegas to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Peace up, A-Town down.
This is the song you chose.
This is like his biggest hit.
I let Ryan choose it.
You got the song where he does the watch this, man.
No.
What's the song then?
Confessions.
Okay.
Confessions Part 2, but okay.
Not as good as this song.
It's the only one that matters.
But
it's good.
You're a big fan of the selection.
It's a solid selection. I do wonder who he's going to bring out with him. He's got a lot of collabs.
Little John and the East Side
bring
Boys.
Anybody out there he really wants to, really. He's a huge name. Now they originally wanted Tay-Tay. They're always gonna and they should. They're gonna ask her every time.
She's never done it
until she says yes. She's never done it as the main headliner.
Okay.
Has she appeared at all? I don't think she's appeared either.
I don't know if she did. I blacked it out because she sucks.
This is good though, and this is they've kind of gone. We've seen the trend change. It used to be old hats in the rock world, then it was, you're a lot of other artists and boy bands and such. And now they've kind of gone to that early 2000s world. Here we go. This is nice.
Yeah, isn't that troubling though? That they've always gone to the old rockers, so this is now their version of the old rockers, giving us Usher. Like that's how old we're getting. Usher is. You want to talk about like elite performers? This will be entertaining. I'll actually sit and watch this one.
Has he? When's his most recent hit?
What would it have been?
That's that was my question. I'm like, is Usher? Has he? Faded?
Well, I mean, they don't really necessarily go for the most recent. Didn't they do J-Lo and Shakira a couple years ago?
Yeah, he's become a little bit of a kingmaker too. Like he's been developing guys. Like he was one of the ones who had handpicked Justin Bieber and stuff like that. His last top 10 hit would have been. Oh man,
they should have gotten the boy bands back together now that NSYNC has regrouped.
That'd have been
They
interesting.
should have gotten that. Everyone would have sat there and because we're at a phase now where you can sing along to a boy band song and not feel weird, not feel like a loser as a dude.
I know, I hear you.
And they should have just brought them all out one by one. I don't know how big of a hype draw that would have been in promoting it, but it lined up with Timberlake coming back. That's all my wife is talking about.
And I think one of the problems with getting the most current artists is you've got to mix it into their touring schedule that's already set. Like you're gonna get an Ed Sheeran, you're gonna get Taylor Swift. She's gonna stop her tour, or she just got done with a tour and she's beat. That may be an issue that you have with some of the more recent current artists.
2012 was the last time Usher had a top 10 hit. Scream was the last one.
But that's like
last time he had a top 5 was DJ Got Us Falling in Love with Pitbull in 2010.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Like, when do they ever go for the most current? It's Madonna.
Well, Katy Perry was current when they did it. Snoop, Eminem were still performing.
Well, I mean, but Snoop. Nobody thinks Snoop's current.
No, but like, Snoop wasn't the main attraction with it.
It was Dre, right? Well, yeah.
I was not legally old enough allowed to drink the last time Usher had a top 5 hit.
Keyshawn Johnson says the college football world has conspired against Deion Sanders, and Micah Parsons with his thoughts on Tay-Tay and Travis Kelce. Next on Sean and RJ. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Empty backfield now is Bo. Turns it up, wants to run and does. Gets inside the 5-3. Touchdown, Bo Nix. I said it before, Bo Nix, give me 6.
Beat down. Come back down to earth. Oregon over Primetime and Colorado. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo and part of the 6 a.m. club. 42-6 Ducks. And we got pregame, during the game, and post-game fallout. So they played now before the game, the Oregon head coach, Dan Lanning, some of his comments were recycled when they were talking about Colorado, what's going to happen, are they staying, are they leaving, all the conference realignment. And he's like, remind me again what Colorado has ever won. And I was like, ooh, it just got personal. And they're like, you want to retract those statements? You want to take it back? He's like, no. And then during the game, as Oregon is beating down the Buffaloes, the broadcast played this clip of Dan Lanning's pregame speech.
Rooted in substance, not flash. Rooted in substance. Today, we talk with our pads. You talk with your helmet, right? Every moment. The Cinderella story is over, man. Right? They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins. There's a difference, right? There's a difference, right? This game ain't going to be played in Hollywood. It's going to be played on the grass, right? It's going to be played on the grass. Let's go.
Woo!
Oh, baby.
I was standing in the kitchen. I would turn my head back. I said, oh, my. I ran to the phone. And I'm like, props, Dan Lanning with some epic trash talk as he prepared those anti-Hollywood lines.
Yeah, and I didn't understand the backlash to all the Dan Lanning stuff. Like they're saying, like there was.
I didn't know there was backlash.
Oh my God, people were saying they were offended by Dan Lanning's pregame comments and the pregame speech. I was
offended how?
That it was like he wouldn't have said this to any other program, or he wouldn't have said this about any other coach.
Was this the Sanders family who said this?
They're trying to make it racial. I mean,
he wouldn't have said it about a lot of different programs because a lot of programs aren't as boisterous and loud and flashy as Colorado.
Exactly, but you can't use common sense in social media in 2023.
Whatever.
So this was fantastic. And look, I mean, this is what happened. They knew they were going to win the game by a lot. Anybody who's been paying attention knew they were going to win the game by a lot. They're a great football team. They are a program that has guys in the system for 3 years, 4 years. Colorado doesn't. Colorado's gotten worse every game they've played. The more tape that's been out on them, the worse they've played. They played great against TCU, a little bit worse against Nebraska, a lot worse against Colorado State. And then they looked like they'd never played a game before this weekend.
It was rough. They got boat raced this past weekend. But, I mean, this is also kind of what you'd expect.
Yeah.
Like you expected that Oregon was going to run them. And
it opened at 16. It got to 21. That's not an accident.
Yeah.
Right? Vegas knew it. The bettors knew it. The public knew it. Like, everybody knew this game was going to be an Oregon victory. Everybody knew that.
Including Puddles. Puddles is the Oregon mascot. Puddles dressed up as Coach Prime during the pregame, smashed a clock that said prime time. They were mocking Shador's Rolex, of course. After the game, Deion said, I don't say stuff just for a click, contrary to what somebody said about me. Our confidence offends their insecurity. It is what it is. I signed up for it. And Deion said, look, we didn't need to be humbled. We expected to do well. We just didn't do it today. But the loss wasn't something that was needed. And you better get me now. This is the worst that we will ever be.
Did you notice Puddles lose his head as well?
No.
Yeah, when he was swinging at the thing, his duck head flew off, and the kid had to run off the field, head down, ran. It was like Napoleon Dynamite running away, running back home. It had that look to it. But yeah, look, I mean, Oregon was very impressive. I was having this talk with a few people in the press box on Sunday. We were just chatting about some of the college football teams. I still can't buy Oregon. Like, I know a lot of other people are now on the full hype train and think Bo Nix is great. I can't get the Tech game out of my head.
Road Bo and Home Bo. Home Bo's a monster. Road Bo's a wild card. Like at when he's playing at home, and I went through Bo Nix's last dozen home games at Oregon.
Well,
I mean, he's put up like 45 in basically every game, including like 81 this year and 70. Now it was a Sacramento State or some crap like that. Portland State put up 81 in, but he has been a menace at home throughout his whether he's at Auburn or Oregon, no matter where he's been. And now he's a Stetson Bennett, Hendon Hooker type. He's been playing. He's 35 years old, and so is Michael Penix Jr. I mean, he's an old guy too. So it's just a cheat code for these guys at this point.
I am starting to get a little concerned with when I look at the top 25. I am starting to get a little concerned about OU though. That's starting to make me a little uneasy, the way they're playing defense.
Their defense is fantastic. They beat Cincinnati on the road. That was Cincinnati's first Big 12 game. So I have no idea what Cincinnati is at this point.
Meanwhile, Keyshawn Johnson on FS1 suggested and said yesterday that the college football coaching world was conspiring against Deion to try to help Oregon.
So I spoke to somebody in the coaching fraternity right after the game. And they know some people that coach at Oregon. And they was telling me, they said, man, I've never heard from another assistant coach of how much information was being given to that staff about, I'm being real with it, about game planning against Colorado so they can beat them. Everybody was stacked. They was stacking. That's the reality of it. I ain't making this up. No. I ain't going to disclose no names, but y'all know who I'm talking about if you watch it.
So that's Keyshawn saying other coaches trying to pass along information to Oregon in order to take Deion down.
I can't figure out who he's talking about.
I didn't know if he was saying, y'all know who I'm talking about, or whether he was saying, if you're watching, you know who I'm talking about, like that person or that team, versus like the viewers being able to put it all together. Look, there's like three different parts to this. Number one, Deion is tight with Michael Irvin, so and the media. So he's gonna feed things to them. Would it surprise me what Keyshawn said? No. It was very interesting for me to pay attention to the reactions once Colorado finally lost. It's like me setting Bud Light out at a party. I just want to watch. I just want to see. I just want to see who and how people react when Deion and these guys lost. And it's just amazing. I get out my folding tent chair and I sit back and I watch. And it would not shock me if the college football world is furious and pissed off that Deion Sanders, here he is, just walking in, taking over the story of the entire sport with a team that's supposed to win 3 games, and people want to see him humbled. Some fans want to see him humbled, and I got no doubt that many a coach want to see them humbled as well.
I honestly think that yes, the coaches that played him straight up wanted to see him humbled. I guarantee you a lot of coaches out there love the fact that all the attention's on him and none of it's on their team. I guarantee you that Nick Saban's worst nightmare was Deion not being the story of college football anymore.
Nick Saban, but yes, but
you know what I mean? Like,
he despises it. But you tell me Lane Kiffin doesn't want attention. You tell me everyone else doesn't want their egos stroked.
Yeah.
Crybaby Ryan Day.
Ryan Day, I guarantee you, loved the fact that that nobody was talking about him because he could play the disrespect card, A, but also B, they were not looking great prior to Notre Dame. And now they are, and now he wants the attention.
We're proud to be from Ohio.
I think Keyshawn was talking about Jay Norvell. I think that's who he was talking about in Colorado State. When he says, you know who I'm talking about pitching in on this one. I think who was the most vocal critic leading into a game against them? It was Norvell, and Norvell's the one who gave the biggest fight leading up to that point.
And the blueprint kind of. And, Colorado's got, they had offensive line issues. Their defenses, they can't stop a nosebleed.
Yeah.
Especially without Travis Hunter.
They gave up 522. Sean Payton would take that 282 yards passing, 240 rushing. And Joey Galloway was breaking this down. He's the one who does it, right?
On Fox?
Oh, no, college. Who's on the ESPN recap show with Matt Berry?
Yeah, it is Galloway.
Ohio State.
It's Galloway and one other guy.
So Shedeur was sacked 7 times, and he said this is really like the first time like Shedeur and Colorado want you to blitz them, and Oregon was just like, now we're coming with 4. And you got to read everything.
Yeah.
This isn't going to be straight athleticism running around on us. We're coming with straight 4. They sacked him 7 times, and it was a massacre.
I mean, look, they've got issues there. There's no doubt about it. We saw that with that guy Kamara from Colorado State. I mean, he was a menace while he was playing the game, and then he got thrown out. For the late hit on or the pile drive on Shedeur. Look, this was an eye-opening game for Colorado. It's probably really good for them. Like, they know now what their deficiencies are.
No, they already won.
They already won.
They already won the season. Anything else is icing and sprinkles.
By the way, Dan Lanning, the head coach at Oregon, spent 4 years on the same staff with Mike Norvell, Jay's brother, at Pittsburgh and Arizona State.
Look at Bobby. I wish you would do that much homework for the project, my personal project, as you just did right there. Man, very impressive. I've monitored it.
I did not lately, have not, but I'm going to.
877-881.
You're going to make me.
877-881. Mission accomplished. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. We got more college football kegger with Choppy Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com in the final hour of the show, where the Cowboys unprepared and a Stephen Jones alarmed or concerned. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning. Metroplex has the blood pressure reduced after yesterday, recapping Sunday. Hopefully it has. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Payton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's get the blood pressure back up. Listening to Stephen Jones on the KMC Masterpiece. Stephen, was your football team unprepared on Sunday?
You know, we did things that get you beat. I mean, we gave up big plays. And then when we did give up big plays, unfortunately, we didn't respond. And, you know, rather than holding them, you know, in the red zone and holding them to field goals, they were able to, you know, finish it off with touchdown. You know, I thought we executed well up until we got in the red zone. And obviously this year we hadn't been able to make the plays to, you know, get the touchdowns once we're in those red zones. I thought we responded well with, you know, having the three linemen out. I thought our guys that, you know, stepped up and played well. We just got to execute in the red zone. And as you said, I mean, anytime you have double-digit penalties, you're putting yourself in a very difficult position. You know, we just didn't do what it took to win the ball game.
McCarthy said we did not take Arizona lightly. They have guys that can play. You cannot take anybody lightly. All right, Steven, we thought it was fixed, especially against the Jets. Are you alarmed or concerned about the run D?
No, I think those are all things that are very that are fixable, and I thought we did a good job adjusting. I thought we played a really strong second half, other than the one big play, you know, that they hit where we let a player get loose on us, and didn't have him accounted for. And you know, I thought Hooker did a nice job of slow playing him and finally getting him down, but unfortunately we didn't make the plays that we needed to make to hold them to a field goal there. And but other than that, I thought we made some good adjustments in the second half. And, you know, their quarterback's a smart guy. We played against him in Tennessee last year, and he knows he's got to get rid of it quick, and he did a good job of that, and thought he executed well. You got to give him credit.
I got a lot of Mozzie Smith messages.
Okay, let's hear them.
On Sunday.
Let's hear them, because I love messages about a guy, defensive tackle that was taken in the first round.
Well, I can't read them. I can't read them, but I can read what Micah Parsons said about Mozzie on his Edge podcast. I think Mozzie is coming along great. I think mid-season, late in the season, we got a chance to see Mozzie be dominant. I'm super excited for him. I can't wait to see that. How much should we weigh what Micah said? Like, when he talks, a little more weight and substance into it, or is he just blowing some smoke like Jerry did over Mozzie?
So basically, you're wanting to know, is he Dez with his evaluations of his teammates? I think he's got a little Dez there, where he's gonna pump his guys up. You remember he loved Mozzie, he wanted Mozzie, so now he's in it as this was his pick.
Yeah.
And now look, I actually don't think Mozzie's been terrible when he's played. Like the first 3 weeks, I think he's been okay.
Guess his PFF grade.
71
for the year, or for like the last game.
Year.
62.
61 and a half.
All right, it's not great, but it's passable for.
It's in the green.
Is it?
So it's yellow.
They have altered the. What's that?
That's in the positive
yellow.
then. 60.
Yeah.
It's a 61 is equal to a QBR. It's equal to a 61 QBR to me. Chop.
Oh, it's interesting. I don't think you're necessarily. I think a 61 QBR is better than a 61 PFF grade, just because like. You're not necessarily
real, and PFF is made up.
You're not really a starter level. It's like, you know, you're not a negative though. You're just kind of baseline league average.
They start from 60 and deduct from there.
Yeah.
Other NFL, Derek Carr sprained AC joint. That looks like they dodged a little bullet because he got slammed down. I thought that was a separated shoulder. He's going to be week to week for the Saints.
Or a clavicle. Could have been collarbone too. That was one of the first things I thought of, because it was very Romo-y. Because he broke his collarbone like every other week towards the end of his career. Yeah. But, you know, like, they should have won that game. They were 17-zip at that point. They should have won that football game. And, I mean, they didn't move the ball hardly at all after that.
Jameis.
Yeah, Jameis is like, man, I don't want to play. I'm enjoying this life now. I'm just sitting there. It's like, I saw, they did the behind the scenes where they have, like, all these players mic'd up. And in the first game, Carr was like, I need to get one deep one to this one player. And you see Jameis like from like 11 feet away going, yes. He just says yes, like eyes wide open, like, yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but you said throw it deep. Yes, I agree with that. And the OC is like, yeah, okay, let's go ahead and do it. But now Jameis got to play, and look, they should be 3-0. They really should. They that's a good defense.
Jimmy Garoppolo with a concussion suffered Sunday night against the Steelers. Mike Williams, what a shock! Chargers receivers hurt like clockwork. Mike Williams with the ACL, he's gone for the year. And J.C. Jackson, this is a bizarre story playing out. J.C. Jackson got big-time money. He's got an arrest warrant out for some traffic issues, and he had a surprise inactive on Sunday in LA's recent game. And the Cowboys are going to be getting the Chargers coming up.
They are, and we'll see if he's even available to play. Now, Mike Williams, the other big news yesterday for the Chargers, obviously Mike Williams tears his ACL, so the Cowboys will be missing Mike Williams, the receiver, and they may be missing J.C. Jackson, the corner, whether it's because of being inactive or being in jail. But I would like to point out, you mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo there. Sean, we got to have the weekly update. QBR, Baker Mayfield 52.2, Jimmy Garoppolo 51.9. So Baker Mayfield better than Jimmy Garoppolo so far.
Where is Jimmy outside the top 32? That was the other crux.
I mean, it's broader than that, Chops. It's broader, okay?
It's pretty broad, 32.
Pretty broad.
Matt Ryan and the New York Jets.
No, absolutely not.
What's going on here?
So Matt Ryan and Carson Wentz reportedly have reached out to the Jets, or had at some point, about the quarterback position. But now Ryan is saying no interest. He's going to stay at CBS, which probably means the Jets told him no.
Yeah.
But if I was the Jets, I would tell them both no. I want to do one of two things. Play Zach Wilson as much as possible and figure out if you've got anything. Not something. How about anything? Or B, stink. You win either way. Either Zach Wilson's great or Zach Wilson's awful, and you're going to get a high pick.
Yeah, because you don't have to give that pick up for Aaron Rodgers now at this point. So just stink to high heaven and figure things out.
Joe Namath has made up his mind. He went on
kiss Susie Colbert.
He went on Michael Kay's show yesterday
about the team.
He went on Michael Kay's show yesterday and said, "I've seen enough. Trade him to Kansas City. Let him go ahead and back up Mahomes. And I've seen enough from Robert Saleh too. All this kumbaya in the locker room. That's not what it's about. It's about wins." So Joe Namath dropping the hammer on the JETS.
Man, I heard like not this interview, but I heard a clip of him recently. It's like, God, he just sounds so old. Which he is. He's like 100.
But I mean, they can't love this like with the Jets. Like to have the historic.
What a miserable season to be a Jets.
Yeah.
I know historically, but this is torture.
Yeah.
This is absolute torture after all the Hard Knocks hype.
I mean, it's a good team. Like it's 2 through 53 is a good team, and they've got nobody to throw the football. None.
Texas Rangers. Last night, after Monday night, you saw the Eagles and Bengals win, but this is the W we cared about the most.
Now the 1-1. And that ball is cranked to deep right field. It's got a shot at leaving the yard, and it's gone. Into the parking alley where the buses go. Nathaniel Lowe with his 17th home run of the year. 3 consecutive long balls for Texas. It's 3-1.
Hixie with the call, Choppy with the goggles. On the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, did you get some Ranger Tolos getting worked up and upset? And are you stealing Jared Sandler's bit here? This was Sandler's idea? You just taking the attention away from him?
First of all, it was not his idea. It wasn't his idea. He needed it for the locker room, the clubhouse, where they were actually going to pour. This is what they do in these clubhouses now, and they've done this for about 10, 15 years.
I thought the Sandler's frequented Aspen all the time. He doesn't have his own ski goggles?
No, this is the only guy who went to Matterhorn and didn't go skiing. Yes, can I borrow your snowboard goggles? But like, yeah, so like now, like for the last like 10 or 15 years, they've been putting these ski goggles on for the champagne over the head because they can't just close their eyes like real men.
Bunch of snowflakes.
Yeah, snowflakes, man. So I was like, ooh, I thought, I'll just throw these on now. It's kind of cool. And that's what it is. This is over. The AL West is over. It hasn't officially been clinched, but it's over. They've got 2 more games against the worst team in the sport right now in Anaheim, who doesn't want anything. John Gray threw 81 pitches in 6 innings. In today's baseball, that's unheard of. Why did he do that? Because all the Angels do is swing early in counts. First strike they see, they are hacking. They want to get out of there. They want to get to their Cabo. They want to get to Hawaii. They want to go to the Dominican Republic. They want to go to Jamaica, wherever. They want to go somewhere warm, on a beach. Even though they're in Anaheim, they're already kind of on a beach and place warm. You get the point. That's what they're doing. And that this series, they're going to win. They might, let's see, they won, 5-1. They will, I predict, outscore the Angels in this series 21-4. So they will wind up winning 16-3 over the next 2 games. And then they're going to go and they're going to Seattle, pushovers. It's over.
This is the streakiest team in baseball, your Texas Rangers. They're on a 6-game winning streak now. That followed a 4-game losing streak, which followed a 6-game winning streak, which followed a 4-game losing streak. This is what they do, man. They go into. So the next phase chop would say that they're going to lose 4 in a row now starting tonight.
Well, if they do, then blame me.
We got Tay fallout. Is he leaving Arrowhead in a popcorn machine?
Yeah, that was the rumor that they tried. So back at one of her shows, they brought her on stage inside this kind of human-sized cart. And as they were leaving Arrowhead underneath the stadium, as she was going from her suite to basically like the wives and girlfriends locker room, meeting room, whatever, they saw this kind of life-size popcorn cart. And people were speculating that's where Taylor Swift was.
AMC promotion, sounds like. Bill Belichick. RJ Choppy says this is the end of Bill Belichick being asked about Taylor Swift because he had made a comment about her earlier. He was a big fan of her performing in the rain.
Yeah.
A lot of toughness being shown. Here's the hoodie on WEEI.
Swifty to Swifty, Taylor Swift was in attendance to watch Travis Kelce's game with his mom in the box. Seems like they may be the new it couple. Where do you fall on that? Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
Nailed it.
Yeah, pretty big.
Loving him was red.
He's done. Bobby said it about Nick Saban. Right, what did you say?
Yeah,
that Nick Saban
the smiling.
Yep.
Yeah, he's softer, man.
Smiling, compared that to Bobby Bowden, right? You compared to Bowden?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's this. He is joking about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. This is the same guy.
He's never given a soundbite like that.
Right. This is the same guy who a couple of years ago said he doesn't use InstaFace and MyBook. Okay, that's what he said. He doesn't use those. FaceSpace, FaceGram. He doesn't use that. He didn't even know about the existence of those things. And now he's sitting here talking about Taylor Swift romances. This is Bill the human, and humans are not football coaches for long. You cannot be a human and be a football coach.
Micah gave his thoughts on his own podcast.
Yes, I am a Swiftie. I'm back in the 2000s. I'm the old Swift though. Like I want the old Swift. When she was out there saying like she wears T-shirts, she wears short skirts and I wear T-shirts. Big hype for you, dog. You know what it is, dog. I mean, damn, you shot from deep and you scored. You Stephen Curry, my brother. You might be the new Steph of football. That's dope. I can't even lie.
It's good.
There's Micah.
That's well done.
With his review.
This is a terrible song, by the way. This is one of the worst songs.
Really?
Of all time. Yeah.
Oh, I think this is a good song.
And what did Chris Russo say about all this?
Yeah, he said, I don't care if she's standing out there in the nude. I don't care about this story.
He did not say the nude, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, my God.
He said he didn't care if she was nude in the box, is what he said.
Have the Cowboys taken it too far? RJ Choppy with a true breakdown of Mike McCarthy's West Coast offense. Hopefully, another blow-up between Belt and myself does not ensue. The RJ Choppy Cowboys study over the McCarthy offense during the Expressway commercial.
play right here on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Is it the quarterback or is it the coach?
Yeah, coach for sure.
I know this will be Gavin Spittle's favorite segment that probably results in, you know what? It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. This is the Expressway. We're commercial free for the next 40 minutes. And I asked RJ Choppy to come up with a patented Choppy research project. And oh, man, did he come through.
Oh, thank you.
Does Mike McCarthy's West Coast offense allow the Cowboys to go down the field enough? Is he robbing Dak Prescott of the ability to be elite with the deep ball? Is Dak handcuffed? Is the ceiling on the roof? All of it. Bobby's sitting back in a very comfortable pose. I'm not sure what to make of that. But Choppy, take it away.
All right, so I did a few things here. Tell me where you want me to start. I looked at some of the intended air yards for the other quarterbacks, really that have either been with McCarthy, so Aaron Rodgers.
And intended air yards is what, and where's Dak in them right now?
He is among quarterbacks who've started every game. He's dead last. 5.5, I think it is. And so it's basically how far in the air the ball is traveling each time you throw it.
So, like, if you dump off a pass for 3 yards and the running back takes it 75, we shouldn't be counting that as a 75-yard pass. It's how far did the ball go in the air? What was the intent in terms of the depth?
And this is, I always used to joke, Joe Montana was this way. Throw 5 yards to Jerry Rice, and, Jerry Rice takes it another 75. And
sounded like a pretty serious joke.
Yeah, it was serious.
You told Montana,
you told Montana.
I told Montana what you thought, yes.
Man, it was like the knife was like right here in the side of the kidney. So I looked at that. I also looked at the average depth of target for the receivers, and that's kind of the reverse. It's how far down the field are they getting targeted. So if it's the average of the target is 9 yards, it means on average, through however many targets they have, they were about 9 yards beyond the line of scrimmage when the pass was thrown. And then finally, their first down numbers, which their success gained on first down. That's another one. So we can start with the intended air yards of others in the West Coast offense. Now, here's the problem. Bobby, how many teams currently run the West Coast offense? Like
the pure West Coast system, it's basically, that I know of, it's the Jets and the Cowboys.
Great. I love to be in a conversation offensively when we're talking about the Jets. Okay. It's fantastic. And so, really with that, now Andy Reid runs, he has a West Coast mind. He runs
has concepts in it.
Some correlation of the West Coast. But Rodgers in 2018, his last year with the Packers with McCarthy, his intended air yards per pass play was 8.8.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. Only 7 guys in the league that year were higher. 8.8 in Rodgers last year. Now, the next year they bring in Matt LaFleur, and he throws for 8.9. So the McCarthy offense, which Rodgers admittedly hated, and he thought he was hamstrung, his intended air yards were nearly identical. His MVP year in 2020 was at 8.1, so it dropped a lot without McCarthy. 2 years later, even though he hated Mike McCarthy and how he was hamstrung, he still was going.
He hated it at the end.
At the end.
And by the way, Aaron Rodgers hates everyone and everything.
Yes. Zach Wilson,
especially his family.
Zach Wilson was at 7.6. 7.6. It's 2 yards farther than Dak and McCarthy have it. The Jets are the only other team that runs that true West Coast scheme. Last year, Dak was at 8.3.
And the Jets run that with who?
Zach Wilson.
Who's the coordinator?
Hackett, right? Nathaniel Hackett.
And who is Aaron Rodgers' favorite coach in the National Football League?
Nathaniel Hackett.
So the system that he hated so much in Green Bay is now the same exact. Let me finish.
Similar, obviously different coaches and everything.
Yeah. Let's be clear. He didn't hate the system. He hates the coach.
Okay.
There is a distinction.
Fine. You made my point for me. Thank you.
I'm saying there's.
So he's not hating the system because Nathaniel Hackett had it in Green Bay, and the same thing was happening in New York for this season.
Yeah. So Zach Wilson's 7.6 is pretty high. It's not pretty high. It's a good number. I think that's
what I'm saying is if Aaron Rodgers felt so hamstrung and hated it so much in Green Bay, the same thing wouldn't be happening in New York. As Bobby is saying,
right.
More McCarthy, the person, probably at the end versus the system.
Correct. Yeah, because his last year, 2018, he was at 8 point. What did I say? It was 8.8. 8.8 is really, really good. And if we are truly running the same system that we ran in Rodgers' final year in Green Bay, that would tell you that number is if it's the same system, is more quarterback related than not. But you would have to go watch every stitch of game film to find out of both 2018 Green Bay and 2023 Cowboys to see if the routes are being run more deep, whatever. So now in terms of the wide receivers, comparatively speaking on this one, I went and looked at the Cowboys' top 3 versus the other guys in the league. So CeeDee Lamb is averaging about 10.3 yards average depth per target. So each target is about 10.3 yards downfield. Cook's at 9.9, Gallup's at 11.3. That's pretty low for Gallup, right?
Yeah.
For a guy of his skill set. Probably, I would imagine it's probably pretty low for Cooks too. So I went and looked around. Keenan Allen's really low. He's at 6.3. Mike Williams at almost 14. Justin Jefferson's at 13. 3 yards clear of CD. Olave's at 10. Robert Woods is 12. Christian Kirk's 14. Ridley's 15. Tyreek is 12, 11.5. Diggs, 11.5. Amari is at 18. Judy at 17. Terry McLaurin all the way at 7. So, for the most part, that's lower than the others. Not a lot lower than some, but lower. And you can see they're definitely throwing shorter. But again, is that the scheme, or is that Dak A looking for a safe option, shorter route, or is that the only option they're giving him? If you look at this, you see, Trevor Lawrence, he's going downfield to Kirk, downfield to Ridley. Tua's not going that deep to Tyreek, but that's kind of Tyreek, slot guy ties his game. Judy getting 17, it's insane, right?
Those are Hail Marys that they're trying to throw up when they're getting their ass kicked.
Amari getting 18. Deshaun Watson, did you say that yesterday? Deshaun Watson's intended air yards are just stupid high.
It was this past week, I believe. Let me see where he's at for the season.
And then Jefferson getting 13. Kirk he's pretty aggressive. He's aggressive.
These are the leaders in intended air yards in the NFL right now. Jordan Love, Derek Carr, Deshaun Watson, Jalen Hurts, Tua, Jimmy, Tannehill, Wilson, Stafford.
And that's all over the map. Some of those guys are pretty good. Some of those guys are meh, right? So it's all over the map on that. You can't just look at one number and get a great feel of anything. You've got to look at others in order to get the context.
So what is all this telling you?
Well, it tells me that the number that really is troubling for me to figure out is if this is a very similar system to Rodgers in 2018, why the discrepancy in the intended air yards between 5.5 and 8.8? Is it the way defenses are playing the system? Is it Dak personally wanting to play it a little bit more safe and just not press it? Or has Mike actually shrunk and reduced the time of the first cut? Right? It's
more the drop. So the quarterback drop, the step drop. If Rodgers is taking more 5 and 7 and they have Dak taking more 3
and 5,
then it's going to be boom, boom, boom. It's going to be out quicker.
And I also I wonder, I have to go back and look at Rodgers. I feel when I close my eyes think of Rodgers, I feel like his dropbacks are just slower in general.
So Rodgers' intended air yards being 8.8 that year in 2018, his time to throw was 2.95. And Dak's time to throw right now is 2.51. So Dak's getting the ball out of half a second faster. And so that's 3-step drop, boom, 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 hit. Rodgers is generally boom, 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 stop, hit.
So it could be the drop that they want to do. It could be a lot of things. It's not going to tell you anything. You have to go back and you have to see.
Sunday could have been, replacing 3 offensive linemen.
It could have been. And when you're going to replace 3 offensive linemen, you are going to want to get the ball out quicker. There's nothing wrong with short passes. Tom Brady made a living out of it.
Tom Brady.
Peyton Manning, when he started, figuring it out, he made a living out of it instead of just throwing it downfield all the time. Patrick Mahomes throws a ton of short passes. He also throws a ton of downfield ones. Dak trailing in this game. Threw 9 balls behind the line of scrimmage in a game he never led. Like, that's now again, is that offense? Is they wanted to throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage? A lot of how many of those are dump offs where there's nothing there and the defense is making you do that? And how many of that is just him just playing it safe? There's no answer today after 3 weeks.
If you want an example of the speed, just really quickly, a side note, the speed that Miami plays with. Tua leads the NFL right now. He's getting the ball out in 2.34 seconds, and yet he's 4th in air yards at 9.2. They're moving the ball 9 yards down the field on every average throw, and yet they're still getting the ball out faster than everybody.
Yeah, but Cooks is super fast. Now,
I mean, when you look at it, they're having him run a lot of speed outs. They're having him run a lot of slants. Like, even the stuff that's been intended to him, it's been, comebacks. It's been, the stuff over the middle of the field. That's generally been what they've thrown to him so far.
So what's your conclusion?
I mean, I think they're trying to throw it shorter, and I think Dak is throwing it shorter than they're actually trying to as well. Like Mike's trying to get him to A, get the ball out quick, and B, throw absolutely no interceptions.
Yeah.
Like, that's his. It seems to me that both Mike and Dak, in some form, heard a lot of the talk in the offseason about his interception numbers, and I think they both think and both know that his interception numbers were A, inflated, and B, a narrative that never should have been out there. But it's hard not to be gun shy of the narrative, and it's pretty telling that
if they both know that, then Mike should not have adjusted this much for it. If he knows that it was fluky,
you would think, but people are scared of noise. Mike doesn't. We already know Mike doesn't like all the attention on this team.
Yeah,
he wants to be back. He likes Green Bay.
I personally think that the first 2 games, they went very conservative once they got the lead to salt the game away. This is going to be an extension of the run game. Here are these little dump offs. We're just fine kicking field goals. We're totally fine just settling. They were up 26-0 early against the Giants, then they were up 33-0. Whatever you give me, it's like the reverse of the garbage stats when quarterbacks put up those numbers. We've had that conversation before. It's the reverse of it. Once you're up 26, 33-0, I don't care. I take all those numbers out. What you do offensively, schematically, strategy-wise, it doesn't matter to me. You're just trying to burn the clock. Then they were up 24-10 after 3 against the Jets. And to me, it was they're helpless offensively. All we have to do is run the clock. So I don't care what they did in the fourth quarter. That's just me personally.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm having a hard time coming up with a total answer for this when you beat the hell out of the 2 New York teams.
Yeah,
I think Sunday was, and Mike admitted yesterday, I was a little bit too run heavy on first and second down. I think Sunday started off as a fear that this offensive line, with all the replacements, would get Dak killed. And he stayed a little bit too conservative with it. That's my opinion. And overall, the strategy is going to be the defense, the offense. We're not going to lose games with the offense. We're not going to turn it over, and we're going to give our defense every opportunity to go ahead and win. Those are my thoughts.
The other side of this is all these numbers: intended air yards, average depth of target. We're only 3 games in.
Yeah.
Really to get a great idea, you need 4 or 5 weeks.
Look, the big future question is going to be what Bobby brought up last week. Are they capable of staying in a shootout? Is this offense going to be capable, X's and O's wise, of winning a shootout? Is it built in for it? Is it capable?
This offense? No. Last year's offense was. This offense is not designed to be in a shootout. The way it's designed is...
So you're telling me that Aaron Rodgers' Packers and the 49ers back in the day could not... They were incapable or didn't have the same capability as last year's Dallas Cowboys offense to be in or win shootouts?
Yeah, yes, but there's a difference. I mean, let's be fair. I think whatever you think of
design-wise.
Design, again, if I can have the same offense, and one of it is quarterbacked by Tom Brady, and the other one is quarterbacked by, just give me a really good quarterback, but not a great, an
Derek
all-time
Carr.
great, Derek Carr, and they are going to look entirely different.
But what I'm trying to get to in all this is it built in as a possibility to go deep? In that playbook, if I look at that playbook, and I asked Broadus this yesterday, if I look at this playbook compared to the other 30 in the league, 29, whatever, am I going to count less deep routes and concepts versus everybody else? That's what I want to know.
You are as the earliest part of the progression, yes. Okay. Like it's going to be the back end of the progression almost every time. And so it's because the first part of the progression, you will see almost every route almost every route combination they have, there is somebody running something that's deeper down the field. But the problem is that usually it's the progression goes here, 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 and you get to like progression 4 or 5, and that's when you're looking down the field. And so that's the problem, is that the progression is not going to lend itself to
going
a lot
first.
of shots down the field. That's not what they're going to look for.
We need to get Steve Jung on is who we need to get. Pepe, did you text Kurt Warner?
I did.
Okay. And?
I've not heard back yet.
Okay.
He said, let me know if you know what a sluggo is, and then I'll come on.
That's right. All right. So, good study.
All right. Thank you.
So,
big, fat football sandwich.
What did Broadus say to you when you asked him, by the way?
I don't know. He was like surly. I think he was eating something. I think he was mad I didn't call him back Friday, like Friday, Saturday. And he was like, do you already know what Broadus said to me?
No, I have no idea. I'm genuinely asking.
He's like, he said that Arizona was definitely playing deeper, but Bobby's not wrong. And I said, well, how can the two be?
I said they were playing deeper.
No, but you just, I know before you have this cocaine-like rush to admit you're right about something, as this show loves to do.
I'm without my Adderall,
just let me go ahead and finish it. He said that Arizona definitely was playing deeper, but he still sounded like he thought the Cowboys should have taken deeper shots and that they should have gone down the field. Kind of lending it to, yes, Bobby is correct, that they should have taken more shots in this game. So
and
that was Broadus.
Yeah, it's I'm sure it's there. Look, you cannot tell me you cannot have an offense and say that the offense is all underneath. You know, Aaron Rodgers did not just throw 5-yard passes. Like, he was throwing the ball downfield. Again, now are they allowing him or wanting him, or does he want? Did Aaron prefer a longer drop? Did Aaron prefer to hold the ball? Did Aaron prefer Aaron's got the ability of a unique unicorn arm where he could just throw the ball off his back foot,
right,
as opposed to want to step into it. You know, there are a lot of questions that go into that, and why they're not as being, why Dak's not throwing the ball as downfield as far. Why is Tua with basically the same time to throwing the ball deeper downfield than Dak Prescott is? Is it the receivers are faster? Is Tua just kind of lobbing the ball in there, perfectly placing it?
Yeah.
No stat can tell you everything.
College football kegger is coming up at 8 o'clock. This is the Expressway here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Do we have any Tolo text that we need to get to at 877-881-1053 with the depth and the deep passing game of the offense? Hey, Pay, you got any?
Nothing right now.
Here we go.
For 20 minutes, no one has written anything.
Yes, plenty
I was getting the ass right.
Here we go. Rodgers was also checking out of a lot of plays and scrambling a lot. Brian and Bobby just hate McCarthy. How far did Rodgers throw the ball with 3 linemen out? Is Tua and Hurts? Dak's not accurate, though. Until the line is fixed, none of this matters. We are running the ball. Remember that. Common denominator with Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy is having Dak at quarterback. Both seem to be failing. Almost a decade when we all stopped defending Dak and faced the facts. They had great quarterbacks in those other, Montana and Rodgers. And that's the other thing. Like, your offense, I don't care if you have Aaron Rodgers or Joe Montana in the same offense, even a guy as good as Dak's easily a top 10 quarterback, it's just going to look different than Rodgers and Montana in their prime. Even Dak knows that.
Thank you, Choppy. All right, Peyton, this whole big build-up for 40 minutes took all your concentration and effort to hit the button.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Get the hell out of that button, Peyton. Good job.
That was a great build-up.
It is Tuesday. It is time for Ask Reddit. This is when we go across the Ask Reddit forum and find the most viral questions from the last week and let you guys answer them. Let you kick them around with us on the truckhawk.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and as well on the Twitch and the YouTube. So if you're lurking in there, be sure to weigh in. RJ Choppy, this is a question made for you. I feel like.
I think it's made for me.
Is it?
If it's the one I think you're going to ask.
Oh, no. This is the one. What are you better at than 99% of people?
Oh.
I mean, the numbers would say golf. Like less than 1% of golfers can break 80.
Damn it. See, he took my answer.
That would be the easiest. So I would say golf, although I don't think anymore I am. I used to be. At this point, I don't play anymore.
You're mid.
I'm not mid. I'm just inconsistent. I'm wildly inconsistent. Like, very inconsistent.
You're like the Cowboys defense out there.
Yeah.
Sean, what are you better at than 99? Okay, fine. Peyton, what are you better at than 99% of people?
This one's easy.
Hitting buttons.
It's
Damn
driving.
right.
It's
what?
driving.
Driving.
I know for a fact I'm better than almost 100% of the people at driving.
Wow. Why? Why are you so much better? What separates you?
I can do it with my eyes closed, basically. You know,
That sounds like you're one of the worst drivers.
I can change
then.
a song. I can look at a text. I know that's not right, but I can look at stuff and I can still drive straight and not cut people off. I don't hit anyone. I am better than 99% of the people at driving.
Bro, I miss T9 texting. When you used to be able to just drive, and you could, like, if you had your hand on there, you could easily send an entire text message without ever having to look down.
You know, I think I would say like the Larry David dinner conversation spot.
Oh, you're fantastic at it. You are you because like
you can hold court.
Holding court, or like, because you're one of two people. You can stand awkward silence, Gavin Dawson, or you can't stand it. And I cannot stand it.
Yeah, like Sean will act, I mean, even a
like
general.
I sometimes I do get a little stressed out going to a dinner, and I'm like, I have to have topics.
Yeah.
I have to have 3 to 4 or 5 things to talk about for the lulls in the conversation, because I don't want that person to be bored. I don't want them to think that we're boring. And my wife laughs and she makes fun of me, and I'm like, yeah, because you don't. I'm there to save all the conversation.
Sean, actually, when we're in Oxnard, Sean has to send prep emails for dinners.
No, it's like it is. There's an art to it. It's also like
and that by the way, that's how you know you have like the perfect group of people, when you don't have to worry about that. When you're like, it comes easy. It's natural flowing. You don't have to be like, you just feel the awkward lull or not. And when you don't have it, that's your group of people, in my opinion.
And you know, like Sean, like he naturally likes to ask questions.
Yeah.
You know, and like and ask about you and what, you know, good with world topics or whatever. So it's an art to sit in the middle seat of a table, of a long, like one of those long kind of dining room tables. Sit in that middle seat, man. Everybody says you want the head of the table. Nah, the most important spot is the middle seat.
Well, the head of the table can maybe keep you. Sometimes you don't want that middle seat. You don't want to talk. You don't want to deal with it. Find a corner. What's yours?
Mine is honestly like research projects and finding like different data and stuff like that.
Nerd
I mean,
stuff.
especially just dumb, like, boring research stuff that most people just don't have the nerve to sit there and look through. Like, I'll get excited about looking through it and trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah, so from the truckwreck.com fan text, a couple shots at Bobby here. 817-214 says basically, I can't say exactly what they're saying, but better at eating cereal than Bobby.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry.
I like
Competition
Ezekiel
out there.
Elliott. Just ask. On the YouTube, Beardo says bowling. That's his. Is anybody, I feel like bowling, and Beardo may be great at it. I feel like bowling is one of those things that people overrate their ability to win, and then you stand in there. Like, they all talk like I do about everything else. They talk like bowling, then you step up there and you're like, you're not that good at it.
I don't know about that, but bowling is just one of those things where I'm always like, why don't I do this more? It's so fun. You get a group outing, and it's a blast. I feel like it's expensive.
You get a bucket of beer. You just sit there, have some beers. Well, it's
eat all the finger foods after you put your fingers all in the gutter of the ball.
You gotta have utensils with that, man. You got to.
Gross. All right, Sean, let's see if this is the one that you were anticipating I was going to ask you here for Ask Reddit. Truckwreck.com, fan text 877-881-1053.
Kids alert.
Well, yeah, kids alert. Good. You did know which one it is. What do you think, what goes through your head when you're caught looking at breasts?
When you're caught, or just when you're looking?
When you're caught.
You know, what goes through my head is, I'm probably going to get in trouble. I was thinking it was just not getting caught. Like, you want the attention. Let's be real. Very few things drive me crazier than the girl. She's got her mini skirt. She's got her barely a wife beater, whatever they call it nowadays. And it's like, I'm offended that you're staring at me or that you're looking at me. Shut up.
You know what goes
Get
through
out
my
of
head?
Here. Stop.
Yeah.
My bad, Will.
Will Chambers.
Wow, yeah.
I thought I probably had the biggest boob fetish at the station.
No, not even close.
No. Did Will bring them to the game?
No.
Dude, I had a Tolo come up to
Not
me.
enough room in the section.
Bought me my first beer, and he's like, "Where's Will's date? Where's Will's girlfriend?"
From the story that he told me, sounds like he left him in Mexico.
I know.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Sean. I think
I'm like, you wouldn't dress this way if you didn't want people staring at you.
Don't
Stop.
have boobs if you don't want me to look at them.
Yeah,
that's how I am. Like
Don't have
when I see boobs, the first thing I do is I'll text Sarah like, "Dude, you should see the girl in the gym." Matt, and she wants a picture.
You guys, how many times have you guys
been caught?
Run trips.
Trips?
Yeah.
What are we talking about here?
I'm lost.
How many times have you guys run trips?
Oh, trips. Oh, 0.
Okay.
0. Disgusted, but 0.
Okay.
I have no idea what you're saying.
What is trips?
Triple.
3. Yeah. Oh, 9.
No, I'm asking Choppy.
No, yeah.
No. Because they're always like talking about different, people, the way they look, boy, girl, doesn't matter. Let's move on.
Let's move on. Peyton, wait, what goes just through your head? I feel like you probably get busted for this a lot.
Yes, so many times. I have to play it cool. I like act like I'm looking around the girl, like I'm looking for someone, and I like kind of wait. Oh wait, am I looking at something? As soon as they make eye contact with me, I got to play it cool.
You need sunglasses.
Yes.
on.
You need RJ's goggles. Like you couldn't read his eyes yesterday. That's what you do.
All right, that's the next show bet payoff punishment.
You have to.
You got to be out. No, you got to be out in public with these goggles on. you got to be sitting in the bar. Or sitting at a restaurant, sit down dinner, wearing these goggles.
Nick and Sam. Sitting in there. They tell people to take off hats. You're not going to be allowed to wear those goggles.
I can do what I want, but you guys can't.
All right. Yeah, you can. Peyton and the truckhack.com fan text. What scares the blank out of you as an adult?
This one got dark, but it's death. It really is. I mean, thinking about being gone one day, I don't mean to bring the mood down, but it does. Sometimes I just randomly think about it. I'm like, man, I just had my 27th birthday. Thank you for all the shout outs, by the way, last week. And yeah, I just think, man, one day it's gonna all be gone.
Chop.
Death is my own mortality is a big one, but since Peyton already used it, I'll just say being alone late in life. There's nothing more sad than an old man who's got no family, no friends. They just sit in their house all day. No one, their kids, they have kids, but their kids don't come talk to them because kids don't call their parents. I mean, I live close to my mom. I see her, and I text her every now and then, but I don't text my other family the way I should. I don't text my sisters the way I should. Loneliness it's just so depressing.
You'd think you'd be putting in the work to not be lonely by texting them.
You would think. You would think.
Kind of like, well, what's the next, what big disease is going to hit me? Not death, but
the Nipah virus.
Something's coming. One of y'all said in the commercial break, like, it's just a matter of time.
Yep.
Just a matter of rolling the dice. What disease, or is my kid going to be a jerk? I don't want my kid to be an a-hole.
You don't want to raise just like a bad person?
No, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to raise a bad person. You could be dumb. I don't want you to be lazy, but just don't be a jerk. That would be a fear.
Yeah, there's a.
We probably don't have enough time left in the show for all your fears.
Oh yeah, everything exists. I've said before, and it's kind of borrowing from what Peyton said. It's not my own mortality. It's the I don't want to go before my kids reach adulthood. I feel like I want to usher them up through adulthood. So there's just this constant panic of I got to make sure that I get through them being adults. I got to be there to help usher them into adulthood. And then after that, what happens.
The 254 brings up an interesting one, becoming broke, being bankrupt, homeless.
That's The Rock.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm terrified I'm going to be broke. I'm going to lose it all. I'm going to screw it up.
It's very scary.
Yeah. Ask Reddit. Every Tuesday during the Expressway, college football kegger with coaches going at the media on the way.
RJ Choppy, There have been a couple instances of you getting emotional on the show, most notably when the Masters occurred,
Yes.
when the Masters got canceled. What song gets you emotional? This was the number one most viral question this week, by the way, on Ask Greg.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
There's two for me. The first one is, my kids did this. My oldest one, he did when he graduated preschool or kindergarten. The group sang, it's a Rob Thomas song. It's called Little Wonders. So it's not, every time I hear that, it's like, oh, crap. My kids are getting a little old. But the one that really gets me is, so my dad obviously has dementia. He has no idea who I am. Not a clue. A few months ago, I went over there and he likes to listen to music. I put it on and you can see he'll start foot tapping or just sitting there because he was a drummer. And this one song came on. It's a Gordon Lightfoot song called Sundown. And this bastard doesn't know my name. But damn it if he doesn't know every word of this freaking song. Okay, and that pissed me off to no regard. Now I just get sad about it because it's 'cause I do like the song. It's a good song. But yeah, Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot. It's another song.
Yeah.
It's a good song. And he knows every word. Every freaking word. Doesn't know my mom. Doesn't know me.
Great song.
Doesn't know how to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Doesn't know how to brush his teeth. Doesn't know how to feed himself. But geez, if Gordon Lightfoot in his brain.
Music's powerful like that. They've talked about trying to help people with Alzheimer's with music, and then a lot of times they'll tap into it. For me, the answer is easy. Well, there's two of them. One was a song called Held by Natalie Grant that my mom really liked about 2 months before she passed away, and then it was kind of fitting. The other one, though, the one I sent Payton, was a song called Eiley by a band called Too Close to Touch. So this song is massively depressing because he says there at the opening of the chorus, "Take me instead." It's about when his 3-year-old sister died when he was a teenager and how it just ruined their family, that it just broke them all up. But that one always gets me really emotional. Thanks, Cody, for sharing that one. That's how I learned of that song.
Pepe, do you have one?
I do. I mentioned it last week as well, but it's Shivers by Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran gets me going in a way. It's such a great song, but any emotion you're going through, you can, in any mood of the day, late at night, early in the morning.
But are we talking about crying?
Oh, yeah.
It sounds too upbeat, I would say.
Yeah, it's too upbeat.
The upbeat nature of it doesn't kind of get you. The music,
No, not like an exciting one. It's like maybe a Tears of Joy, I guess.
All right, we have college coaches going off on people in the media, everything you need to know, including the updated rankings. RJ Choppy's college football kegger is next.
All right, let's get over to QC Kinetics. Yeah. No easy way to get into that one. QC Kinetics will get you healthy, and we'll keep you healthy.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
College football!
Shotgun snap, back to throw. Under pressure, Ewers scrambles left. He's got running room. 25, Quinn to the 20, 15, 10-5. Touchdown, Texas. Quinn Ewers around the corner. A sprint to the end zone and a 29-yard touchdown run.
Craig Way with the call, Longhorn Radio Network. It is an odd season when the University of Texas could be number 3, and they are completely flying under the radar because of everything else that's happened to college football. It's the College Kegger here on 105 through the Fan. Texas, a 38-6 victory over Baylor. Quinn Ewers, who is in the thick, and I mean the thick of the Heisman Trophy race, with a good day, fairly clean day. Not much to really worry about as they got up on Baylor 28-6 at the break, and they just coasted this victory, Bobby.
They are fast as hell on defense. That Texas defense, I know Ewers has been a big part of it, and the fact that he's played more consistently has been a big help for them. The fact that he can actually hit the deep ball a little bit now has been a big boost for them. But, man, that defense is so fast. They fly around. They make things really difficult on opponents.
Not putting up very Heisman-y numbers in the last 2 games.
No.
So in the thick of it, I'd have to look at everyone else, but this was 18 for 23, 293, and a touchdown against Baylor, who,
Yeah, I know. They had a good game against
should have responded to my godson, Baylor. This is what you get.
Yeah.
Dave
little
Aranda.
pettiness.
Screw you, Dave Aranda.
There you go. So, this Texas team, it's on Oklahoma. It's just about Oklahoma now, and that's coming. But in Oklahoma, I'll tell you, their defense looks pretty good. Brett Venables, that's what they're going to be. They're going to be a defense-first team. They are not a great offense.
The last time you've ever said that.
What's that?
About Oklahoma.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah, they typically are not.
About the Big 12 in general.
Right.
Texas and Oklahoma play with good defenses.
But the last 2 weeks, they've played or 3 weeks. They played SMU, and they played Cincinnati. And, their offense wasn't great in either one of them. I don't even think they put up 30. I think they put up 28 and now 20. So that offense, they're going to have to keep up with Texas. But that's going to be a dogfight. It would not – Oklahoma's going to try to keep that game, under 27. Absolutely.
That one will be – I think that one's going to be a defensive struggle. Just because of how well both defenses play, how they swarm to the ball.
Was it 12-zip, that Adrian Peterson –
or what was the Roy Williams Superman play? Wasn't that one 10-6 or something like that?
Very low scoring. Yeah. We've had low scoring. We've had shootouts in this game. We've had shutouts
Red
in
River
this game.
Rivalry, not shootout.
Yes.
Shop.
And now we may have a low scoring game this year. This was a really good weekend. One of the games of the day was one that took place in Clemson, South Carolina, where Florida State was on the ropes early.
Klubnik in the gun, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Klubnik going to throw, 4th and 2, pops over the middle. Good! Incomplete! Klubnik missed his man. Let's fire up the war chant and plant the spear. Knowles win. Florida State is back on top of the ACC mountain where they belong.
31-24 in overtime. Neither team scored in the fourth quarter in this game. Florida State or Clemson. Florida State survives. That's 2 road games in a row, Boston College and now Clemson, where they did not look great. And I wonder if this team is going to get picked off somewhere along the way. Duke's not terrible. Carolina in the ACC championship games, they don't play in the regular season. might be able to get him. I don't know where that game is. I have to go check where the ACC championship game is. It might be in Charlotte. They might be able to get him. But, Florida State, this was their last hurdle before they just go undefeated on paper, at least.
Nostalgic. Yeah. I need the Seminoles and the Hurricanes to go ahead and be good.
Yeah.
That's better for my world of college football. I liked it for a second when your Boise States, and everyone came out of the blue. But I'm like, come on, give me the powerhouses I grew up with. Give me a little nostalgia.
This is good that you've got a good, Florida State being good, like you say, Miami starting to be more competitive. The fact that Penn State is returning to form a little bit, it is I think a good year for some of the old school powerhouses.
USC escapes Arizona State 42-28. This was 27-21 going in the fourth quarter. This was not a great performance by USC by any stretch.
And people were rooting against Lincoln Riley after his media move.
Oh yeah, this was a trash move. He suspended a local reporter for reporting on a conversation that the reporter had heard between two players. What do you think of that? You're in the locker room today.
I think USC's totally justified.
Okay.
Honestly, because here's the thing: is that he had been apparently warned several times about reporting on that, whether the rules are dumb or not. The rules are the rules, and he had been warned apparently several times from doing things like this, and then he went and did it again. And so they were like, "All right, dude, if I would have blatantly broke different rules with the Cowboys, they would have done something at some point."
So the story is that the reporter for the Orange County Register was doing a story on one of the players who had a shyness, a general shyness about him.
Like a Zach Greinke?
Kind of. And he didn't give necessarily the details of the conversation. He also kind of did, but it was nothing about football. It wasn't important. But he had just overheard this player talking to another player, and he just kind of gauged and detailed the interaction. And it was not a bad piece. It was kind of a fluff piece on the guy. But also, I'm stunned. You can get away with this in Norman. The media wagons, or the media is just generally they'll just acquiesce. I'm surprised in LA he'd get away with this.
Well, USC is a pro team out there, right?
I mean, the money would say so.
The
money that flows around that team, the type of attention they get, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, like I say, there are specific rules about where I can report on different things or what I'm allowed to, where I'm allowed to take photos or videos, or there are certain rules that if I just disregarded them over the course of several weeks, the Cowboys would be upset.
Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong on that one. So, but anyway, that USC, they escape against Arizona State. Oh, game of the day in South Bend, Indiana. Ohio State survives.
McCord in the shotgun. Trainum off his right hip. Too wide to the right. Snap McCord. Hands to Trainum. Straight ahead. End zone. Touchdown. Chip Trainum. For the second straight week. Bogey. The converted linebacker finds the end zone, and that'll win it for Ohio State.
All right, so Ohio State wins 17-14. On the final two plays of this game for Notre Dame. Final two plays. They had 10 men on the field. 10 men. Their head coach is Marcus Freeman. He was asked why he only had 10 men on the field for the final two plays.
Yeah, we were trying to get a fourth D lineman on the field, and I told him just stay off because we can't afford a penalty. I didn't have any timeouts, right? So we couldn't afford a penalty there. And yeah, it's on us. We've got to be better.
Before that, when the game comes down to that last play like that, what's the message to the team in the huddle before they get out on the field?
Freaking win the interval. That's all I said. There was really two plays. We called a timeout on third down, right? And so there's two plays really to be prepared for in that situation. And so, they went and threw it incomplete pass, had 3 seconds left, and we couldn't get a timeout, right? We were out of timeouts. You can't really, crowds loud, you can't relay a message. And so, I told them we're probably going to run the same call twice. And that's what we ended up doing.
I'm blown away.
Look, I don't know Marcus Freeman. I don't care about Notre Dame anymore. He sounds incompetent with this story. People are like, why didn't you commit a penalty? Commit a penalty down there in order to reset and get your personnel, get the extra man on. And it's like he doesn't want to admit that, or it doesn't sound like he knows. It only would have cost them 6 inches because they were down there at the 1 anyway.
Yeah.
So you commit the penalty, you reset, you stop the game, you get your personnel on. This is turned into a mess.
It's a mess.
He is managing to overshadow Ryan Day with this disaster in terms of coaching.
Yeah, because Notre Dame is a legit title contender this year if they had gotten past this game. They got a quarterback. They got a good team. They have USC at home. They go to Duke. That was the only other game. Maybe at Clemson in November. I mean, they were a team that was going to go basically probably go undefeated if they had gotten past this game, or at least had a really good chance of it. And now, who knows, right? Now, look, a one-loss Notre Dame has a very good chance of getting in. They do. They got a very good chance of getting in the tournament. But, so that was big. Now, after the game, Ryan Day was – well, first of all, let's play Lou Holtz first.
Yeah.
This is Lou Holtz of the Pat McAfee show that Ryan Day took issue with.
Notre Dame is a better football team than Ohio State.
Love hearing that. Please, Coach.
And let me tell you why. We have the best offensive line in the country. Sam Hartman won't even get his dirty all year. He has time to throw the football. The offensive line, we have great running back. Esteem is averaging about 10 yards a carry. We have great receivers. So offensively, we're set. Defensively, our defensive line's better. And you look at Coach Day, and I coached at Ohio State under Woody Hayes. We won the national championship when I was there.
That's right.
So I'm proud of that. However, he has lost to Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, Michigan twice, and everybody that beats him does so because they're more physical than Ohio State. And I think Notre Dame will take that same approach.
Okay. Man.
Notre Dame legend in front of the home crowd.
Yeah. That is not an offensive. That is not a shot at Ryan Day or at Ohio State. All it is saying they've lost to those teams. Tell me the lie. Where's the lie? They've lost to all those teams and they got out physical in all those games.
Did he call them soft? This is what triggered Ryan Day.
That's what triggered Ryan Day. So in the post game, Ryan Day. Meanwhile, after a TikTok guy picked this up, the audio is not very good. After Ryan Day went up to his SID, his PR guy, right before the interview, and told him, watch this. So this was planned, Ryan Day.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. What he said about our team, I cannot believe. This is a tough team right here. We're proud to be from Ohio, and it's always been Ohio against the world, and it'll continue to be Ohio against the world. But I'll tell you what, I love those kids, and we got a tough team.
It wasn't even Ohio against 11 players, much less.
It was 10. Ohio against 10 players.
I was sitting there in my living room, disgusted over this.
Yeah.
I know Ryan did. Now I understand the heat that this guy catches. There's just some people when you look at them with the job that they have or the moment they're in, and you're like, this is too big for them. You don't act like that. You're going to sit there and go, now I know he's going to try to inspire his team, but you can tell he took that personal. That wasn't just a bulletin board thing. He was so emotional and so worked up. What a tool.
Yeah.
What a tool reaction
Big-time tool
from Ryan
man.
Day. You got old man Lou Holtz sitting there in front of his school, getting everyone hyped up like Corso does on game day in front of the home crowd every single week. And you took it that personal, man. Act like you've been there, dude.
Go get some more Just for Men and blacken your beard some more.
and he was right. Ohio State didn't sack. They didn't sack Sam Hartman the entire game. So
wow, yeah,
they did keep him clean.
So there you go. That's Ryan Day. Now you mentioned Lee Corso. We already talked about the Colorado-Oregon game. Oregon destroys them, and it's you talk about Lee Corso. Washington State played Oregon State.
Yeah, they did.
That was a great game, and these are two really good teams. Two teams that have legitimate chances to win the Pac-12. The coach of Washington State, Jake Dickert, he went after, of all people, he went after poor Lee Corso.
Nationally, there's a lot of noise out there. I mean, I caught something this morning, and I was just watching Game Day. Corso comes on and he says, the no one watches bull. And I don't really understand that. What's the merit once again? Because the facts say people watch the Cougs, and the people watch the Cougs more than every team that's left over in the Big 12. Okay, so Coach Corso, he's at the point now where they give him the sheet and he reads off of it and they try to make a joke, but it didn't even make sense. Okay, it's well documented. what ESPN has done to try to, get our league and to where it's at. And I would love to have a conversation with Coach Corso about, the value that he sees in breaking up the premier West Coast Conference. Okay, and I'd also love to have a conversation with Coach Corso about how he thinks, student athletes and mental health and flying them all over the country is a positive thing. I'm open to those conversations.
I look.
Let me say this: if Corso did say that the Nobody Watches Bowl, I think this coach is more justified than Ryan Day getting worked up and upset. The Nobody Watches Bowl is a tremendous insult.
Oh, it's a tremendous insult.
It's a big insult.
It really is, because this is the pack.
And this guy was way less douchey than Ryan Day.
Yeah, this is the
but
pack.
Man,
two.
he almost stepped on that. He almost stepped on that dementia, Alzheimer's line. He almost went over.
Yeah, Lee had a stroke.
Yeah.
Apparently, the actual quote, he was misquoted a little bit. He said the Nobody Wants Us Bowl. That's what Lee said.
The Nobody Wants Us Bowl.
Okay.
Which is, again, tell me the lie. If anybody wanted you, the ACC or the Big 12 would have picked him up.
He said the number's so different, Chop.
Well, is he right that more people watch Washington State than any of the remaining Big 12 teams minus, obviously Texas and OU? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what Texas Tech ratings are. I have no idea.
Pretty good when they play Texas.
College football kegger with Ralph James every single Tolo Tuesday at this time. Jared Sandler. Are the Rangers locked into the postseason? Rangers play-by-play and insider Jared Sandler after another Rangers W next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The 2-2, a swing, and there's a drive down the left field line. Fair or foul, certainly home run distance. It's off the foul pole extension. Home run, Mitch Garver. The Rangers go back-to-back here in the 6th off of Jimmy Herget and lead for the first time tonight, 2-1.
And they added one more with Nate Lowe. They win their 6th straight. The home runs are just getting churned out. 6 against Seattle the game before, 4 last night, and they have a 2.5-game lead over the Astros. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Jerry Jones has moved to tomorrow. 7:30 Expressway.
All right.
Jerry Jones not running from the debacle in Arizona. Or we could just make this guy feel more important and say we bumped Jerry for Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider.
I think it's a great idea.
On the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. What up?
Guys, I know we might have 72 hours of Cowboys pre- and post-game coverage, but Jerry Jones waits for the Rangers. All right, let's get one thing clear here.
Did you catch any heat for co-jinxing the Rangers with RJ Choppy's goggles he wore yesterday?
No, because in 2015, I was ill-prepared, and I'll never forget Keone Kella poured an entire bottle of champagne on me without goggles, and I proceeded for the next 15 minutes to try to interview people blind. And Adrian Beltre, who thankfully in that moment was super compassionate to my struggle, as I was blindly reaching out with a mic towards his face, little did I know I was in the total wrong direction. He took my hand and put it in front of his mouth. And this was on the field, and I actually had a buddy capture that on camera, which was kind of embarrassing. So I've got to be prepared. I might have jinxed my own personal experience because I'm not going to be there anymore. So no goggles necessary right now, but I do appreciate the selflessness of one RJ Choppy. One of the most selfless acts in RJ Choppy's life, by the way. I really
Not many of them.
It. I know.
I thought you were going to be mad that he kind of outed you as someone that was jinxing this as well.
I don't believe in that garbage, Sean. Come on, let's go. Let's be real here, all right?
Oh,
I don't believe in it.
Not a baseball guy.
No, I don't. I didn't. By asking for goggles, that's confidence right there. All right, it's the same confidence that Sean Payton had when he decided to call out Nathaniel Hackett before his ass got embarrassed by giving up 70 points to the Dolphins. I'll tell you what, Sean Payton, I know you got DFW roots. Maybe you have a friend, family listening. I went to Green Hill School. Our football program's really struggled. I really like our head coach. Seems like he's got things going in the right direction. But maybe we'd consider hiring you as an offensive coordinator. So I'll tell you what, you are an overrated NFL coach, and people who thought that Sean Payton was the Dallas Cowboys savior are absolutely laughable. This guy rode Drew Brees' coattails. He is a more in shape Mike McCarthy. There's nothing that is a savior about Sean Payton. He's fine. He's an okay NFL coach. He's not bad. He's an okay NFL coach, just like Mike McCarthy. But the idea that Sean Payton was thrusted onto this throne as some savior is one of the biggest jokes in the fiction section in some library down the street. That guy's an absolute clown, and I hope the Broncos go 0-17.
Did he cut
that's
you?
right, baby.
Did he cut you off in a South Lake town square parking lot or something? What happened
Bobby,
here?
I'm not rich enough to step foot in South Lake. Let me tell you that first of all. Second of all, I'm big on diversity, equity, and inclusion. But no, I just think it's crap when you call out, him calling out my guy Nathaniel Hackett. All right, Nathaniel Hackett did not do a good job in Denver. All right, we're not disputing that. But for him to call out Nathaniel Hackett like his you-know-what doesn't stink, and he did that thinking, I'm about to go 14-3, or I'm about to go 13-4, and I'm going to absolutely show how great of a coach I am because I'm going to take one guy's trash and I'm going to turn it into gold. And look what's happening. He's fallen on his face. The guy seems so smug and arrogant, and I can't stand him, especially after he made the comments that he made. It's just, whether you like Nathaniel Hackett or not, those comments were unnecessary. Who the heck are you? You literally need to be writing Drew Brees a thank you card every single day for the reputation that you've established.
Thank you.
I love it.
It's amazing that somebody else finally says what we've been saying, that Sean Payton is a product of Drew Brees.
I may have to take a little L on that, but more on that later. How have the Rangers done this? Are you kidding me? From last week to this week, now you're 2.5 games up in the division. How?
Well, because Sean Payton's not their head coach.
There you go.
They've gone back to the formula that they had for most of the first half, and that's just going to sound silly and simple, but score a lot of runs early and give your pitching, starting and your bullpen cushion to work with. The Rangers, the biggest surprise to me, like someone asked me, are you surprised they turned things around? And my answer is, I'm surprised they haven't run into a stretch here over the last few weeks where they've had to play a bunch of close games consecutively, because that's where a bullpen that has had the issues the Rangers bullpen has had gets really challenged in a tough way. Now, on Saturday, they did win a 2-0 game. That was close from the start. On Sunday, they won a game that eventually was close, but that was more the formula they had in the first half. They got up 7-2, they were up 9-5, and they held on. And so, as this bullpen is trying to figure things out, that's the way you protect them, is by winning games like they did over the weekend, and then winning a game like yesterday. You didn't have you didn't have Jose Leclerc. I think Bruce Bochy wanted to stay from Aroldis Chapman. Probably not the best circumstance to win a game 3-2 or 4-2, and they end up getting up 5-1, and then they can ride Jonathan Hernandez and Andrew Heaney out of the bullpen until the final out. So I know it sounds silly. Of course, if you score a lot of runs, you're going to win, but there are teams that are more equipped to win games 5-3 and 4-2, and the Rangers aren't one of them, and they've avoided having to do that regularly, and that's allowed them to protect their bullpen.
Are they a team that you would want to see in the postseason or try to avoid at all costs?
That's a great question. So we've been getting asked this question through the Rangers lens. Who do you want to see? Who do you want to avoid? And, this isn't the NBA playoffs, whereas a 1 seed you could face, an 8, 9, 10 seed or whatever in the first round. And, it's a team that is you look at and you're like, that's a playoff team? What? Yeah. It doesn't work that way in baseball, right? All these teams are good. Even the Minnesota Twins, who they're going to win a division. I think they're potentially the weakest team in the American League. That's still a good team, right? They're not a bad team. I think if I'm being honest, if I was in my role for the Twins, I'd probably say bring on the Rangers.
Yeah.
I would look at the lineup and I would think, well, yeah, they're a playoff team. There's going to be some part of this team or a few parts that are really good, but I'd look at the bullpen, fair or unfair, and I'd say, yeah, bring them on. Let's play some close games and let's see if they can win. Now, if I'm the Rangers, I'm firing back and saying, hammer this. Let's go play the Twins. They're beat up. They're very, righty dominant or righty dependent. They struggle against lefties. We've got some good lefties in our rotation and in our bullpen. I'll take my chances on a team that, won the worst division in baseball. But I think that if I was someone talking about the potential playing the Rangers, I don't think I would be too scared. No, I mean, that doesn't mean that the Rangers are going to get rolled over or anything. If you were to look at it through another lens, I think you'd look at the bullpen and say, yeah, I'll take my chances.
Jared Sandler joining us here on 105 through the Fan. How will they approach, the final few games here of this regular season? Because how much time is there now between, if they have the bye, between the last game and the playoffs to where they set up their rotation and they alter pitching starts?
Yeah, my understanding is that I think Saturday, not this Saturday, a week from this Saturday would be game 1 of the ALDS for the Rangers. So let's just say they had to take this down to the wire. They had to start on Sunday or had to use on Sunday guys who, would be candidates to start game 1. They'd still be able to get them ready because Montgomery and Eovaldi are going to go early the front half of that series against Seattle. So they would be ready for game 1. They got plenty of time to set their rotation if they win their division. Now, a lot of people will tell you that while you're not going to not win your division if you have the opportunity and get the bye, there are some challenges in taking a few days off. From a hitting standpoint, you maybe lose your rhythm a little bit. You face a team that just won a series, so they got some momentum. One of the advantages, though, is that you are able to set your rotation, and if the Rangers win their division and get the bye, then they'll have that ability to do so.
I love how they've used Heaney out of the pen, lately. Is that going to be his for sure role in the postseason, you think?
Yeah, I don't see him getting a start, especially, if they end up playing a team like Tampa Bay that crushes lefties, a team like Houston that crushes lefties. There's more of a likelihood they play Houston than Tampa just because they couldn't play Tampa as it stands now until the ALCS. But, yeah, I think so. I guess there's a chance maybe as an opener they would use Andrew Heaney, in maybe that fourth game. It depends on the status of John Gray. It depends on how they feel about Dane Dunning. But I do think that Andrew Heaney's role is most likely as a reliever. You got to figure Eovaldi, Montgomery are going to get starts. John Gray, if he's healthy with the way he pitched last night, he'll probably get a start even if on a short leash. Same with Dane Dunning. So now you've got a few guys you can use as piggybacks in the bullpen like Bradford, who's going to start tonight, Andrew Heaney, Martin Perez. I think that the Rangers really like the way that Andrew Heaney has pitched out of the bullpen, and I think it's a role that really makes sense for him right now.
Jared, the Rangers are 71-45 when Josh Jung plays, and they are 16-21 when he's out. Is he just that integral to this team's success? Because when you look at other guys on the team that when they've been missing in action, the record does not swing nearly as dramatically as it does there. Is it just he's that important to what they do on offense and what they do defensively, or do you think that just has broken out that way because of where some streaks have fallen?
Yeah, I think it's more that last one, Bobby. I think it's more the latter than the former. That's not to take away from Josh Jung's value, but the Rangers thrived when Corey Seager was out early in the season, and that's because guys were really hitting the ball well. Well, when Josh Jung got hurt, that coincided with a rough stretch for Adolis Garcia, and then Adolis got hurt. Coincided with Marcus Semien kind of having a rough stretch. Leody Taveras, same thing. Their bullpen, that was when the bullpen was at its worst. The Rangers had an opportunity to be 21-16 instead of 16-21 during that stretch, but they were unable to protect leads, and so there's no doubt Josh Jung brings value, right? I think it's unfortunate the injury takes him out of consideration in all likelihood for the Rookie of the Year, and maybe more significantly to me, the Gold Glove. I mean, this guy has been outstanding, and that series win over Seattle, the sweep, he made 3 or 4 really, really good defensive plays at critical moments, especially that play to end the game on Saturday night. So there's no doubt this team is better with Josh Jung in the lineup, with Josh and Adolis back, and with Adolis hitting well. It stretches their lineup once again, so they've got that 1 through 9 depth that makes them so dangerous. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the reason the Rangers struggled was exclusively because of Josh Jung's absence. There were just so many things at the same time that, like a confluence of bad things, guys that were slumping, injuries, whatnot, that all kind of took place within that 3-4 week stretch that contributed.
Thank you, brother. We'll get you a visor to go along with the goggles.
See you, fellas.
Jared Sandler on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline on fire. Mm-hmm. Is Ezekiel Elliott what's missing in the Cowboys red zone? Below the belt is next.
Let's get your carpet clean.
Through the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
My belt.
Robert Griffin III, RG3. He may be Superman, but he's also an idiot. Because he thinks the biggest problem the Cowboys have encountered, no more Zeke. They're not getting those 1.9 yards per carry anymore. He was on Get Up this morning.
Someone tweeted that yesterday. I don't know whether it was Jay Tuck or something. It's not Justin Tuck. But it was like Cowboys red zone problems. And if it's not that individual, I apologize for attributing that to you. But someone put out a little video of Zeke running inside the red zone, and that physicality is what's missing.
Yeah, look, now is there something to be said for he could get some tough yards and could barrel forward? Sure. Is this record any different with Ezekiel Elliott on this football team than not? Probably not, is what I would say. But he was on Get Up this morning, Robert Griffin III was, and they were talking about the Cowboys' red zone issues. Like, what's the deal? Is this about Mike McCarthy calling plays instead of Kellen Moore? No, not so, says RG3.
Everyone's going to say it's because Kellen Moore's not calling plays anymore, but that's not the point. The fact of the matter is they missed Ezekiel Elliott, right? Everyone said he was washed, but for him, in short yardage situations and near the goal line, he was 17 for 21 on conversions last year on 3rd and 4th down. For them, on 3rd and 1s and 4th and 1. So for me, it's like everyone needs to apologize to Zeke, right? Tony Pollard is a great running back, but he's not a finisher like Zeke was in the red zone.
Okay. So this is dumb. This is a dumb point. Choppy, you seem like you have some thoughts. I'm gonna let you hit it.
Like generally from between the 20s, absolutely. I do think there is some value in a goal line guy or a guy that's a short yardage back that just can get, but from.
Are the Cowboys coming up short on 3rd and 1?
Yeah,
see, that's the question.
So he said 17 and 21, right? That's what he said the conversion rate was?
Well, what is that?
The Cowboys are 7 of 8 this year in 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 when they run the ball. They're 87%. They've gone up.
Yeah.
This is dumb. In fact, let's look at last year in the red zone. Ezekiel Elliott, 35 carries, 97 yards. He was 2.7 yards per carry in the red zone. That was compared to other guys who carried the ball at least 3 times in the red zone for the Cowboys. Tony Pollard, 4.3. Dak Prescott, 5.2. Malik Davis, 5.3.
Numbers can sting.
They can.
They can really sting.
17 of 21, and that's good. That's it's a little over 80%. It's good, but they've seen no decline. Their issue is right now, we talked about it earlier today, the issue in the red zone for this football team right now is they are not getting the ball to their playmakers. Jake Ferguson has 8 targets. That's 2 more than Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, and CeeDee Lamb combined. Brandon Cooks, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup have 0 receptions in the red zone. None.
Wow.
There's 6 targets, 0 completions. All the completions this year are to Turpin, Pollard, Schoonmaker, and Ferguson. Those are the only guys who have caught passes in the red zone this year.
Lazy point. Do a little bit of work. Actually try to watch the games, RG3. And I do find him very entertaining on television. Mike McCarthy yesterday did say, I wish I'd been a little more aggressive in passing on 1st and 2nd down. They will emphasize red zone work this week. And I need to get my backup offensive lineman some more reps. Maybe that will happen if and when Tyron Smith hopefully retires. Stop holding this team hostage with it.
And I mean, is there anything we looked at over the last few weeks and thought, like, yeah, man, the problem is just the Cowboys can't run it? Like even with the backup offensive lineman in there, they were gashing the Cardinals in the run game the other day. Like, that wasn't the issue at all. The issue is, at time, in this particular game, at times it was pass protection. The issue is coming up and being able to design, space or finish plays or whatever else in the red zone.
At least 3 Dak throws, an issue too. Being off. Overthrow the second game. Underthrow this game. The god-awful interception. Those are issues as well.
What is Dak's? Does he like or not like, or is he not good, or is he at that fade route in the corner of the end zone?
It's just dependent on who it's been over his career. CeeDee Lamb and him have hit it well. Early on, he and Gallup did not. They do now. I mean, we haven't seen it so much over the last year, but he and Dez never connected on it. But it's just, I think it's kind of dependent on who it is, who's actually got it. Now, here's the one thing you can't say about the red zone.
I can't think of a single time. Can you?
I just can't believe we're having a conversation about his actual ability. That never happens. We're not just talking about his leadership and his traits.
Well, I mean,
wow, you're talking about it actually an X's and O's point within the game.
Good personality.
My mind is blown. Blown.
Now, I will say, obviously Zeke was incredibly inefficient relative to the other guys on the team last year running the ball in the red zone. And you look at how they've run in short yardage situations, they've been fine. Now, the running within the red zone, not just talking about the 3rd and 4th and 1 like RG3 wanted to make about. If he wanted to make an actual point, he could talk about just in general red zone running, because Tony Pollard has 24 carries. He's already pretty close to the number of carries Zeke had in the red zone all of last year. He's just about 10 off. He has 2.3 yards per carry in the red zone this year, Pollard. That's half of what he had last year.
Props to Rico as well. Star up Rico Dowell. Rico and Tony Pollard with those with that run game. McCarthy said he ran a little too much, definitely with 3 minutes left, but Zeke Elliott makes his return this Sunday to Arlington.
How much do you care about that angle in this game? Do you?
Like
none.
25%. The only reason it's that high is because the Patriots are so boring and disinterested. I'm disinterested in their entire team. They're so boring. So I'm rooting for Zeke to have success in this game.
I mean, look, that would be a great storyline.
Not to the tune of a win.
Yeah, that would be a great storyline for the Cowboy haters, like the Dan Orlovskis, the RG3s, the Stephen A's. They would absolutely love that storyline. But I haven't really, truthfully, because I don't. He's not. Is he like a focal point of their offense? Like, no. Like,
he's second in scrimmage yards for him. He's been involved.
That says more about the Patriots than that says more about Mac Jones.
Now he gave a really generic quote yesterday when he was asked in Patriots availability, like, "Hey, you excited to go back?" And he's like, it was a very Jason Garrett quote. It was like, "Spent a lot of time there. Excited to get back there and play where I've spent a lot of time." It's like,
his morphing since the streets of Uptown has been impressive. It really has. Since all the stories, all the partying, all of this, all of that.
Got to calm down when you're not good anymore. I mean, honestly, that's part of it right there. Now, when you look at red zone efficiency for the year, last year the Cowboys in the red zone averaged 3.63 yards per carry. This year it's 2.66. So they're down about a yard in that respect. Obviously, you've got a full season sample size, but the passer rating in the red zone for Dak last year, 106. He had 16 touchdowns, 1 pick, 65% completions. This year he has 45% completions in the red zone. He has 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. His passer rating is 75. So his passer rating's dropped about 30 points. So,
yeah. I wonder how much it's very small. It's only 3 games in.
It is.
Like he could really have. We're so early in the season that Dak could go 3 for 3 in the red zone next week with conversions and 5 of 6 passing, and all of a sudden those numbers shoot up, and he's trending towards his career average.
Sure, he is exactly halfway, though, to his red zone attempts from last year. So, I mean, it's not full sample size, but he's halfway to it, and his completion percentage is down 20 points.
He's halfway to his red zone attempts?
He has 24 attempts in the red zone this year. He had 49 last year.
How is he halfway?
Because the offense is rolling. The offense is cruising on down there.
Is that what
all
you
the
took
attempts?
I wouldn't have taken that.
There are all these attempts already happening in the red zone because they're getting down there, leading the National Football League in 10-play drives and red zone opportunities. It is improvement, Jerry.
Or is that because they scored faster in the red zone when they got there last year and they're not this year? I mean, I don't know. Like, there could be anything.
Pollard has more carries in the red zone this year than he had all of last year.
Well, that makes sense.
I mean, he was
the offense.
He had Zeke had 35, Pollard had 23 last year. Pollard this year has 24. So he's already getting close to Zeke. He is on pace to pass Zeke by week 5. I mean, they're running a ton of plays in the red zone, but it's coming up with field goals.
Yeah. So it's a smaller problem. The bigger problem is not getting there.
You are Mr. Glass half empty, and you're half full on this one.
No, it's like having a lead in the 8th. It's like having a lead in the 8th.
With yes,
it's a problem.
At least you got it.
At least you got it.
Yeah. Do you think this year's offense is better than last year's, though?
The offense?
Yeah.
Do I think it's better? No. It's not more high-powered. Like the capability of it. But again, you guys don't look at and don't care about the capability of the negative on the other side.
So when you say
you only look, it's like looking at just offense in the NBA. No one cares about defense. No one cares about that side of it. Mike McCarthy's job is to worry about how it affects the entire team and not just, trying to put up 50.
So do you think that last year's offense negatively impacted the defense? Or do you think Mike, you're just saying that's what Mike thinks?
I think that's what Mike thinks. And I think that
that's fair. I think he does think that. I think he's wrong, but I think he thinks that.
Yeah, I think he's got. You may as well have Bill Parcells coaching this thing.
Yeah, if Mike really thinks that,
Hall of Fame legend.
If Mike really thinks that, though, he never went to the barn. like ever. He never spent a second in the barn.
Well, maybe he's again for the 30,000th time. He's seen the reality of his quarterback.
Hey, that very well was true.
And he's like, if we're not getting out of it. We're not getting out of it. And I heard Sean and RJ agree he can't carry us to a title. And since we're not getting out of it, this is the way we win a title.
Yeah, no, that's may be
That's
true.
what I believe he's thinking.
I don't know that you're wrong. I don't know that you're wrong. That's his thought process.
With your analogy though about you got the lead in the 8th,
yeah.
Then this red zone offense is the Rangers bullpen. That's what they are.
It is,
and that's like incredibly troubling that he can't come up with anything.
Oh
as
my
a
God!
design and response.
It's 1 week. 3 weeks of it. It's incredibly troubling. They're 2-1. They're the story of the NFL after 2 weeks. You just want to highlight. You just want to highlight and magnify. Every single person on that TV was kissing Mike McCarthy's ass last week on national television, praising him as a genius.
And after the Jets game, and I told you he wasn't a genius, and if they put out that offensive, and I said
you're not objective.
And I said if they put out that offensive output in a game that was close, I didn't want to hear anybody whining about it. Because this is the reality of what
lose your
their offense
credibility
is.
when you come in here bitching about Mike McCarthy's offense versus that crappy defense.
It's not
that
good.
Soft, spineless defense. Be objective.
It's not.
That's all I am asking.
Yeah,
be objective.
Objectively, if you
be
get
objective.
that
was the defense.
Again,
that was the defense. Stupidity of penalties. Then you can talk about the red zone offense. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, Thursday night football, and Patrick Walker hopefully slaps Bobby around next.
Secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts in the gun. He's back. He steps up. He's looking. Still looking. Has time. Lets it go. And it is complete. Touchdown! 11 Zacchaeus. You give Jalen Hurts enough time. Zacchaeus got open, and Jalen threw a 34-yard strike.
Final hour. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell doing some triceps, along with Pepe and Ryan in the back. Are you do not breathe like that into the mic. Do not breathe like that. We got Eagles Radio already annoying us, and Bobby's going to do his best. Is it impressive that Philadelphia is not playing their best and 3-0, scary, or are you encouraged that they haven't looked dominant and maybe they're not as good as last year? Is it like a sleeping giant waiting to wake up and they're still stepping on everyone, or okay, they can be had? I already know Bobby's predictable answer.
Well, I mean, yeah, like they can be had. The Cowboys could absolutely beat Philadelphia
today.
Oh yeah, I mean, but
or maybe not today.
They could have played them last year in the playoffs and beat them. Like I firmly believe that they could have beat them in the postseason last year. It's just they're probably not as good as they were last season. That's to be expected. Defense generally doesn't carry over year to year. They've got new parts. They lost some players on their defense anyway. So yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. They got a new running back. Not that that matters, but they do have a new running back. So it's not exactly the same team as it was last year.
Yeah, this is a team that can be had. I mean, honestly, the thing is that last year you felt like the pass rush covered over some of the deficiencies that they had in the secondary. That's why Dallas was able to take advantage of it at the end of the year. That's why Mahomes was able to take advantage of it. The secondary was a little bit of smoke and mirrors. They've lost all of their linebackers. All of their linebackers are gone. But the biggest thing to me is defensively, what they are now compared to last year in terms of ability. I think they're just thinner. And then in the not the passing game, just with the offense, I think teams are going to start having responses to Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts will have to adjust to it just as much as defenses had to adjust to him last year. And so teams are adjusting, teams are finding answers. It's just like how teams adjusted to Lamar Jackson after a while. Lamar Jackson can still run for a lot. Lamar Jackson doesn't get the same easy throwing lanes he got the year that he broke out. I think it's just the same thing for Jalen Hurts, and they have showed that they can respond.
Meanwhile, hideous football between the Rams and the Bengals. That was the first time Cincinnati won a game without Joe Burrow throwing a touchdown pass. Burrow gutted it out. He said, we just cannot afford to go 0-3. What other team in the NFL besides Cincy does not have a first half touchdown?
What other team besides Cincy does not have a first half touchdown? Let's go Chicago.
The Jets.
The Giants. The Giants do not have a first half touchdown, along with the broken Bengals offense. But the Rams fall to 1-2.
This is Burrow has not looked great. This is the bottom, starting number 23 overall on. This is the bottom third of the league in QBR this year. Jalen Hurts, Andy Dalton, Sam Howell, Trevor Lawrence, Anthony Richardson, Joe Burrow, Desmond Ridder, Bryce Young, Kenny Pickett, Ryan Tannehill, Zach Wilson, and then at the very bottom, Justin Fields. So you've got Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, and Jalen Hurts in the bottom third of the league in QBR after 3 weeks.
I mean, it is early. I mean, is that ESPN's one? Because there are some.
I mean, it is their formula.
They've got there are other sites that don't even have QBR listed yet. Just because it's so early.
Well, they created QBR, so they're going to have it up there consistently. But I mean, it's just it's been a rough start for Hurts and Burrow to start the year.
All right, let's get to RJ Choppy's NFL overreactions or not. You didn't miss Jerry Jones today. He's going to join us tomorrow, 7:30 during the Expressway. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20.
All right, here we go. Overreaction or not. Sean Payton's legacy will be stained by the end of his tenure with Denver.
Woo!
Real quick, through 3 games, Russell Wilson, 791 yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 picks, 99.5 passer rating, 65% completion percentage.
Not an overreaction. This is, if this goes as poorly as it looks like it's going to, then yeah, people are going to remember this.
So 2 different answers. How will people remember it? People are never going to forget 70. Ever. That's like the NFL's wilt. I'm not going to hold this against Sean Payton until I see the next quarterback. That's why I thought it was foolish / arrogant to take this job, because I believed Russ was done and cooked. What's the backup plan? Who's the next QB? But no, it's not an overreaction, because the chances of him drafting the answer are 50-50 or lower. So, I mean, how long is he going to coach? I don't know. But no, I'll say it's not an overreaction just because, and he made it worse by running his mouth. He made it worse by chirping at Nathaniel Hackett and taking those cheap shots that Jared Sandler reminded us of an hour ago.
Let me tell you something. Russ ain't the problem.
You got to say it like that. You got to say it in the only way to say it.
Mr. Unlimited.
No, let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. Russ ain't the problem right now. Russ.
Who's more unlikable, by the way, Sean Payton or Russell Wilson?
Wow.
Man, Russell Wilson didn't Heisman us on Radio Row. So
that's true.
No, it's Russ.
Russ is 14th.
Just play that clip and I'll remember it's Russ.
Russ is 14th in expected points added and 13th in QBR. He ain't the problem this year.
I haven't watched them enough.
I haven't either. They're boring as hell.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because the defense is pretty bad. Mike McDaniel is the best offensive mind in the National Football League.
Not an overreaction for sure. What?
I mean, in terms of, is there a conversation? Yeah, it's an overreaction to say it as definitively he is. Like, I think so. Shannon, like, I mean, they started off really hot last year. People were talking about them the same way 3 weeks through the year last year.
That's true.
And so, Kyle Shanahan.
And then what happened?
And then things fell apart.
Why?
But I'm just saying that, right, because they lost their quarterback.
Okay,
What happened? What happened? San Francisco lost their quarterback. San Francisco skyrocketed. I'm saying that Kyle Shanahan is the best offensive mind in football until proven otherwise.
Aren't you a Mike McDaniel hater?
No, McDaniel's probably a top 5.
Probably a top
Probably a
5?
top 5.
That's insulting. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
He's called plays for a year and 3 games. Like, I mean, we'll see.
It's not an overreaction. He's a slurper of Shanahan, and for some reason hates Mike McDaniel.
I don't hate Mike
I think Bobby views himself like McDaniel, like they like hip hop and stuff, and he just views himself as like having more street cred.
There you go. Absolutely.
Tom Brady.
Here we go. Let's stay with Miami. The only quarterback better than Tua is Patrick Mahomes.
We're not talking about. Are we just talking about within the context of this year, or just the overall macro?
Like, who would you take for the next 3 years if you're drafting?
Yeah,
quarterbacks?
I guess let's go with that one. If you're drafting, because even last year too, when he was like obviously health plays a factor, or maybe health's not a play a factor.
Let's just say everyone's healthy for the next 3 years. I'm not taking Tua a second.
No, I'm not. So no.
So that's an overreaction. You?
I don't think
he's balling. I'm looking wrong on him. I'm getting ready to own an L, but I would not take him second.
I would probably still take Burrow over him. Not probably. I would. Then a debate comes, I'd probably still take Allen.
It's a free pass Joe Burrow and everyone throwing darts at my guy Josh, but old free pass Joe.
Well, Joe's done more than Josh has.
I'm just talking right now.
Josh
Allen had this start. There'd be fires. Fires in the streets.
Would he have missed all of training camp?
Training camp.
It's a thing.
Important.
It's a thing.
By the way, I'll just say the last 2 years, Tua's QBR, obviously we're early here. QBR in 2022 was 70.6, 82.9 this year. Joe Burrow's career high QBR is
68,
60.8.
He didn't run. He didn't move.
So other years, 48.5, 54.3, and 38.1 to start this year. So he's been under 60 all but 1 year.
Next one. Trevor Lawrence is a bust.
That's an overreaction.
He's a bust as the next John Elway. That's a bust, which I've been telling y'all for 2 years. I just don't see it. I don't look and be like, whoa, there it is. Is he a bust as a player? No, that's an overreaction. But as the next and the chosen one, that's a bust.
I mean, as the next John Elway, I'd say he's playing very similar to John Elway. It's just, he's not within the Shanahan scheme, getting bailed out by Terrell Davis and everything else. So, in that sense, if we're saying by that metric, then he's
You're too young to know anything about John Elway, so be quiet.
I know 5.68 is adjusted yards per attempt, which is Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Well, you're an idiot too. You're a moron. You said Ryan Tannehill was a top 5 quarterback.
He is.
You can own that.
John Elway is Ryan Tannehill with a better arm.
Gavin Spittle should walk in here and fire you. He should
fire you for thinking John Elway is the greatest quarterback of all time.
He should come in here and take and put you back at ESPN behind the board.
That's your opinion, and you're wrong. And you're entitled to that. That's what you look at some numbers. That's all you got to do.
Ryan Tannehill's John Elway.
It's hyperbole, but it's true.
Yeah, I should get a Marconi for dealing with this for 12 years. For real.
We've proven those don't matter.
So just to reset, John Elway's awful, and that's what Sean and Chop are fighting about there. We've got I say Trevor Lawrence, not a bust. Number 1 pick. He played really well at the end of last year. It's still early in the process, and he's not been great, but I don't think he's been awful to start the year. He's just not lived up to what he had finished the year with.
He is not a bust, but he is a bust of the hype machine. The best since Andrew Luck, the best since Peyton Manning, the best since John Elway. He is a bust in that regard. Like, I don't think he's going to be this transcendent quarterback. But then again, Andrew Luck was kind of a bust too.
How has he not been bad to start the year, Bobby?
I don't think that, the first game of the year, I think he was really bad. It's not. I don't think he's been to a level of
the first game of the year.
He 31.
The first game of the year was actually his best. And then they scored 9 points, and then they scored 17 points. So,
the offensive output hasn't been good. I think watching him throw the ball, he has not been awful.
His QBR is a 41.
Yeah, he's been below average. I don't think he's just been I think he's been better than Burrow's played. And so, I'm just saying that I think that I wouldn't write him off as just he's bust status. It's a bad start to the year. It's not been good, but he's somebody who I think can still tap into it.
Deshaun Watson is back.
Ooh, now that's a great one.
27 of 33 last week, 289, 2 touchdowns, QBR of 79.
Against a defense that has given teams problems to start the year in Tennessee. Is he back? That's a great question.
It's tough. It's one game.
It's one game,
but it has to start with one, obviously. He hadn't been great to start the year. He was a disaster last year.
Yes. Ooh, who wants to answer yes to it? Let's start there.
Yeah, that's an overreaction. It may not prove to be in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, but he was so bad the first 2 games of the year.
But how could he? I heard Nick Wright say this. He's like, the face mask, offensive face mask game proves Deshaun Watson has totally lost it. I don't believe that. I don't believe he can't be done. He can't be Russ done. He's 28. Oh, that's a good one. I'm hoping he's back.
I hope he's back, too.
Soft answer by me.
I think it's an overreaction today, but Bobby's right. In 2 weeks, it may not be. But look, if he is going to be back, it has to click at some game. And this may have been the game it clicked.
Here comes Seesaw Holland. It's one game. Come on. Meanwhile, while the Browns are playing, it's Super Bowl. Hey, dog pound, let's go. Dude, now Coach Holland wants to try to balance things out.
He had some throw backwards on Sunday that looked like, as somebody on Twitter said, it's like, this is Carson Wentz territory, a throw like that.
While Amari got robbed on that sideline. Robbery for Amari Cooper. And he scored a touchdown anyway. All right, there it is. Around the NFL, overreactions or not. Final hour of a Tolo Tuesday. Let's unleash Patrick Walker on Bobby Belt from DallasCowboys.com. Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get
Here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. How many people ask what it's like in the commercial break or how we come back laughing? This is the thing.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of people on the radio, they're scared to have a little argument. It's got to be patty cake all the time. You don't sit there and get in any heated sports battles with your buddies. That's one thing. It gets dropped right there then. It's sports talk. It's sports debate. And then
how many times have you and I fought in 12 years?
Yeah.
And then we giggle in the break about something weird.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, it happens.
Yeah, I don't know that we've ever had a fight on the air that then it immediately poured over into the break that I can remember. I mean, it's been a year, but not that I can remember.
Yeah. So come on, G-Bag, pick it up a little
Except
bit.
Payton. Like, we all generally hate Payton when he screws up, and then we get into the break and we're like, man, he sucks.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's bring in Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com. Patrick, who's your Bobby Belt over there in terms of arguments?
Ooh, my Bobby Belt. I mean, that's a pretty low bar to try to set for someone. That's a good one. I don't know that I have a Bobby Belt on this end. That's a good one.
Not a consistent sparring partner.
Yeah, not a consistent sparring partner. Not like Bobby. Bobby is built different. Bobby is from a different cloth. Like, Bobby wakes up to argue.
Yeah.
And he's the only one in my life outside of no one else that wakes up to argue. So, I mean, that guy's on another planet. I love him to death, but there's only one Bobby. I don't have another Bobby in my life.
Who's more stubborn between you and Bobby?
Bobby.
Ooh,
that's probably fair.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I was going to say he's not going to disagree.
Pat has acknowledged, like, in retrospect, like, that was wrong. I don't know. How many times have you guys heard me say I was wrong after something?
Never.
Yeah, no.
So, I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. But that's not.
I will own mine. He will never own his.
That's not stubbornness, though. That's just a 1,000 batting average.
No, it's just Bobby stacks the deck.
You're doing it again.
See, he stacks the deck because he knows the arguments he's willing to get into, and he's prepared for the arguments that he's willing to get into. But the ones that he's not willing to get into, he's not prepared for.
That's why he and I get along so well, because we'll clash horns, but I bet both of us did our homework. So we might never agree on the thing we're clashing horns with, but yeah, we're throwing out some science both ways.
So you did some more homework with a deep Cardinals dive. What did you find?
Well, the Cowboys, the explosiveness that is evidently lacking and that we're all seeing. It's something that the Cowboys need to work on, obviously, but they're not as far off base as a lot of people would think, and I'll definitely get into the numbers when I get on the Cowboys break at 11 o'clock. But I went back and I looked at the Cowboys' offensive explosiveness. I did a deep dive into 2019 and 2021. I tried to use 2020 as well, but that was too much of a weird year. Pandemic, first-year coach, new CBA, things like that. So that didn't meet my qualifier. So if I look back at 2019 and 2021, those were much more apples to apples. You had a three-headed receiving attack, albeit Randall Cobb in 2019, CeeDee Lamb in 2021. But those were two of Dak's career best seasons in yardage and touchdowns, respectively. So I wanted to see what was the explosiveness rate back in those two seasons as compared to this season through the first 3 weeks. So it's 1 through 3, 1 through 3, 1 through 3. And the Cowboys were massively more explosive in 2019, which was very concerning. But they're right where they were in 2021, and they were also 2-1 at that point. And then they went on to have a ridiculous rate of explosiveness for the following 4 games after week 3, and then that led to a 6-game win streak. So I say all of that to say, yeah, they got some things to fix. They got to get back in the library after taking that ass whooping in Arizona. But they're not as far off base as I thought they were, which is optimistic.
What did you use to define explosive?
I looked at the first 30 longest plays of each respective season. So if you go back in 2019 and you look at the top 10 longest plays of each game, and then you do the same for 2021 and the same for 2023, and then you get an average of those top 30, and then you compare those top 30, and you'll get the explosiveness rate as far as yards gained per play that exceeded 10 yards or greater.
So your friend – Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, so when you compare what they're doing or not doing in 2023 through 3 weeks up against what they did in 2019, you're not going to feel good about that whatsoever. I'm telling you right now. They were just lights out from week 1 through week 3, and then for the majority of that season. But then when you go back and compare it to 2021, they're right on par, even with the record 2-1. And then you look at what happened next. It clicked. It clicked for them, and then they went on a 6-game win streak, and their explosiveness rate just went back to a 2019 level of explosiveness. So, like I said, they have some things to work out and some concerns there. But if they do this season what they did in 2021 when they got off to a little bit of a shaky start with their explosiveness rate, then we might be in for a show here soon.
Patrick Walker here on the Fan. Some people with the initials BB in this room
bro.
would they think that it's not built in to be as explosive offensively as years past with the Mike McCarthy playbook. To that, you say what?
I could see where he's saying that, because if you look at Texas Coast and I mean, just at the bare bones, it's West Coast. And West Coast offenses typically are not vertical. They're more of a lateral and then challenge your playmakers in space to make plays. And that's basically what it is. But then what I would counteract that with, or what I would rebut that with, is the large majority of this playbook is still rooted in Kellen Moore's system and Kellen Moore's language. So the verticality is still there. We just haven't seen it unleashed fully. We've seen shades of it. You talk about the CeeDee Lamb catch on third down in Arizona. And, I mean, those plays are there. Question is, why are they not being played? And I pondered this along with, our good friend Brian brought us on the break yesterday morning. Could it have been in Arizona because there was some reservation about, being down 3 starting offensive linemen? And then later that afternoon, yesterday afternoon, in Mike McCarthy's press conference, shouts out to our friend Aisha Morrison, she asked the question that was on my mind, and he admitted it. He said maybe he did slightly overreact to the fact that he had 3 young guys on his starting offensive line or Sunday, I should say, and that scaled back the playbook as far as potentially going vertical more often than they did against the Cardinals. So I think that plays into it as well. So Bobby makes a good point, because if you look at just the skeleton of a West Coast offense, it's not really a vertical threat. But there are vertical aspects of the Texas Coast offense, which is why you brought in a guy like Brandon Cooks to help, take that job off of a guy like Michael Gallup until you need Michael Gallup to do that. So I think we just haven't seen it yet, but I think it's there.
So because, we've been talking about this all week. Dak's, his average pass travels only 5.5 yards in the air. So his intended air yards are 5.5. When Aaron Rodgers was in the same system, it was in the 8s. So why the discrepancy? Is it that Dak doesn't want to throw deep? Is it because Rodgers loved to throw downfield? Or is it something else that they changed it up even more so for this team and this offense?
Well, Dak definitely loves to throw deep. I mean, we've seen that in, the seasons that I mentioned, 2019, 2021. Mm-hmm. That's almost 4,500 yards and 30 touchdowns. That's almost 5,000 yards, 37 touchdowns. The guy loves to throw deep. He will take the risk. More often it'll work out than it won't, but it didn't work out in Arizona on that final drive. Not what cost him the game, but it sealed the game. But Dak will throw the ball deep. I think you have to look at the context of, if you're looking at this 3 weeks, look at week 1, for example. The offense was muted for a couple reasons. One, the defense and special teams lit up the scoreboard, so Mike McCarthy did not have to go in his bag offensively and try to take those unnecessary shots. And it was also inclement weather, so that matters. Mm-hmm. Now, you go to week 2, who are you missing? You're missing Brandon Cooks, okay? So it's like, well, we're talking about the verticality question. Well, your true vertical threat outside of CeeDee Lamb, he's sidelined with a knee sprain. Okay, so here we are, week 3. Yay, you get Tyler Smith back, and you get Brandon Cooks back, but guess what? You're down Tyron Smith, Tyler Biadasz, and you're down Zach Martin. That's 17 Pro Bowls that are subtracted from your offensive line. And then that gives the head coach a lot of reservation. Apparently, he overreacts to it. He doesn't call those as many vertical plays as he otherwise would have, or it sounds like that he had planned to against the Cardinals. So, obviously no excuses being made, but if you're talking about contextually speaking, if you break down each game contextually, there are reasons why the Cowboys haven't gone vertical yet. Now, that being said, if in fact these three offensive linemen are back against the Patriots, which I hope that they are, and Cooks is on the field, which he should be, barring any Thursday weirdness. Stop practicing on Thursday. There should be no reason that we don't see the vertical aspect of this game start to kick off on this Sunday. If everything is what it needs to be, your 5 offensive linemen are there, or even 4 of your 5 offensive linemen are there. Cooks is there, Gallup is there, Lamb is there, Jake is there, Schoonmaker is there. Deuce is in the backfield. Also use Deuce, by the way, to help loosen that up. Shouts out to Hunter Lipke. He had a great game. But if the Cowboys are close to whole on Sunday and they're going to be in a dome at home, there's no excuse at that point. I mean, now if we don't see vertical shots down the field, then we really have to have a conversation like, where are they?
Patrick Walker here on The Fan. Last one, and more disturbing and important to me, is what the hell happened to the run defense and their demeanor, everything defensively.
Yeah, they got demoralized, and it's not something that you expect to see from this Cowboys defense on any given week. And we all know it's football, and we said it going into the game. A lot of fans were overlooking and, you could rest this guy and rest this guy. Oh, we'll beat the Cardinals. Those guys get paid too. I don't know how many times I can say it. Those guys get paid. The other coaches get paid. This is the NFL. Any given Sunday. That said, you aced the first test against Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, and shut down that run game. A++ against the New York Jets, and you shut down that run game to a historic level. I mean, that was mind-blowing. And then the third test, you flunk. And I really think the tone was set when Josh Dobbs took off on that 44-yarder to start the game. And from there, it felt like the Cowboys were playing on their heels from that point forward. And then what happens? The Cowboys know, because they used to do it to teams. You hammer and you hammer and you hammer, and the team gets worn down. They get tenderized. They get demoralized, and then comes the big play. What normally would have been a 3-yard gain turns into a 17-yard handoff, or what normally would have been, a 3-yard pass to the flat turns into a 65-yard home run ball. So that's basically what you saw as the big play early started to grind the Cowboys into the ground. And when you give up 222 yards on the ground, 99% of the time you're going to lose that game. So they got punched in the mouth, period. They got punched in the mouth. They just need to get back into the lab and get themselves back together, reset, refocus. They don't need a new blueprint. They have the blueprint. We saw it in week 1, week 2. It's just execution. The execution was lacking greatly in Arizona. So get back to executing, reading your keys, reading your assignments, not trying to play hero ball, not chasing the big play, and you'll see the Cowboys defense get back to what they need to be.
Fantastic again. Be harsher on Bobby next time, and we'll talk on Thursday.
Will do. Talk to you guys then.
Patrick Walker, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly from DallasCowboys.com. We got pickle juice and vending machines to discuss with the KMC masterpiece next.
It's never a bad time.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Now the 1-1. And that ball is cranked to deep right field. It's got a shot at leaving the yard, and it's gone. Into the parking alley where the buses go. Nathaniel Lowe with his 17th home run of the year. 3 consecutive long balls for Texas. It's 3-1.
Hey, it's Crosstalk.
Sean?
Yeah.
Tell me the magic numbers for the Texas Rangers for the division and the playoffs.
3 and 4.
Yeah. Very good.
Kevin.
Very good.
Were you trying to stump the Sean over there?
Yeah. Remember that show? It was really good.
Mm-hmm. It was my favorite.
Did you know this? Did you know the numbers?
Thanks to the 3-way tie option, I was made aware of that last evening.
Otherwise known as the triple. I've been listening.
The trip.
The trip.
The trips. The trips. Did you run trips? Thank you, Corey Majors. Appreciate you. What is coming up on the show?
We do have Bruce Bochy today at 12:20, so we get to ask about how this team gets in and what the magic number really is.
Just win 4 more games and you don't have to worry about it.
Right out of the gate, will the Cowboys grow from this humbling loss and around the NFC East at 10:20? But also, I wanted to do the last Taylor Swift segment ever. But Kevin says no. There's more room for Taylor Swift in the future. What'd you just say?
Swelsey.
Good God.
You in on Swelsey?
Wow. I don't hate it.
No, you can't say that. Swelsey? That's so terrible.
Could call her Quift.
That sounds
awful.
That sounds.
Did you hear Bill Belichick?
Yes. We played it yesterday.
Yeah. That's the end of his
That's
career.
the end
of Bill Belichick's career.
That's the end. Yeah, because Bobby had talked about this with Nick Saban, and he had mentioned a same thing with Bobby Bowden.
Once they get outside interest, are they done?
So Bobby Bowden started to smile a lot more, looked a little happy. Saban's smiling a lot more. Somebody did a Nick Saban walk-off press conference. How many times did he smile in the first X amount of years of his Bama life, and then lately? And he smiled already more lately. And this is with Belichick. Bill tried to put the charade on that he had no idea what Facebook and Instagram were. Snapface, Instaface, Snapbook. No idea, right?
That sounds right.
Well, and now all of a sudden, he knows the inner workings of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and he's scored a lot on the field and off it. The moment you become a human as a football coach, humans are not football coaches. You cannot have a life. You don't have you have a family that you don't know.
So you think they're cooked because of this?
He's cooked.
Too much happiness and outside interest.
He's already checked out. He's already got outside interest going on. He's cooked.
Guys, we got a Cowboys problem. We got a developing situation.
Oh, no.
According to Todd Archer.
Tyron Smith?
Right.
No.
Oh.
The Cowboys are worried about the Patriots learning their signals. And it's not because of Belichick.
Because of Zeke?
No. Well, in part. They signed Will Grier last week.
Oh.
And Brian Schottenheimer just said, quote, "We know Will knows where a lot of the bones are buried. We know Zeke does as well. I'm sure Grier is definitely being interrogated."
Oh.
Interrogated?
Interrogated by Belichick.
Wow. Probably so. That dude will do anything to get an edge.
Did they know our red zone signals last week?
I would love to know how much this actually translates and carries over in sports. Like, Mike, pitching signals. Is there any way, you go to another team in a week and you can take over what information, or it would really apply to football?
I mean, they're scouts. I don't get this. Football is just insane. I remember going to an Ohio State practice. You can't take any pictures. Michigan will be watching and they'll take it. And I'm like, no, there's actual scouts who literally write down every play and every route and every yardage and every situation. They have an idea of what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Every time I threw a changeup on 2-0, it's marked down he likes throwing changeups behind in the count. So the hitters know, hey, just know if he gets behind in the count, he loves going to his changeup. I might not. I percentage-wise say I do, but you can play the percentage and go, hey, 70% of the time he's going to throw a changeup here. Well, the 30% of the time that I throw a fastball accidentally down the middle and you take it, you look like a moron. So now it's kind of like, yeah, you have to take that information, but are you going to give up the 30%? I'm giving up the 30%. I just think that it's so silly in football on how, like, God, if they knew, like, how the hell did Jerry Rice ever catch a ball? Like, I look at Jerry Rice and his numbers. How did every defensive coordinator not go, or to Tyreek Hill right now, don't let him catch the ball? But you can't stop it because they come up with little nuances in the play that just make it a little bit different to throw you off. And then if you concentrate that much on this one thing, then that other percentage you're not accounting for crushes you. So I just think football coaches are super paranoid, spend way too much time fake coaching themselves by spending the night at the complex and everything. And it's like, you can't, there's a thing about having too much information. What's my strength? What's your strength? What's my weakness? And what's your weakness? Am I best going with my strength versus if it's your strength? Or am I best going with my weakness versus your weakness? You always hope, right? The best matchups for you is when my strength matches your weakness. Now I have a major advantage over you. But there's times where you match up exactly the same, strength versus strength, weakness versus weakness, and you have to make decisions on which way to go there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if anybody knows the Chiefs signals. Like, they have Patrick Mahomes, we'll be fine.
That changes everything.
Yeah.
But Belichick's really good, though, at taking away your strength. Like, that's what he's always saying. You know, this
until he lost Tom Brady.
And all that being said, you're right about football.
You're right.
But in baseball, all you need is a trash can to win a World Series. Like that's
right,
been proven that that's all you have to do.
Right.
Sean, there was something that happened on our show yesterday that I wanted to bring to the table. I don't know if you're going to be jealous about this. Y'all's ratings are amazing, so maybe there's no jealousy involved. But yesterday, our show has something called Are You Better? A segment that Kevin likes to do. And you know his take on Urban Meyer, correct? Have you heard?
No.
Your thoughts on Urban Meyer, Kevin?
I imagine you hate. I know your take on Tom Brady.
Urban Meyer's worse.
Worse. Okay.
Here is a piece of audio.
Hey, Kevin, it's Urban Meyer. I am better than you, and why can't Noah read yet?
Oh, my gosh.
There's a video, too. It's really him.
Oh, my God. Somebody cameoed Urban Meyer that? That's amazing.
And one of the bits on our show is that Kevin's son can't read yet. And he's how old is he?
13 months.
13 months. We're
together.
like, come on,
1 month
kid.
away.
TikTok.
And go to Duke now.
Somebody listening was like, hey, I'm going to get Urban Meyer to say he's better than Kevin and take a shot at baby Noah.
Why can't Noah read yet?
It's a good question. He can walk. He can't read.
Urban Meyer's on Cameo?
Yeah, dude.
Yep.
Hey, look.
What a fall.
When you that's the general thing.
What a fall.
Cameo's for us, right? Cameo's for us to get a couple extra dollars.
How much?
Here and
I
there.
wonder how much he's charging.
A lot.
I'll tell you off air.
That's the circle of life, man. Fail out of coaching until you're spit out the bottom of the cameo industry.
I just thought that was funny.
Is that the lowest spot in life?
No,
I
I
think
think
describe that.
porn is the
Cameo.
lowest spot. You get spit out of the porn industry. That's the lowest
Or
part.
that you could be your start.
That's amazing.
I have an RG3 take.
Ooh.
You guys were talking about RG3 and the Zeke Elliott situation, and that's why the Cowboys aren't scoring in the red zone. What game was he doing college football this weekend? Because I think it's the first time I've ever heard him call a game. It was an early game, and I know I'm drawing a blank.
Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry.
Why did you have to bring that? Because I know exactly.
But I was...
You don't know exactly. You would
Yes,
have.
I was watching.
I was shocked at like some of the things that he says. They're not the worst things in the world, but I'm like, does this work for the 20-year-old or the college kid watching this game? Because I don't think it's very funny. He was just trying to kind of add flavor
Auburn
to
A&M.
the call. Auburn A&M. And I was just like, this just isn't hitting with me at all, any of his kind of quirky things. I get everybody, like Tony Romo's the most quirkiest guy in the world, getting paid $1 zillion to do that. But
yeah,
it's just, I was listening to RG3 do that game, and he had a lot of energy and enthusiasm. At the same time, I was just like, maybe I'm to the point where I'm so old, I'm just like, can you just call the game a little bit more than goofing off this much?
I'll tell you, man, he's on a good, he's got a good, schedule. Like, he's on, the SEC 2 team on ESPN. Like, that Auburn A&M game was, the number 1 game was Ole Miss, Alabama. But that was on the CBS broadcast.
You guys have brought a lot to Crosstalk today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For once.
Let's wait till Friday.
Have you seen? Has anyone seen the vending machine today?
I believe somebody in this room has added to the ongoing.
It's
vending
open.
Machine.
No, I think this is great.
What's going on?
I think it's fantastic.
And someone sent me pickle juice. I don't know why. Thank you. 2 boxes of pickle juice. You guys.
I just downed one. It was awesome.
Really?
No cramps.
So I recently went in the kitchen, got refilled the coffee, and I noticed something caught my eye on the vending machine, and it was 3 Post-it notes: a yellow, a pink, and a yellow. Okay. Ironically, we have a yellow and a pink right here.
Dun dun dun.
And the first one, the top one says 136 not dispensing. That's item number 136, which is Cheez-Its. Okay. Very, very good. I think Cheez-Its are phenomenal.
There goes my theory.
The pink.
I thought Choppy wrote the second one.
The pink says.
I haven't seen the vending machine.
Now, this is written in all caps.
Oh.
Who writes in all caps that we know of? Of all the options, you are going with Cheez-Its? ? That's your problem.
Oh, no. That's
Zach
so
Wolchuk?
aggressive.
Now,
That's so aggressive.
the last one is a yellow one, but it's also written in a completely different penmanship than the first 2.
Mm-hmm.
So the third one is not the first one. It's not a reply for the first participant. It says...
This is a new person entering the chat.
Cheez-Its are a wonderful snack for adults and children.
So you're telling me there's a Cheez-Its thread being written out on the vending machine?
Yes. Now,
I will admit, we are responsible for one of those.
I'm going to say all of these are right-handed.
Ooh. You can't tell lefty writing.
Oh, yeah. I think lefty generally, at least, every lefty I don't know, Mike's a lefty. They always seem to write in a weird reverse font.
Well, you have to, because your palm smears everything, so you have to get around your writing.
So you write more slanted,
so you have to get your palm around the ink.
Yeah, that's why it's the correct way to write right-handed.
I don't. Okay, that's what my kindergarten
agree.
teacher thought. I don't know if you guys need show notes, but my favorite thing that you do on this show is when, Sean, you definitively shut down a skill that RJ says he has, and then RJ tells you why he does, in fact, have that skill. It amuses me every time.
You act like it happens a lot, that he has these skills, that he's proven he has the skills.
Oh, no. I like it because he tells you.
Skill.
That's why he tells you he has the skill. That's what makes it.
I have very useless skills.
Yeah.
I almost lost it there.
A lot of my skills are very useless.
Mm-hmm.
We take back the Tannehill.
The ability to play darts.
I have a quick question.
It's hyperbolic.
Would Jim Brown run for 3,000 yards in today's game?
He'd split carries with Bilal Powell.
He would not be allowed to play in the NFL.
So I'm listening to you, and you're saying is that the game of football has changed a lot.
Oh, yeah, so much.
But it didn't change from John Elway to Ryan Tannehill, the game and the numbers and the attempts.
Of course. Because everything's Dan Marino talked about this the other day, how
He'd throw for 6,000 yards.
he was talking about throwing for 6,000 yards in a year, but he also said the defenses are a lot more sophisticated now than they were back in his time. So you did things differently back then. So you can't compare Elway's numbers to today, whether I joke about it or not. You can't compare his advanced metrics to today because they didn't know. They didn't have the sophistication that they have now. So it's different.
I like it.
I just know that I can need
it, Choppy.
We're back tomorrow. Jerry Jones at 7:30. Special 7:30 Expressway appearance. It's the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we got a few options to start the show.
I forgot to drink coffee this morning.
Oh, are you gonna be dragging all day?
You were up late last night.
I know, and I forgot. I left home, and then I got in the car to drive, and I thought I could go home and be late for the show. But that might upset Kevin a little bit. Corey would have been cool with it.
I'm fine with it, dude.
Because then it could be the Corey Majors.
Yeah, it's always.
So if you'd like to bring me coffee.
What's the address?
41. Can we say it on the air?
Yes, you can.
I've done it plenty of times.
You don't know it is.
4131 North Central Expressway. I have no clue what our phone number is to call in. 1-800-THE-FAN, I think it is. But
you don't know?
You think we have a 1-800
the truckwreck.com text line?
No. 4733-7824.
I always did, Kevin. I always did when we did the night show. I wanted to have sexy talk late, and just be like 1-800-THE-FAN, and then have those kind of conversations. But I always
feel like I'm Justin Fields in the huddle right now. They call in the play, and I'm like, I don't know. He said something in my ear hole. Let's just snap the ball and see what happens.
That's what I feel like sometimes too, Mike. And I was going to give y'all a choose your own adventure, but now I'm concerned.
Boss makes really good coffee. Like, he has a whole group of people that meet him for coffee at their break time.
Oh.
So do you want to just wait till then, or do you need it like right now?
I'd like it now.
Okay.
Hey, if you're listening right now, I don't know what the next 4 hours holds. My question was going to be, do you want to start with the Cowboys, or do you want to learn more about our board op and his wife?
Cowboys.
I'm going to say Cowboys too, because Spittle is going to get mad at us if we talk about Jeff to start the show. So I think we save Jeff for the second half.
We can't talk about Jeff C.
Also,
we don't talk about Jeff.
What an upset that Mike knew that kid's name.
Why is that an upset? Mike's a man of the people.
He sent a text last night.
Okay, good.
And he said, my name's Jeff.
I'm sorry for calling you a kid.
When you saw that text last night, did you go, who the hell is Jeff?
100%.
And it's not just you, Jeff. We've been through this many, many times. He's like, no, it's my guy.
We got
my dude over there.
Obviously Reggie. We got Rigo. We got Ruben. We got Alec. I tell you what, that's a swiveling door in there.
That's true. He's right. Like that door does kind of just swing back and forth.
Cowboys it is then, I guess.
Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah. We'll talk about Jeff in a little bit.
Look, I voted for you, man.
You did not. The vote just happened. Neither one of you voted for him.
You don't have to tell him that.
Let's start with the great news. The Eagles didn't try in their game either, right?
Yeah.
They won emphatically.
Oh, they tried.
On the road against an undefeated team.
I tell you what, though. Did their quarterback go, well, you're the guys who said we were going to win?
No, they just went out
We
and
knew
won.
we were going to lose.
They just went out and won.
Oh, okay.
We're going to get more to them in just a second.
A.J. Brown finally had a game, too. Like, that was weird.
Mike McCarthy, or the Cowboys in general, have already been talking about how, they're going to learn, they're going to grow, and all that good stuff. And do you agree with the idea from both Dak and McCarthy that the Cowboys will grow from this quote-unquote humbling loss? Because one of the things I noticed when we posted up our interview with Steven yesterday, where he kind of said the same thing, is people were really mad. Well, some people are just mad because of 28 years. And, you're not going to change their mind until you win the Super Bowl. But the other group of people were like, how do you need a wake-up call in the third game? Or how do you need the third game to be humbled?
Yeah, no, and that's a great question, because it doesn't seem like if you're a championship team that you're going to let anything get in your way of it. And they talked a lot, but they went out there and looked like they didn't have the right plan for it. And there is some coaching that I have concerns about there, because Dan Quinn reacted too late, I thought, for what they were doing against the Cowboys. If I was talking about it yesterday morning. Broadus came on and said it immediately. Micah Parsons, they went right at him. And then they wore him out for the rest of the game. And the Cowboys didn't have a response to him. That's one of my concerns right now is I've heard Mike McCarthy say that if the Cowboys, he said, look, as an offensive coordinator, you don't want to show everything because defenses will figure you out. You don't want to show everything you got. Now, is that him trying to hold on to a job a little longer than, maybe necessary?
Or is he zinging Kellen more?
Or is he saying, I got more in the bag, but I don't want to show it all in the first half of the season, but we got to figure out how to win games before we get to the second half of the season. I don't know exactly what he's saying there unless it's real that he does have more. But if that's the case, did the Cowboys show everything they had defensively and now the blueprint's out there and they can never adjust? I don't think so.
To your point, obviously practices are closed. Broadus goes out there a lot, but he can only see stretching pretty much. He cannot see them preparing for the game. And neither can Kyle Yeomans or, the people we talk to. They're there and they can interview the guys after practice, talk to them before practice, see them stretch and maybe do small warm-up stuff. But it looked like, to your point, Corey, when the Cardinals were doing something to hamper the defense, they're like, we haven't practiced this and we can't adjust to it.
Yeah, maybe.
And in a weird way, I know that sounds weird because they're professionals, but remember, they're very limited in practice. We are at training camp. There's very little practice happening there. It's a lot of walking and jogging. Once a week, they practice real football.
Which makes the injuries all the more astonishing at times.
Yeah. And so I was just wondering, and I know this is weird, just taking it to coaching, let's say high school baseball. At times, a coach might say, hey, he needs to do this. And I'm like, I agree with you. We just haven't gone over that yet. So I can't tell him right now how to do this without practicing it and going through it. And I know that's probably not the case. I'm not going to go that basic with the Cowboys. But it almost looked like Dan Quinn was like, unfortunately, we haven't practiced read option. We haven't practiced James Conner and Dobbs. And it was really weird that they really struggled that much with the Cardinals because, let's face it, the Cardinals are probably at best going to win 4 more games this year. And I'm probably giving them 1 or 2 more wins than they're going to get the rest of the season.
I will say, there's enough continuity on this team that they should know how to break it back into, this is how we stop run. If they're running counters on us, this is what we do. Mike's right. You do have to go over it. I remember in high school football, Kevin, we played one team that did a little something different than we'd ever gone up against. Coaches had to pound it into our heads all week. You have to be disciplined doing this. And so that is where I think that they can grow because Mike's right. Maybe they haven't gone over some things. I heard Micah Parsons talking about Mozzie. And he's like, look, I'm not saying right now, but in the second half, I think he has the ability to be dominant in the second half of the season. And so that means there's still room to grow for him. And even Micah's saying he's got a lot still to learn. Or maybe they have something dialed up for later in the year. I've always been a sucker for sandbagging. And if you play poker with me, I'll probably get you on a hand later down the road because I'll set you up. I will. I've done it before. So I'm a sucker for the idea that can happen and that Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn have things that they aren't trying to show now. But that could be very easily, a ploy.
I am worried, Kevin, and I just go to Super Bowl teams. And I know that Kansas City will probably have, maybe Detroit's their bad loss, but we all think Detroit has a good chance to make the playoffs, so that might not be as bad of a loss as you think.
Detroit is way better than Arizona.
But I just go to your Tom Brady-led teams, and I know I hate doing this. Dak is a fine quarterback and a good leader, but it didn't seem like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, maybe I'm wrong about Patrick Mahomes here, and I know that Dak's not close to their talent. But the leadership thing we're supposed to have here, I thought, when I look at those teams, they don't seem to sleepwalk through 2-3 games a year and go, we just needed a reset. Those teams really stay focused throughout a year, and that's why they get the buys. That's why they have home field advantage in the playoffs. And it's almost like the Cowboys, I get it, but guys, you need home field advantage. You might need that 1 seed to have any type of chance of beating Philadelphia and San Francisco in the playoffs.
And then the other thing I've really noticed, because I think you're onto something there, is the blame has started to spread for, I know we have 1 or 2 people in particular who are saying, where's the leadership of Dan Quinn? We talked about it yesterday. Where's the leadership of Micah Parsons? So I think,
and Mike McCarthy.
Yes. Yeah. You know what? It's interesting. I didn't really think about that until just the second that in my head, I thought Dak, Dan Quinn, Micah Parsons, and then you had to jump in and say Mike McCarthy. That's the head coach. maybe that's just on me. I don't know why that was the fourth person that popped into my mind for leadership. That's probably not what you want.
I also, and to the point, the person that's saying this, I agree. There was a little bit of things without Diggs out on the field that changes your defense, the dynamics of it altogether. But it doesn't change your ability to stop the run.
Yeah,
like that's unless you're saying that you had to drop a safety super deep because you couldn't think that Deron Bland could be out there doing his job. But I don't know how much different. I don't know what their game plan changed. I don't know how much he goes, well, crap. Now what do I do? And now that means Dan Quinn has to be in there drawing it up. But the Cowboys, Kevin, I think that that if you look at the targets, Bobby was talking about the targets this morning in the red zone. We were talking about red zone a lot. The targets are all going to guys that aren't your stars. I think it was 8 targets to Ferguson. You've had targets to Dowdle. You've had targets to Turpentine. You had those things happen, right? But you haven't seen any targets to Cooks. You haven't seen a lot of targets to the CeeDee Lambs. And that's where in the red zone, what's the difference right now with that team? So I think maybe there is something to it. He's saying, why would I want to show all that to the Niners before I get to the Niners in week 5?
That's fine, as long as it's not at the expense of a win.
Yeah,
otherwise,
I agree.
I think that's an insane philosophy.
And the thing that I worry about, and this is, take it for what it is, I guess it's Dak hate. I don't think Dak can throw to those guys. Like, when you get inside the 10-yard line, he's not accurate. He can't throw the ball up and away perfectly or down and in where a guy sits on his knees intentionally. Like, he does it. Unfortunately, he does it when the dude's open by 5 yards, and then he has to just catch the ball, and that's the end of the play. Like, even rewatching the pass to CeeDee Lamb, I won't say it wasn't a good pass. He caught the ball kind of above his head and then kind of went out of bounds. If he throws that ball about 3 yards further and a little bit more inside, he's running with that catch, and he just keeps going. Now, maybe there was a safety coming over and knocks him out of bounds after 5 or 8 more yards, but that's the thing about Dak to me is when you do get inside kind of that 7-yard line or so, you really do need to have a good running game or him in a read option situation, because he's not going to throw a slant and just perfectly put it in between the 8s.
Yeah.
And he's not going to throw a fade and perfectly put it in the corner of the end zone for like a 2, that tap, got it type of deal. He just can't do that. He's not gifted enough. God didn't gift him enough to do those throws consistently. Yes, you can find highlights of him doing it every once in a while, but I guarantee you defenses know he's not what you'd consider above average accurate quarterback in those condensed situations.
I want to add this real quick too, and this goes to what Mike was saying. If you were listening to Bobby this morning, he was adding the amount of plays and attempts that they've already had in the red zone this year. I think Pollard has half the touches that Zeke had last year.
I don't understand that at all.
And so here's what I'll suggest to that. A lot of times, this was a Jason Garrett thing. The Cowboys love to score from like the 35 or the 40. Like they would say, hey, look, we have them we can strike big right here. And Mike McCarthy's like, no, I want to keep driving into the red zone because this is an opportunity to establish we need to be better in the red zone. I think, Kevin, because of the short game that they play, they put themselves with more attempts in that area. So that I think let's keep an eye on that and study a little more. But I think the Cowboys offense for a long time was we're going to strike from midfield. We don't even want to get to the red zone because we don't want to condense the field that much.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. I wanted to do it dramatically.
That was very dramatic.
Around the NFC East because it deserves it. The greatest.
What happened to Jeff?
You guys took up all the time. The greatest stat in all of sports has now hit on back-to-back days. We go around the NFC East next on The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs, and they love when you join in. You are dialed in to the KNC Masterpiece.
around the NFC East. Are you ready? You have Cowboys, Commanders, Giants. The Giants is lame. And Eagles. Choose your own advantage.
No, what are you doing, Mike?
Stop that. Stop that now.
It's not a thing that we were okay with you doing, man.
Oh, well,
ever.
They're in first place. They won the NFC.
You can say Eagles. That's fine.
Just don't spell it.
Yes. And
Okay.
especially not in that enthusiastic.
You were doing it as a chant. You were like you were going to walk out in section 133 and start chanting Eagles.
I've been hanging out with Kevin Mitch too much.
So the Eagles did win, and that's all fine and well. But what's most important about that is on Sunday, you had a 70-20 score. And yesterday, you had a 25-11 score, which means on back-to-back days, the most important stat in all of sports has hit. That, my friends, is scoregami. For the 1,078th time in NFL history, that is a unique score. Never had a 70-20 score ever. Never had a 25-11 score in the history of NFL football ever.
Why'd they try?
Hold on.
I thought they weren't supposed to try.
Well, I mean, they didn't score at the end, like the Cowboys in the red zone. That was just because the game was over, though.
I'm really proud of this scoregami thing because, Kevin, that was back-to-back.
That's amazing.
And then right after I learned that information, the Rangers went back-to-back with home runs, so that made me happy, all right? I don't like that the Eagles got a scoregami win. I would rather them get a scoregami loss. But I do think that it was an intriguing scoregami nonetheless.
Now, we're an interactive show that always wants you to bring you the up-to-date news. Brian brought us. I know it's not on the 8s, but we'll still present you with some traffic. That's
weather?
right. Traffic and weather together on the 5s. Jeff, how's it looking weather-wise out there?
Oh, it looks better than it did Sunday night.
All right.
Sure.
See, that's what I'm here for. Broadus's update. Massive problems on the tollway heading south around Beltline. If you're in that direction or you're going that vicinity, you might want to head a different direction, per Brian Broadus.
Dallas Toll Road?
Heading
south toward Beltline.
Toward Beltline.
All right, man. Well, thanks, Broadus. I always appreciate that.
I know the defensive tackles for the Cowboys will clear a lane for you if you need it.
Good Lord.
Actually, if it's Micah, you just get him out of the way and it's wide open from there. So,
all right. Unfortunately, I've got a lot of stuff to tell you about the Eagles.
Tackles did get pushed over, though.
Double, unfortunately, it's mostly good. However,
what are you doing, man?
Mike, I'm going to tell you a bad Eagles note. And this goes back to something you told us, I don't know, a year or two ago. I saw it on the Eagles website. Did you know that the Eagles are making history with a hydrogen refueling station? And you warned us about the lack of hydrogen.
I thought, was it helium?
Helium. Yeah, it was definitely helium.
Yeah,
right, we're fine.
Helium is a non-renewable
We're
resource that we're really struggling with, so please stop doing the balloon.
We got plenty of hydrogen,
Okay,
bro.
that's a good point.
Hydrogen is unlimited.
We got two of them.
It's the Russell Wilson of the periodic table.
Mr. Unlimited. All right. It's early, but holy crap, does it look like Jalen Carter is going to be awesome. Jalen Carter had a team-high 5 pressures on 16 pass rushes last night. So that's a 31.3% pressure win rate. Through 3 weeks, he's tied for second in total pressures in the league among defensive ends. Not rookies.
Thanks a lot, all those NFL teams who decided not to draft him up to 9.
Who's number 1?
Javon Hargrave, who's on the 49ers.
All right.
Jonathan Williams, who's on Washington, is also up in the top 5. So
it's tough defensive lines right there.
Great.
Hey, we got Mozzie.
Oh. What has he done?
I don't know. I like his family, Mozzio's Pizza.
I haven't seen the whole
We used to go to
22 yet.
Mozzio's a lot in Duncanville. Is great.
He played 12 plays in that last game. Jalen Carter had 5 pressures.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm sure he only had 5 plays, right?
It was because our offense was on the field dominating the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I remember.
it wasn't.
We only had 47 snaps
Bro, that was the
defensively.
week before. That didn't happen at all in this game.
By the way, it is impossible to determine how much hydrogen there is on Earth. I just looked this up.
Okay.
It has such a low density, it escapes the planet's gravitational attraction.
Oh. Now,
Science.
I have more
in your face, Newton.
So there's a lot of it, unlike helium, which we need for balloons.
Newton figured out the apple.
Is that what you took from that?
Yeah.
Is Isaac Newton figured out the apple?
He cored it.
Yeah. The apple fell from the tree.
And then he went and planted all the seeds across the country so we would have more of them.
Look.
He said gravity.
If you were one of the finalists or high placers for Fan Phenom and you have my phone number, text me.
Why?
I
What
might
do you
want
mean?
you to come replace
They
me.
nicknamed him Johnny Football.
What's your phone number?
214. All right.
Oh.
I got more. That's not really. I got more positive Eagles
Text
news
Kevin
for
if
you.
you have his
Unfortunately.
number.
He doesn't even know his own number.
Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts in their last 25 regular season games are 23
That
and
jaundice
2.
guy's coaching good again.
23 and 2. In 20 of those games, they've had a 10-point lead or more at some point. Dang. Let's go on.
Coach
Most
jaundice.
200-yard rushing games since 2021. The Browns are second with 7. The Eagles have 11. The Eagles in that span also have 14 more rushing touchdowns than any team in the league.
Was that good for them?
For them,
Yeah.
Power bottom.
Yeah, they look,
for
man.
us, it's less good.
Their GM put together a fantastic team, and Sirianni gets to benefit from that, just kind of being the leader of the whole thing. They're the team. They're the team to beat, man. They're the team to beat not only in this division but probably in the conference. Like you're chasing them. They just went to the Super Bowl. The Cowboys have a couple games with them after Game 5. That's what everybody keeps saying is Week 5's whenever it counts.
Whoops.
So look, that's where the Cowboys, like, they're the team to beat. They're the team to chase.
Do you want to go Cowboys
It sucks.
or Commanders?
Oh, God. I guess I'll go Cowboys. They have a better record. And the Commanders, I guess, played worse than the Cowboys.
They did play worse than the Cowboys. That is true.
I guess.
Brandon, no, they did.
I think we might have lost 100-0 to Buffalo.
Or Miami.
Yeah.
The Cowboys. Brandon Aubrey, first rookie kicker in franchise history to make his first 10 career field goal attempts. He's the 5th kicker in NFL history to make 10 field goals in his first 3 career games. So congratulations on that.
That's have a lot more attempts.
Now, that's the bad thing. A lot of the game notes were about kicking stuff. So that's
that's true.
That's how you know it probably didn't go great. Now, this is interesting to me. Dak Prescott, he's surpassed Jared Goff and Matt Ryan for the 3rd most completions in your first 100 games. But listen to this list. It's not exactly an all-time who's who greatness of quarterbacks.
All right.
They're not bad. But these are the most completions ever through 100 games. Now, clearly, Mahomes will destroy all of this. But number 5, Matt Ryan. Then Jared Goff.
Both went to a Super Bowl.
Then Dak. Then Derek Carr. Then Matthew Stafford. So, look, I'm not saying those are bad players, but, like, you would think it'd be like Marino.
Those guys, I'll tell you the one connection on every single one of those guys. Good enough
They're all mid.
to be enigmatic. Right? Like every single one of them, you're like, is it the organization or is it the quarterback? Is it the organization or is it the quarterback?
So
Every
they were good
single one
enough
of
to
them.
make you think they could be the dude, but then maybe they weren't.
But then you're like, look at all the coaching changes. Look at this and that. Like, just look at Derek Carr, for instance. All these things, you can be like, dude, there's so many things that went against him. He never had a great defense, all these things. But is he really that good? Or is he sometimes the problem? Stafford, he gets the coach. He gets the organization. He proved it all wrong. He finally goes to a team that's built for it and wins a Super Bowl. His entire career was enigmatic, though. So that's the exact same thing as all of those guys. Really good, but that's about it.
Micah Parsons in his first 36 games has 30.5 sacks. He's the 8th NFL player and the first Cowboy since 1982 to surpass 30 sacks in their first 36 games. So bravo to you.
Maybe this is a Mike Ask All the Football Questions question. Do you think Micah Parsons is now out as the front runner to win Defensive Player of the Year?
I do not. I still think he's the front runner, but I think it's a lot closer than after week 2, though clearly still very early.
They keep running at him like that and don't let him get any more pressures.
Good point.
Like if I'm Bill Belichick, I do what I did that one week and I only have 2 passes this game and I just run it at Micah the whole game and try and see if they can stop it.
That would be interesting and potentially humbling for him. Let's go to the Commanders. We talked about how terrible they played. It went like this. Sam Howell had 4 interceptions. Now, in the second half, he had an interception and on the opening drive of the third quarter. Then Washington only got 1 first down on its next 4 drives total and turned the ball over twice. They also gave up 19 sacks in the first 3 games of the year. Wow. That's the most since 2005. They also had a 34-point loss at home, 37-3, which was tied for their third largest home loss since 1950. Also,
Magic Johnson gets the show canceled on HBO, and now he loses 37-3.
It's been a rough run for him. Sam Howell, maybe this is part of the reason for all the interceptions.
This was a mistake.
He got pressured on 27 of his 39 dropbacks, the second highest pressure rate in a game since they started this advanced statistic in 2016. So he was getting harassed all day.
Based off of that one Cowboy game last year, they're like, starting QB.
Yeah.
I think 3 games into this season, they're like, oh, crap.
Ron Rivera's like building him up before the season. How did we not see how great this guy was? And then he was like, oh, we still can't block for the quarterback, so that really sucks. Because, I mean, don't forget, the last 2 years, the Cowboys pressured Taylor Heineke so much that he was fearing for his life. Last year's Sam Howell game was just a weird one.
Prediction. We saw Washington's quarterback next year against the Cowboys yesterday. Or Sunday.
Dobbs?
Nope. I think he was hanging out with Ken Griffey Jr. as he was taking pictures.
Oh, Kyler?
Yeah. For some reason,
you think they're going to trade him?
That's my prediction. Yeah, I don't think Kyler is going to be in Arizona anymore after this year. I think somehow, some way, I think they're going to look at Kyler Murray and go, let's take that risk, and we're not going to have to give up much to get him. So my guess is Kyler Murray is a Washington Commander next year.
Interesting. And on the Giants front, a couple of things is Ian Rappaport was rapporting that Saquon Barkley could already be back because of the extra rest and the Giants for their game against Seattle. Sorry, I messed up that sentence structure. Their game against Seattle on Monday. He thinks that there's a shot Saquon Barkley could be back for that. How much do they need him back ASAP? Or are you like, look, if you rush it, he could get hurt again, and we've seen he could be out for the season? Or do you think it doesn't matter?
They should tank the season and start all over.
Wow.
I don't think the Giants are very good at all, with or without Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're good either. I don't know how they made the playoffs last year. Like, I don't know what you want me to
They had a
add
good
to
start.
that.
They had a good early start and then fell apart
They
late in the
lost 40
season.
to 0 to a team that lost to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And somehow they beat the Cardinals.
He won't even give the Cowboys the credit for the win. He's like, nope, that's the team that lost to the
I don't even
Cardinals.
understand.
They'll forever be known in 23 as the team that lost to the Cardinals.
I don't think forever.
Can we play the Bears this year, too? Can we put a W on their board?
I don't think that it'll forever be known that way.
Okay.
We'll see.
But this year, I don't know. Mike's not letting it go.
They'll be the team that gave up 350 rushing yards to the 49ers in Week 5.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I'm hearing some Max Scherzer rumblings. I'd like to call him Max this time. We'll talk about Max next.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows and...
After 5 innings, I was concerned. The Rangers had opportunities to score runs. They had multiple runners on base at times and just could not score anything. So, it's interesting. This season has just, I don't know, taught, I guess, could be the word of just either don't give up or do give up. I don't know. Like I
don't think do give up is the lesson, right?
But it's just like you're watching and you're like, they're going to do it. And then they don't for a week. And then you're like, I don't think they're going to do it. And then they do it. And so last night was awesome.
I
Obviously,
just really want to make clear. I don't think the point is give up. That's not what I've taken from this.
If there's no hope, go ahead and give up.
I don't know.
Yeah, if you're the Bears, you can give up.
Yeah, just for one. It doesn't mean you have to always give up.
Okay.
But for now.
So last night, I had working at Bally's. They obviously had the Astros and Mariners game on, and Verlander was pretty spectacular. And they put up this number, and I think this is for his Houston Astros career. What do you think his record is on the road as a Houston Astros starting pitcher?
24-7.
Very close.
Oh,
2-24.
Almost closer with the 2. 21-2. As a starter on the road with the Astros. Now, I don't know if that's his whole Astros career because maybe there should be more decisions in there, but they flashed it up as he almost threw a complete game last night in Seattle. But I didn't mind that because the Rangers won.
Yes.
So as I saw the Astros take an early lead, the way Verlander was pitching, he ran into a little bit of an issue, had the bases loaded against Julio Rodriguez and got a 6-4-3 double play to get out of that situation, I thought, oh gosh, it's going to be back to a game and a half and they have the tiebreaker. But then the Rangers hit 3 home runs in the 6th inning. They add another home run the next inning from Marcus Semien, and then they get the wild pitch run to make it 5-1. And I will say this, Jonathan Hernandez, I am scared of him when he comes into a game, being an honest person. And when the bases were loaded in 4-1 situation in the 7th inning, I thought, oh no. But he got the ground ball to second base. He got out of the situation, put a 0 on the board. And so that was huge. The Rangers were able to use Andrew Heaney, who pretty quickly closed out the game. I'm not saying he's a future closer, and I'm not saying the bullpen is fixed.
But it is. We talked about this yesterday. In short bursts, having people in the bullpen step up, I'm like, great. I don't care if this is for tomorrow or next week. You did it tonight. Good job.
Yeah, and then Bruce Bochy after the game, it's interesting. If you looked at his lineup last night, right, Evan Carter wasn't in, and they're like, why isn't Evan Carter? And like, well, they're pitching a lefty.
Yeah.
And he said, we're going with the exact same lineup tonight or tomorrow, which is now tonight. We'll have Bochy on here at 12:20 to talk to him about it. But I do like this from Boch. I think he has taken a lot of the analytics, a lot of the batting averages against, and who guys are hitting what and all these things. And you've seen him mix up the lineup. Last night, Jonah Heim's batting 8th and Nathaniel Lowe's batting 7th. Like if you're like, is he just putting out a lineup and going, look, do or die, this is our lineup? No, not at all. Ever since kind of after the 8-game winning streak to start the month of August, as they started struggling, and then obviously injuries with Jung and injuries with with Adolis Garcia. I always screw up their names. But he's mixing and matching the lineup and trying his best to do certain things. And like yesterday, Robbie Grossman batted 3rd.
Yeah.
And he drew 2 walks. And then as soon as the Rangers scored their 3 runs in the 6th inning, he's like, who's my best outfielder on this team? Evan Carter. Evan Carter, you go into left field and play great defense, and don't worry, you'll get a hit. You always do. And he does. He went 1 for 2 in his at-bats. But just looking at this Ranger team, they're making you feel more and more confident that they can close this out, as the magic number is down to 4 to win the division and get a bye, because I think it's impossible at this point. If the Rangers win the division, it's going to have to be by them winning a few games.
Yes.
That they will have a better record than the Minnesota Twins. And then in this weird deal, I'm jumping the gun, and I was listening to G-Bag, and it was funny because they're asking Chris Young a lot of questions about kind of winning the division, and you could hear Chris Young early on like,
have you seen this team this year?
Guys, like, I can't answer the question as a complete, we've done it. We've put ourselves in a good position, but we've seen all it takes is 3 days for everything to flip-flop. in this division. But the Rangers right now, with the magic number being 4 to win the division, 3 to make the playoffs, and if you're like, that doesn't make sense, it's because of all the three-way ties that can happen, whether it's a three-way tie with Seattle and Houston, whether it's a three-way tie with Toronto and Seattle and Texas. Like, it gets a little bit confusing on why the magic number to make the playoffs is at 3 right now, because I even thought it would be down to 2 after yesterday, but it's still at 3 because of all of the different three-way tie scenarios.
Have you talked about the Diamondbacks situation?
Tell me about it.
Okay, so the Astros play the Diamondbacks the last 3 games. Yeah. The Diamondbacks are currently tied for the last spot in the wild card.
Yeah,
with the Cubs.
They're playing hard.
So the last 3 games, I know like they still have a couple here, but the last 3 games the Astros have will be against a team that is fighting for their lives, not a team that's just given up.
That's good. I just wish that the Arizona Diamondbacks could forfeit their home field and go to Houston where Houston can't win.
Yeah.
And just be like, yeah, you are the best team in baseball on the road. And last night they take it to Seattle. I joked last night on Bally's postgame. I said Seattle should wear Kansas City Royals jerseys tomorrow. And that could really put a jinx and a hex on the Houston Astros.
Somebody brought this up on the text, and this is another interesting wrinkle to the whole thing. And if you really want to trick it up, if you want to just say the Rangers just need to win 2 more games. If the Rangers win 2, they're in. Now, their magic number is 3 if you're factoring in losses as well. If you win your next 2 games, you're at least in the playoffs. But I think we're all to the mindset now of, let's just go win the division. Like, that is better for everyone.
Because you get the bye, and then I don't know who's going to be the 6th seed. Nobody knows who's going to be the 6th seed. It will be, if the Rangers win the division, it will be either Houston, Seattle, or Toronto will be the 6th seed. And the Rangers, it's not like, they play the best team that wins in the wild card round. It'll be set up. Minnesota versus whoever will play the Texas Rangers. And the 2 wild card teams, Tampa most likely being one. Baltimore has to hold on here. There's still a small chance that Baltimore doesn't hold on to that division. But as long as Baltimore does, it will be Tampa versus one of those 3 teams, and whoever wins that then will play Baltimore.
We're going to have to check with Elias on this, but think about how crazy this is, Mike. In the last 2.5 weeks, the Rangers consecutively have gone from the longest winning streak in Major League Baseball to the longest losing active streak in Major League Baseball. Back to now they once again have the longest win streak in baseball.
Your face.
Awesome.
That's crazy, though.
Good for us.
Yeah. You said it can never happen, Kevin.
I agree.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm hearing from people is, hey, Max Scherzer's coming back. I'm not hearing that from Rangers people. I'm just hearing that from fans. And I think that's it's getting put out on social media. It's getting put out a lot by fans of the Texas Rangers. And I hope it's true. But from what I understand, it's highly unlikely that Max Scherzer throws another pitch for the Texas Rangers, even if they make it to the World Series. There's a small possibility.
Or is it, Mike?
Oh,
Mike.
I take you to the Dallas Morning News, where Max Scherzer, that probably won't convince you. He said, I'm taking another step forward. I'm continuing to strengthen my arm. Throwing off the mound is close. Now, those are vague concepts. However,
he's not throwing off a mound?
No, not yet.
He's a pitcher.
Well, you got to work up to that flat ground and everything.
No, you don't.
However, the injury is 8 to 12 weeks.
We're 3 weeks out.
Okay,
right?
He was out starting September 5th. 8 weeks from September 5th is October 31st, which is Game 4 of the World Series.
Can't watch it. It's Halloween.
Dude,
you won't watch
you got
that
a good
game?
Point, dude. I did have. There was a
What
year.
can you do about
The
it?
Rangers? No.
When the Rangers were in the World Series, I had to walk around and ask people what the score was because my wife was like,
Rangers are up 3-0 in the series. Game 4 of the World Series is on Halloween. You're not going to watch or listen to that?
Last time we watched, we jinxed it.
Yeah, dude. Actually, yeah, Mike and I were right there next to each other. He was getting yelled at by Artie.
You don't have to watch it together.
I will say this. Seriously on Max, I know that fans really want him to come back. I really want him to come back too and possibly pitch, let's just say ALCS, possibly. But he is dealing with a pretty serious injury. It is very darn close to the UCL. We've heard about the forearm before, and the forearm leads to blowing out an elbow, okay? I'm just being honest. So the Rangers having Max Scherzer under contract next year are not going to be like, screw it, we have no clue how you're going to do after not throwing a pitch in competitive baseball for 6 to 7 weeks. Let's throw you in the World Series and see if you don't blow out, and let's see what happens here. Like, they're just not going to do that. So I would just put a very small percentage on Max Scherzer pitching again, no matter how far the Texas Rangers make it. I hope they make it to the World Series and win it, but I would be shocked if Max Scherzer pitches for the Texas Rangers in the playoffs.
Kevin, I have to ask you.
Yes.
Do you think that if we're at Game 4 on Halloween, that Mike and I should watch the game together to break the jinx from last time? Or if they were to lose,
and we go to where the fan sports lounge was, but now it's just a 7-Eleven, and we just 7-Eleven it up.
Do we need to do that to break this jinx?
No, I want you two far away from one
big
another.
gulping and slurping it up together.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Guys, like, we don't have a
Suck it
TV.
on chili dogs.
Get out. That means something different than you think.
Today is Wally Holstaff, starting with Cody Bradford, and we'll see where it goes from there.
We're the KNC master. Wally Holstaff, also known. Never mind. Coming up next, no one cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So tell us your stories of triumph and heartbreak. Plus, we'll talk with Mickey Spagnola next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford. Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
Had a chance to regroup and have more rational takes, but first I'm going to throw out one more irrational take, but it's super positive. Brandon Aubrey is the best. Agree or disagree?
It's a pretty good find, isn't it?
No freaking kidding.
To kind of have a beat on him during the USFL and actually go and scout him in a game and then just kind of sit tight and not really talk about it. And the best I could find out during the offseason was, well, we got something that we want to look at. And that was the best I can get out of everybody when Vizcaino was the only one here. And that was who they were talking about. And, seems very reliable, very steady, kind of a very even personality, nature, which is what you want with your kicker. And the one thing that I've noticed, and John Fossil said it yesterday, was that when he kicks a 49-yard field goal or a 28-yard field goal, he kicks them all the same. So it's not like, this is a chip shot, let me just pooch it in, right? He's kicking the 28-yarder like it's a 49-yarder.
Trying to break that net. I like it.
Yeah, and that's one thing I think that he learned in the preseason when he tried to load up on the first attempt at 59, and he didn't hit it good. And the second time he went out there, he said to himself, okay, just swing normally. You've got enough leg to get it there. Don't try to put some extra oomph in it. And so I think that's one thing that young kickers have to learn. Don't sit there and just kind of pooch the 30-yarder and just try to get it there, right? Just swing the way you normally swing, and I think that's a good sign for him going forward.
Yeah, it's like, why would you try and hit your pitching wedge whenever you need your driver, or why would you hit your driver when you need your pitching wedge?
Exactly the same?
Yeah, I mean, you just have the same swing. It's just a different club.
Right, exactly. Like when you get your driver, I'm going to really muscle up, right? Mm-hmm. And then when I get the chip shot, it's like, just let me just kind of ease it in there. No, just take your normal swing, because the club is the reason why you've changed, right? Not your swing.
How far can you hit a golf ball?
How far can I?
Yes.
Oh, I have no idea.
He's a tennis guy. He's not.
I can hit a tennis ball too far usually.
Out. Yeah,
it's out. I don't know. Not as well as I hit it when I was 30.
I get that. Yeah. What is a better find though? A free agent kicker like that, or a comp pick quarterback? What would you say is more?
A what?
A comp pick quarterback.
Are you talking about Dak?
Dak was a comp pick, wasn't he, at the time?
That was so long ago, Corey.
That was a really good find,
the second,
too.
fourth pick they had that year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're probably equally difficult. Probably the quarterback.
Okay.
Because I just go through the league and see how many starting quarterbacks aren't first-round picks. I mean, that's the majority, I bet. Or at least the good ones, anyway.
Oh, take that, Tua.
Hey.
Right?
Did you say are or are not?
No, first.
Aren't.
I said usually the first round guys are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
I thought you said
picks.
aren't. I was like,
No.
I feel like a lot of them are, but
if I did, I misspoke.
I get your point.
Yeah, usually you need a first rounder. Otherwise, you're developing somebody. That's the reason why they're in the fourth, fifth, or the sixth round.
What do you think? Was it just missing Diggs, or was there something else that was a huge problem for?
Yeah, on the defense.
Yeah.
I was just looking at this. So over the first two games, they had given up run and pass plays of 20-plus yards, 3.
Wow.
3 for 114 yards. against Arizona, it was seven for 249 yards.
That's not good.
So think about this. The other 46 plays the Cardinals ran, they gained 151 yards. It's like 3.2 a play. So basically, what broke down on the defense were those 7 plays. Now, you don't get them back, right?
Yeah.
You got to account for them. But I think that's something that Dan Quinn, that was what he was worried about, I think, most, was why did we give up all these big plays? And usually, now some of them, they get you, right? I mean, I got you on that one. But a lot of them, it's missed assignments for some reason, or somebody not carrying out what they're supposed to do, like holding down the edge on a run play instead of chasing the fake, and then the quarterback goes 44 yards. And if you go back and look at some of those, it was guys, taking the 45-yard touchdown. They double-teamed the guy on the outside. Donovan Wilson took a false step to his left. Just one step, right? But now he's not where he needs to be in the hole. So they're just little things like that I think and I said it yesterday, DeMarcus Lawrence called it antsy. I called it being too anxious. Like, okay, I got to go run that down, and then you didn't keep your eye on the ball. And their own aggressiveness kind of beat them because Arizona took advantage of it.
I don't know how much you've been paying attention to this particular aspect. I've just been fascinated by Tony Pollard in short yardage situations. And I did notice that I believe 3 for 3 on 3rd and 1s.
Without being pushed from behind?
Yes.
If I saw that one more time last night.
Man,
that rule needs to change.
I don't know if you heard this last week, Mickey. We asked Stephen Jones about that, and he said they discussed it and they'll continue to monitor it, but they decided to keep it in the game.
Not till somebody gets a serious injury.
I could see that.
Right? Then it's like, oh, maybe we should look at that. Well, it was illegal until did somebody like 2005? Maybe it changed for some reason. And it's like, okay, we're going to play rugby out there. It's just ridiculous. But anyway, your point, not bad on 3rd and 1, right?
And that seems encouraging because I know that was a big concern for a lot of people about maybe Tony Pollard in general, but especially the loss of Zeke.
Right, which will come up this week, right?
Yes, for sure.
And and I was one of those. I was willing to pay him, kind of $2 million in incentives to be my short yardage, goal to goal guy, because he's pretty good at it. But so far, Pollard's done a decent job, and they did a decent job until this game. And, missing 3/5 of your offensive line, does that have something to do with it? Now, sure. I know they did, drive the football and totaled 416 yards. But when it came to explosive plays, they only had 4 of them. And so to win in this game, you got to have big plays. So this idea that this West Coast offense or whatever you want to call it is kind of, chip away. No, you got to get – Jerry Rice got down the field, right? He didn't catch all those passes and gain all those yards because they were throwing 5 and 10-yard outs, right? He was getting down the field. But again, when you're playing with one hand tied behind your back because you're not trusting your protection, it kind of eliminates, 5 and 7 step drops to get the ball down the field. All this idea about you got to get the ball to your hands quick. Well, okay, but if you're getting it out quick, you ain't throwing a 30-yard pass. So we'll see where it goes, either with these guys getting back into practice this week or at least being ready to play, or the guys that took their place get some snaps in practice and not going out there pretty raw without many snaps at what they were asking them to do.
Appreciate it very much, sir. Let's start getting ready for the Patriots tomorrow.
1-2 Patriots. Is that right?
That's right, but they're on a winning streak.
They got their one, right?
Uh-huh.
That's right. And on the road, I believe it was.
It's tough to win on the road. You know what I'm saying? Thanks, Mick.
See you guys.
Bye, Mickey.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
I did see, and Kevin, I don't think this is going to make you feel any better, but maybe it will help you feel a little better as you go forward with this. Mike McCarthy, we will spend more time on Red Zone this week.
Yes.
That's just the way I've always done it. Do we have that lined up somewhere else? You want to discuss that later on?
No, it'll probably end up being tomorrow.
Okay.
But I'm glad to hear that. That does make me feel better.
Yeah.
Now, Corey, this is a segment we started doing a long time ago. Nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So 877-881-1053. You want to hit us up on YouTube and on Twitch. Tell us your heartbreaks and triumph, because everybody wants to tell you about their fantasy football team, but nobody cares about another person's fantasy football team. They care about their fantasy football team, right? This one is tough, Corey, from the 214, and we're looking ahead. I'm 3-0, but I have no choice but to start Ramondre Stevenson this week because I think he's going to eat against this Cowboys defense.
You think so? I am kind of curious if this is not the night or the day when Bill Belichick just says, you know what, Zeke, I know you're motivated to go show them. I'm going to let you be the guy that's running here today. We're going to get you after it. So I do wonder, but maybe Stevenson does eat. But I do think this is going to be one of those weeks where Dan Quinn, I mean, he even said that it was a tale of two halves, and in the second half they were a lot better at stopping the run. But I think this is one of those weeks where Dan Quinn's going to be like, we are stopping the run. You know, remember last year when he was like, y'all can't rush the passer until we stop the run.
From the 575, I was projected by the computer to have a bottom 3 team in my 14-team league. So far, I'm 3-0 with a 70-point lead over second place. Take that, Yahoo computer.
Dude, that's nice. That is really nice.
That is nice. From the 817, I had Chubb and Mike Williams, and I also forgot to bench Waddle. He didn't play in the other two.
In the fantasy football league, Kevin, I have both Nick Chubb and
Big
Saquon.
Mike Williams fan, by the way.
I have Chubb and Saquon Barkley, and I had to replace both running backs. Do you know who I replaced them with?
Who?
James Cook, who did fantastic.
Yeah.
He had like 17 points. And Zach Moss, who had like 24 points for me. So I did very well. On the other side, I didn't have Jalen Waddle. And Joshua Kelly or whatever, the running back that replaced Austin Eckler, only managed like 3 points for me. He's miserable.
Man, this one is tough from the 214. I lost Chubb. Damn it.
What?
Montgomery, Jamal Williams, and now Mike Williams is hurt, and he was on my team as well. Fellas, any advice? Stop drafting players who get hurt.
Don't play fantasy football.
Oh, no.
From the 469, my fantasy team name is They Just Let Anyone Throw Out the First Pitch. That's from Amira. Thanks, Corey.
Oh.
She's still mad. She's still stewing over what I said last week.
Man, you did burn that person. From the 972, I played Keenan Allen and Raheem Mostert. Damn. I'm assuming you lost. From the 254, oh, guys, I had Achan on my bench. That hurts.
Well, how are you supposed to know? I think
he's going to have a historic day.
I think the Miami Dolphins are going to get up by about 30 to 50 points, and he's going to play a lot.
Yeah, no, the only person you wanted, the only running back you thought you wanted at the time was Mostert. You thought you'd get about 20 points out of him.
And then another person, I had to drop Devon last week. So right before, but like, if you wouldn't have played him, I don't know if that makes you feel any better. From the 972, drafting Jordan Love was my best decision so far.
Really?
That's what they said.
I guess maybe
over Justin Fields, huh?
They stacked their team. They probably stacked their team really deep. And then, he did have 3 touchdowns, right? Yeah. So but they stacked their team really deep and probably got Love late.
This is heartbreaking. From the 512, my team is 0-3. I've lost by a combined 2.5 points. 2 points. They've
That's
lost
the
like
worst, dude.
every
I'll tell you what.
game.
That's the worst.
Great news. It's fantasy football.
It means something to us, Mike. It means something to the fantasy football people out there.
A comedian talk about fantasy football. They're like, you're already watching a fantasy. It's a whole bunch of guys doing something you could never do. It is a fantasy watching these guys do something you could never do. And you're like, let's double fantasy this up.
This is confusing. From the 682, so far I'm 0-3. I've lost all 3 of my games by a combined 16 points, but I also lead the league in scoring.
That's the worst. That's the worst when you're looking at the standings and you're like, how is this possible?
I have the most points.
I got beat by the guys each week. That was their highest score of the year, and it was just me that they beat.
From the 214, I'm 3-0 in my league, even though they had Nick Chubb on their roster. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions.
All right, guys, let's talk about Men's T Clinic. If you're struggling to peel off visceral fat or looking to put on muscle mass and have hit a plateau, whether you're on TRT or not, Men's T Clinic can help you level up. Get in today, get your numbers checked. Optimizing your T can help you jumpstart the process with a ton of other benefits like optimizing your mood, your drive, your mental clarity, and your weight. Make the appointment to speak with a provider about weight optimization and muscle mass services. The number to call, 972-GO-MENS-T. 972-GO-MENS-T, or go to their website, menstclinic.com. With expert care and individualized treatment plans, Men's T Clinic really is a total wellness optimization for the whole man. Their treatment plans are completely customized, 5 DFW area locations. It's super easy to get in, get out, get back to being you. Cash pay and insurance options are available. Guys, 972-GO-MENS-T. Let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on. We're here for you all day on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, look no further than Platinum Chevrolet. My family has now bought 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet in the last 3 years because they got great people, great selection, most importantly, great prices.
It's an intervention.
Okay, so I have these questions for you, Corey, to start off all my football questions.
All right.
If you think a person could be on cocaine,
right?
What are some of the signs?
Weight loss.
Okay. Kevin, I just have a question.
Mm-hmm.
In the last, let's say, 2 weeks, how many pounds have you lost?
Quite a bit. About 15.
15 pounds. Corey,
anger issues?
Anger issues.
No, is that? I mean, I definitely have anger issues.
Like up and down kind of nature.
Yeah, kind of a roller coaster.
Very, highs are high, lows are low.
When you're coming down off the drugs.
Yeah.
It can be really bad.
When you do cocaine, I've heard that you have to do it through your nose. Is that correct?
Nosebleeds and sniffing a lot.
Kevin, when was the last time you had a nosebleed?
About 5 minutes ago.
Oh my God.
When we did that Platinum Chevrolet commercial, we were watching on the, I don't know how much of the commercials get broadcast if you're watching on the fan tag.
Do you want
my nose started to bleed while we were right before we started doing that commercial.
Do you want to call HR or do you want me to do it?
Do we have HR? We might be out of HR.
I think we might be out of HR. I'm fine.
Kevin, I don't have Jess's number. Do you have it?
I do have Jess's number.
Let's
Kevin,
intervention this thing.
do we?
I'm not doing cocaine. I don't know why my nose is bleeding.
I know
Of
we
course
don't
a cocaine addict would say I'm not doing cocaine.
Yeah. What did you go to the bathroom for earlier in the show?
Because my nose was bleeding, Mike.
You see the energy? Do you see it? Do you hear it? Whew. Okay.
Kevin, we're concerned.
Yeah.
And we just want to let you know this is a safe space.
I appreciate it.
Is this just the first time, or is this a thing you did earlier in life?
No, I did not do cocaine earlier in life. I'm not doing cocaine now.
You don't have to hide it, man.
I'm not hiding anything.
All right, guys. My first real football question. Dak Prescott has played in 100 games as the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. And man, did game 100 go well.
It didn't. It went really bad.
If you play every game for 6 years, 17 games, that would be 102 games.
Yep.
If I put the over-under on 75 games more for Dak Prescott as the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, over, under, and kind of give me a number you're thinking, how many more starts does Dak get as the Dallas Cowboys quarterback?
I'm taking the over.
Over 75 or 70, whatever I said it was.
I think it would be something like 100.
Oh, okay.
He would call that a bump.
Yeah. Because that's when you do that, Kevin. That's
hold on. Yeah. From the 214,
Kevin's addiction is not funny.
No, I think they're saying Kevin addiction is not funny, and also from the 817, he's still in denial.
Yeah, there are different stages. We'll get to it. What do you think? How many starts? I put it over under 70. 6 years playing every game would be 102 for Dak Prescott, which would get him to obviously 200.
So you're saying the next part of his career?
I'm saying, yeah, he started 100 games for the Cowboys. Under 70.
Yeah, because I'm kind of bullish about this, and I don't know if everybody. Kevin, I understand where you're coming from. You're looking at it as the Cowboys won't take the financial hit to move on, and I'm in this spot where I'm just like, I got to really figure out if I want to Tony Romo this again and say that's the guy that's going to get me over the hump, and that's just good enough. I'm just not convinced, man.
I'm the exact. Right. I'm not convinced they'll move on, but I hear your point.
All right, so I'm going to talk about crappy teams in the NFL, and I know Arizona's on their way because they tried really hard on Sunday, and I guess all they have to do is try hard, and they'll win all their games. Let's see how San Francisco handles the Cardinals this week as they're 14-point favorites over the farthead Cardinals. All right, will Arizona regret beating the Dallas Cowboys at the end of the year?
Yes.
Oh, you think that somebody else is going to lose less game or more games?
I mean, you're looking at what the Bears are doing is
the Broncos.
Yeah, I think Because, I mean, and depending, like, let's just say they covet, I don't know, Drake May, falling down to third instead of second, or obviously second instead of first. That could really cost you.
Yeah, I think Kevin might be right. There are other teams that are in that hunt for Caleb Williams right now.
All right. To your point, I do think one of those teams is the Chicago Bears. As their quarterback has admitted, I don't like the NFL and don't understand it at all. Kevin, are you out on Justin Fields now after he has admitted that the NFL is too confusing for him and he would like to not be coached anymore and then just snap him the ball and hope for the best?
Not yet.
Wow.
I would take him in a heartbeat.
It's not looking great.
I would still take him.
What's the big D word in his life right now?
Divorce.
Denial.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I was like, not that one.
I thought he was talking about.
The Bears over under.
Hold on, what's your answer to that?
He's done. Okay. He admitted this game is too confusing for his brain. And once that happens at that position, it's over. The Bears over under 3.5 this year wins.
Under.
3 and over.
I think that's a good number though, because 3-14 is.
Yeah, there's no way right now with the dysfunction in the entire organization that I can say that they're going to get it together.
And I know they're saying, hey, should you trade Justin Fields or should you bench him or this and that? If I'm the Bears, I'm like, no. I think we're going 0-17 as long as that Nimrod's at quarterback. He doesn't understand the plays, doesn't want to understand the plays. And we might be a bad coaching staff, but I might become a better coaching staff if I have Caleb Williams, who is running somewhat of a scheme, I guess, at USC and might want to know how football works.
Kevin, teach your son how to read and leave the crack alone.
Denial ain't just a river in Egypt. And would you take him in a cocaine heartbeat? I'm not on cocaine.
You don't do crack through your nose, though, I don't think.
I'm not on crack either.
Okay. Next question.
Thanks, Mike.
CJ Stroud. The real deal? Or, hey, it's 3 games.
I think I'm inclined towards being, hey, it's 3 games. It would be tough if I was like, he's already the real deal, but then on Justin Fields, I'm like, let's give him another second. So if I'm a Houston Texans fan, I'm like ultra optimistic right now, but it has still been 3 games. He's been incredible in those 3 games, though, for a rookie.
What do you mean by real deal?
That you
like
would
right
you would
now?
say like right now I'm investing in CJ Stroud. I believe in the next 3 years or 4 years he's going to start making the playoffs. He's going to lead the Texans. He's going to be their quarterback for the next decade. Like they found their guy.
Yeah, I do. I think that they feel. And my buddy who is a Texas fan, he's like, no, I'm really excited. He loving Tank Dell. He loves Dameon Pierce, and he's really happy about what the coaching staff has done when they walked into this place. So I'm buying in. Kevin was very bullish on him immediately over Bryce Young. And I don't know how that's going to wind up. It's very early.
Stroud was my guy.
But Stroud looks, things I've watched. I'm like, okay, that's big league throws right there. And I appreciate that.
I like him a lot. And it would be interesting if he succeeded. It would go against the S2 factor.
Well, and also a little bit I thought you might be going here is I just talked about 2 Ohio State quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's
is
another
that Justin
good point.
Fields looks like, oh, Ohio State. And then CJ Stroud's like, hey, Ohio State. So 2 guys from obviously the same system. One doesn't know how football works and would like him to just snap the ball to him and hope for the best. And the other might be trying to learn the NFL and how to play football.
This is pretty incredible. 906 yards are the 3rd most in your first 3 games as a quarterback. And he's the only one with 900 passing yards with no interceptions through 3 games since 1950. So clearly an amazing start.
Okay, so amazing start, Miami Dolphins. Miami heads to Buffalo this week. I know this is a tough prediction. Buffalo is favored by 3, but has Miami, I've asked this before, I'm kind of asking it again. Miami established themselves as they are the best team in the AFC East, and if they are, then that would mean they're winning in Buffalo this week? Kind of a lot there, but kind of talking about Miami and Buffalo situation here.
Yeah, Miami's going to run them up there.
By the way, from the 817, I'm a Texans fan. We're not enthusiastic about Stroud.
Oh.
What have you not seen in that first 3 games to get you hyped? I like the Dolphins to win this game, but it's interesting. Even Rick Goslin had that in his game of the week poll, but I like the Dolphins. That's going to be a hell of a game. You like Dolphins? The Dolphins.
I do. I'm I'm kind of on that. If Tua T stays healthy, could he? I mean, right now, and there's such a long way to go. This is why I tell nothing against Kyle Yeomans. I get where he's coming from. And Bobby Belt, I remember a few years ago at training camp, and I'm like, Dak's never going to win an MVP. And they're like, yeah, but he's been in the conversation. I'm like, unfortunately, they play 17 games or 16 games back then. He's never in the conversation after 16 games. He's in the conversation maybe after 7 or maybe up to 10. But unfortunately for Dak Prescott, you have to play usually like 15 of 16 games great to be the MVP, and it's impossible for him to do it at this level. All right, my next question has to go to another quarterback that you kind of like, and probably you could argue a worse loss, but they did have a lot of injuries. So did the Cowboys. The Ravens lose at home to the Colts.
That one hurt.
Would you consider that a worse loss than the Cowboys in week 3? If you're ranking the 2 worst, would you say those are the 2 worst losses of the week?
Yes. I think the Cowboys one is worse. Look, it's the worst loss against the spread for the Cowboys in a game they were favored by since 2006.
Okay.
And the 3rd worst in 25 years. That's pretty damn bad. At least with the Ravens, like it made it to overtime and stuff like that. So I'll say the Cowboys loss was worse.
Mm-hmm. It was embarrassing. It really was. That was an embarrassing loss. And like I know they're using the word humbling right now as like a softer landing, but they should that entire defense should be embarrassed by what they put out there. And evidently at halftime they were. And that was kind of what was going on in that halftime locker room was they were embarrassed by what was happening.
Okay, so there's a lot here on this question. Okay. It's the Chargers-Vikings game.
Yeah.
Like, what are both coaching staffs thinking? That looked like they just took some people from the stands. Like, when we were like, we could coach. We're good at Madden and play calling. And you're like, hey, man, let's just go for it here. And then the other team's like, let's run out the clock. You're like, you're losing, you dummy.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
There's a lot of desperation there from both coaches. Both coaches, I mean, one coach had a team that was in the playoffs last year and looked really good, had a lot of wins. Was it 13 wins last year that the Vikings had?
Yeah,
that's correct.
And so he's like, they're 0-3 now. And he's like, I got to do something. And then on the other side, Brandon Staley is like, look, I've been weird about 4th downs my entire career. I'm never stopping that. And so he's just wild about it.
Just to recap it, let's just say you're like, what happened in the Chargers-Vikings game with a minute 51 left. Chargers are up by 4. It's 4th down on their own 24, 1 to go. And they're like, screw it, go for it. They don't get it. So then the Vikings get the ball with a minute 47 left at the Chargers 24. And they obviously need a touchdown down by 4. And the clock runs out on them. There's a minute 47 There's a minute and 47 seconds left.
Wasn't there an interception there
on the 24?
Am I wrong about that? Didn't Kenneth Murray have an interception there? I believe.
Yes.
Okay. But even still, that's Brandon Staley saying, "Hey, I trust that on our side of the field at the 24-yard line, my defense can stop their offense." And that's just a gamble, man. Kind of like gambling your life away with drugs, Kevin.
I'm not.
Are you a fan of the movie Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
That term is outdated.
Because isn't that just kind of like all the effects, the side effects of cocaine?
What?
You're sleepy.
Is that what that's about?
Then you're happy.
Wow.
Then you're grumpy.
Yeah.
Then you're grumpy,
Well,
dopey.
That part does kind of
sneezy,
like
bashful, and then you got to go see a doctor.
Mr. Woke over there changing stories.
Yep, that's what people say about me, Mr. Woke. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. That's so dumb. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this individual now an all-time great? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie Atatula. Live and local at night happens right here.
And dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. And let's start with, I know I've asked a variation of this question before, but I'm going to try it again because I've been thinking about this more and more. I think if people definitely respect Andy Reid as a Hall of Fame coach. Do you think he should be, like, I'm saying top 5 of all time, something like this? Because check this out. The Chiefs won in emphatic fashion. He now has more wins than Tom Landry when you factor in regular season and postseason. Landry had 270. Andy Reid has 271. He's only behind Don Shula, Bill Belichick, and George Halas, which I feel like those are some pretty lauded names in NFL history. Andy Reid has been to 4 Super Bowls, 1, 2, and 10 conference championship games, 5 with the Eagles and 5 with the Chiefs. This feels like an all-time great resume.
Yes, absolutely. And I know a lot of people hold against him like his winning percentage in those conference championship games and Super Bowls, but he climbed the mountain. He got to the top twice. And can you say Donovan McNabb was an elite quarterback? No. He made Donovan McNabb. He was a great pairing for Donovan McNabb.
Would you say he was better than Dak?
Yes.
I'll have to revisit.
Just because that's part of it. They won. That's part of the deal.
That is
they
true.
were always winning.
He went to 4 NFC championship games.
Yeah.
Won one of them.
Yeah. He got Mahomes, and he recognized what Mahomes is. He lets Mahomes be him. He lets the team be themselves. There are certain days in practice where they get to create plays. There's all these things that Andy Reid does well to keep it light and keep them also focused. I think he's a fantastic coach. I hated it forever that he was coaching the Eagles. I can feel a lot more comfortable that he's coaching the Kansas City Chiefs and doing this, but I don't hold him just having Patrick Mahomes against him at all. He was still a very good coach before he even got to this point.
Yeah, and it's tough because I'm sure Patrick Mahomes always would have been great, but he wasn't even the first quarterback drafted in that draft. But I'm sure he always would have been great. All right, I want to go from that to...
Now, you did hold longevity against Frank Gore. Andy Reid has been in the league forever.
But he's been really, really good in the league. Frank Gore was not really, really good in the league forever.
He was good.
Exactly.
No, I'm just talking about Andy Reid.
He
got really, really good whenever he got Patrick Mahomes.
He did. He was in 5 conference championship games before he even knew Patrick Mahomes existed.
And lost all of them.
He did not lose all of them.
Except
for
one.
Most of them. Let's talk about Chandler Jones because, is
there more to this story?
My goodness, it has taken a shocking turn.
Is this the joke zone?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't joke because it sounds, I don't know what to do about this man. He is now claiming that he was forced into a mental hospital last week and, quote, injected with a foreign substance. So what he did, he put this on his Twitter, which is what I'm still probably going to call it forever. And he had like pages of his journal that he was like showing snippets of and everything like that. And in there, it says, I answered my front door and a group of 5 to 7 men were there to put me in an ambulance. And I was later injected and I asked them not to. They tried to force me to take meds and injections, he said, of his time at the facility. And he said this was not like some leisure place for high-profile athletes. And I don't know. Because first of all, if that's true, that is shocking. And who is behind this? And that seems all kinds of problematic. If it's not, then people definitely need to step in and try to help him out.
I'm just reading this. I work out in my room every day. All I know is whoever put me in here has bad intentions. They know. That's Kevin.
He doesn't directly say it here, but there's been several allusions to the Raiders being responsible for some of his problems in post the couple of weeks before that. So I didn't see it in this specific verbiage, but he has definitely made reference to the Raiders as being behind some of this stuff the past couple of weeks.
This is interesting because he also has that sheet, that shows him going into Seven Hills Hospital. Is that all that information? It's terrifying.
It is.
Right? Because you always are like, hold on, who's doing something like this?
Yes.
If the Raiders are.
Yes.
That's weird. You can't do that. You can't force somebody to go into something like that. But then I don't know, man. This lines up, Kevin, with me for who was the guy last week with his mom went missing and was found dead.
Yeah.
And he's like,
they started the murder investigation.
The FBI is totally covering this up, and it's like, hold on, what is going on here? So I don't know what to think of all this, man.
Yeah, it is troublesome. Brian Daboll said that Saquon Barkley is now day-to-day. Remember, we talked about the prospects of him potentially playing in Week 4. That seems to maybe fall in line with that. Former Dallas Cowboys Semi Fehoko has been signed to the Chargers 53-man roster, in case you wanted to know that.
So
Kellen Moore is like, I like him.
Yeah, that was his sponsor.
Probably.
Yeah, Mike's always talking about having
point.
a sponsor,
Yeah.
and Kellen Moore was his sponsor. All right.
Yep.
Now, the Jets head coach Robert Saleh has said that Zach Wilson is the unquestioned quarterback, as Joe Namath and Mike Greenberg and many others have said, we don't need this anymore.
Find somebody else.
Yeah, Robert Saleh has said unquestioned quarterback of the Jets is Zach Wilson. So good job.
Means there's no other options.
Maybe.
They have officially run out of options.
I mean, you might actually be onto something.
Matt Ryan's still out there. Would you rather have Matt Ryan over Zach Wilson?
I don't think so. But even Matt Ryan supposedly asked, and he was like, no, I'm perfectly content. And I was like, well, then why did you ask? Let's fire off cut number 22 if we can. Didn't get a chance to mention this, but some pretty historic things happened in the Indianapolis Colts game.
Snap good, hold good, kick on the way, and he's done it. Matt Gay splits the uprights, and Indianapolis beats Baltimore in overtime, 22-19.
So no doubt Matt Gay was super happy about making that kick.
I get it.
Thanks, Mike. He hit field goals of 54, 53, 53, and 53 on Sunday. He is the first kicker in NFL history to make 4 field goals of 50 or more yards in a game. If you're the first to do something in the history of the NFL, that's pretty impressive.
Cool. I'd like to see our guy do it, but we'll usually only have like 36 to 42-yard field goals the rest of the year.
Because we're inside the red zone when we can't make a touchdown.
I thought you were going to leave the yard part off and just say 36 to 40 field goals per game. Like, that's what I thought you were trying to say, because we'll get to the red zone.
He has a chance for 50 field goals
I
this
was
year.
about to ask you. That's what he's on pace for. Over, under, Brandon Aubrey has 40 field goals this year.
Over.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Well, hold on. Or it's great if the defense has turned the ball over a lot.
I still think they're going to win 11 or 12 games.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you get in those competitive situations...
they'll lose when it comes playoff time.
Thanks, Mike.
The season's already written in my book.
Okay, Mike.
Next year.
Let's talk about the day that Myles Garrett had on Sunday. He had 3.5 sacks, a forced fumble, 3 tackles for loss, and 5 quarterback hits in the win. Now, will you remember that from this game, or you remember Deshaun Watson getting turned around and just throwing the ball backwards?
That probably, the Deshaun Watson moment probably, because why did he do that?
I don't know.
Like, did he? I really want to know. I haven't heard. Maybe Derek can text me and let me know. Was he in a moment where he thought he was looking upfield and he was like, I got an easy, let's just throw it to that open space out there. The whole field is open. Hold on, crap, that's behind me. I have no clue what was going. That is a moment, Kevin. I've seen Kirk Cousins do stuff like that, and that's what makes me think my thoughts on Kirk Cousins. Whenever I talk about, look, I've seen him turn around and try and throw it to a running back just so he won't get hit. So that was weird.
Now, if you want,
by the way, I know I asked about Micah Parsons, and you said he's still. I think Myles Garrett right now is the leader for Defensive Player of the Year.
You might. I mean, the betting odds. I looked at one. There's different sources. Had him at a slight favorite.
So, but they're both real close.
Yeah,
okay.
It was like 2 to 1.
So I'm not crazy.
No. It was 2 to 1 and 2.5 to 1. I want to throw this out there real quick. This is there'll be more to this. You thought the Commanders got sold? Their weird situations were over. Not so. The Native American Guardians Association has sued the Commanders for defamation. So I think this all goes around the idea that certain groups wanted their old moniker reinstated instead of the Washington football team, instead of the Commanders. And there was an employee from the Washington football team that said that group that wants that is fake. And they're like, I mean, we're very real, and we speak for a lot of...
Which one's the real one? The Guardians?
The Native American Guardians Association.
Okay.
They're saying they're a real group that has many Native American members, and so when they wanted the old team name reinstated, and somebody's like, that's a fake group, they're like, dude, we have a lot of Native Americans that we represent. So
NAGA is saying they are real.
You know,
Native American Guardians Association.
I hadn't really...
It says it on their website, Kevin.
I know. I hadn't thought about that acronym.
They're saying that they're not fake news, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I didn't. I swear.
The NAGA.
I swear I did not think that far through with the acronym, but yeah, I guess.
It says they're a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
So we'll see what happens next with the Commanders. We're the
You support
KNC
them,
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
like Washington
next. Are we reading too much into this? Or are the Cowboys getting ready to make an addition by subtraction? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spits and Suds. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Football fans, if you want to have your weekend off to the best start, you need to get involved with the Friday Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings. And this Friday, congratulations, Mesquite. The KNC Masterpiece will be in your town. 3900 Pavilion Court in Mesquite at the Buffalo Wild Wings with all kinds of giveaways, delicious food, and drinks galore.
Dude, I can't wait to be in Mesquite again. I lived there for a while. It's a great area to be in. Lots of great people, and that Buffalo Wild Wings is one of my favorites. So I want to see everybody come out and hang out with us. It's an absolute blast. You know, we've been doing the passports thing, and people keep showing up.
They do.
Yeah, but more importantly,
North Mesquite was number 1 in 1996 in football.
That's right, Mike. Thank you very much. You know, the even cooler part is that they got $5 Miller Lights. And I'm talking about like big old Miller Lights that you can just drink on all day long while you're hanging out with the KNC Masterpiece. Juicy wings and ice cold brews. Hey, it is a Friday, and it's the Friday Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings. Grab an ice cold Miller Lite while you're with us. Buffalo Wild Wings and Miller Lite, the perfect pairing for a touchdown-worthy football season. We'll see you there.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
that this segment will take us. So, Mike, I want to turn over to you to start because I know you have a good thought about maybe something we heard from Steven yesterday or didn't hear from Steven yesterday, and then we can go back to the cuts.
Okay, so I'm going to be reading way too much into this, okay? I just want to point that out. So this is just listening to Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones over the decade and a year I've been doing this here at the Fan. So I've been here 11 years. And sometimes they'll give you hints on where they're headed. And I remember two in particular, and there's been others, but two in particular. They started not really backing Dez Bryant on anything. And it was interesting when Dez was going through his, if I have his year right, was it 2017? Was that his last year with the Cowboys? The second year of Dak at quarterback? If I have my years right, it could be 2018. It might have been 2018, but it's 17 or 18. All of a sudden, they weren't really backing Dez Bryant anymore, and you could kind of tell.
17's right.
17. So it's like, hey, and then we got to the end, and you're like, oh, wow, that's the reason they were doing these interviews with us, and they weren't really backing Dez anymore is they pretty much knew that they were moving on from Dez. And then I remember when they had Rob Ryan in particular, and there's been other guys. It might have been also Jim Bob Cooter. I can't remember all the coaches, but it's interesting. When they stop talking positively about a subject, they don't negatively talk about it, but they will just stop including it in their positive talk. They start backing away from that person, whether it's a player or a coach. And so yesterday was interesting. We asked quite a few questions, and then this is where the cuts come in about the offensive line, a little bit about Dak, and Steven said nothing negative about Dak Prescott. I want to make that clear. I did not remember him saying anything negative about Dak Prescott against the Cardinals at all. But I also heard him talk kind of positively about the offensive line, that they did a good job, that there was other positive things in the game, and never mentioned Dak as being a positive, never mentioned him as being a negative. And it made me think, I called you guys up after the show and I said, guys, I just want to maybe listen more to Jerry and Steven as this season goes along on their Dak coverage.
Now, that's a good tease for tomorrow because of the NFL meetings. Jerry will be on Sean and RJ at 7:30 if you want to catch that.
That's our morning show.
That is true.
We do cuts 14 and 15, Kevin. There's one where when Biotic is out, how much more responsibility falls on
You want to hear that one first?
I do.
I think it's more. I mean, he's obviously going to help a rookie center like we had yesterday. He's going to help him more, need to help him more. But I thought he did a good job in there. I thought both of them did a good job. And, we seemed to drive the ball and had good drives, good time of possession. And unfortunately, we just didn't finish them. We had obviously we went for it twice on fourth down there. That probably would have been chip shot field goals. But, we were in situations in both of those where we felt like we needed, touchdowns rather than field goals, and understand the call there. But, like I said, I think we drove the ball well. We just got to execute in the red zone on offense. And, I think that'll be something that we will improve on. Mike's obviously a seasoned.
Let's go and stop it right there.
Caller.
Because the two he was referencing at first, Bass and Hoffman, I assume.
Yeah,
those were the two that he was talking about. But you hear it again. It's quickly deflected from Dak to, and this is where I think your question is, are we reading too much into it? Because It's deflected to, I think they did a good job and we were able to move the ball down the field just fine. Like, that's not an indictment on Dak, but then when he fires back into red zone execution, maybe that's the question.
Yeah, I don't want to, you listen to it and you're like, 99% there's nothing there because I think they're married to Dak, but I'm just wondering, after yesterday's interview, and you even heard he said Dak, he said a positive thing about Dak in there too. So it wasn't negative about Dak, but it's going to be something to follow because the Cowboys have given you hints. And so far, and look, it's one loss, but you even heard as you cut it right there, he went into Mike McCarthy good.
Yeah.
Well, go back to Jason Garrett. And I know a lot of people will, but the year I asked that question, Kevin, isn't that the year that he was done? that Jason Garrett was done after that.
Oh yeah, I think so.
And throughout from there on for the rest of the season, Jerry Jones he wasn't talking highly about. He wanted Jason Garrett to finish it out and everything. But Mike, you're right. Like whenever it was Jason Garrett's end of his time there, you started hearing they were applying more pressure to him via what we do in the interviews and the media and everything.
Well, it's just something. I don't want to blow this up. I don't want to be anti-Dak. Look, I'm not the biggest Dak fan. I think he's an above-average quarterback in the league. I've said it 1,000 times. But I do just wonder. Jerry wasn't on today. I kind of asked Bobby and Sean yesterday. I said, hey, obviously don't just say Dak this or Dak that, but I'm like, maybe ask some questions about, the offense. And they were, but I'm just interested to hear how they answer these questions as the season goes along.
I would also say there's another part of this that I think the Cowboys or that front office does very, I don't know if it's well or not, but in negotiating contracts, they do play that game in the media a lot where they'll be like, look, we're not going to talk about that except for we'll talk about this part of it and stuff like that, right? Like, isn't that something we kind of pick up on them doing a lot of, where you're like, all right, or they're applying pressure in little ways in the media, and sometimes they won't talk about certain things, but for the most part, I agree with you. They're committed to Dak Prescott too. I'm hopeful the dude wins the Super Bowl and proves everybody wrong. Every one of those people that has always said you can't win with Dak.
Yeah, no, I'm fascinated by this hypothesis. So, like, I don't think you and I are on the same page on what they're doing. But now that you've brought it up, I'm going to start listening to the interviews maybe a little bit differently, because that has been the MO on the past, is heap the praise on the people we like, kind of skim past the people that maybe we don't.
Yeah, if they feel like they don't have a future with Dallas, they'll just start leaving them out of the conversation. It's been more on coaches maybe than players. Jerry will start taking shots at maybe not the head coach, but kind of the position group that he knows he's replacing that position group guy, whether it's an offensive line coach, a defensive coordinator. Jerry will not be afraid to kind of give you a little bit of insight on he's about ready to get rid of this coach.
Now, we've got Bruce Bochy coming up in about 10 minutes. So my question for y'all is going to be, could there be a better lead-in than talking about all things Swelsey?
What did you just say?
Swelsey.
Swelsey?
Yeah. Are you not on board with Swelsey?
I'm not.
That's what you're going to ask Bruce Bochy?
No, that's why I got to get out of my system now to not ask. So there are betting odds.
What?
About,
betting odds?
There are shocking betting odds on here that we'll get to. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Which couple name do you want? Here are the top options on the board. Swelsey, Tay-Tray, Tacey, Travis.
Travis?
I kind of like that
Travis?
one. Swiftus.
All right.
Tackle. And Swivis.
Say Tinkle?
I feel like it should be Swivis, but it's probably better as Swivis.
Did you say Swayze? There was one in there I liked.
Tay-Tray?
No,
Tacey?
Tacey. I'm okay
Travis?
with. I don't like any of these.
You don't like
these
Travis?
These are all stupid.
Oh,
well, and it's also
Travis is not bad.
I call my buddy Travis sometimes.
Okay.
But I don't like any of these, dude.
Okay.
And maybe I just need to be more open.
You don't like Swelsey?
To bringing in all these Swifties. Maybe I just need to be more like. Here's the thing. I'm concerned about it.
Okay. Well, your concern could lead to money. All right.
Okay. All right.
Will Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce still be a couple by week 1 of the 2024 season? Astonishingly, no is about even money. So if you don't think A, they are a couple now, or B, will be at a couple in like a year, you can double your money.
That's insane that you can bet on when somebody will be together.
You can also bet on whether or not they'll announce a pregnancy or an engagement first.
What?
I didn't make these odds. That's just what they are. Money's pretty close on that.
If she's going to get pregnant?
Or engaged, which would be announced first. That's what we're saying.
Engaged.
And then,
She's 33. Clock's a ticking.
Will Taylor Swift release a song? I think this is free money. Will Taylor Swift release a song that says Travis, Chiefs, or football by the end of 2024? 4-1 on your money if the answer is yes. It doesn't say that has to be the title. It says a song that says Travis, Chiefs, or football by the end of next year. 4-1 on your money.
When I look at her, when I typed in Taylor Swift, she goes through men pretty quickly.
Yes.
So
most of her songs are about like Jake Gyllenhaal and this other dude.
It looks like maybe 2 years is her longest relationship with these people that are listed as her partners in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't.
I don't know.
It doesn't look like you would want to bet a lot on Taylor Swift having a long relationship.
Mm-hmm. Unless she's just decided, I've finally made all the money I need, and here I am. But you gotta say the NFL's loving the influx of Swifties to this.
Now let's talk about that. So in the last 24 hours, Mike, or I guess now it's been longer, but like in the 24 hours from that game to last night, Travis Kelce gained 300,000 followers on social media, had a 400% increase in merchandise sales, and now has one of the top 5 selling jerseys in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You got to feel like that's the Swifty effect, right?
Absolutely, it is. I mean, there's no other doubt about it.
Jay-Z was till Beyonce.
And the NFL is looking. The NFL's got to be looking at this and going, Travis Kelce's a potentially future Hall of Famer, and all these Swifties are showing up, and they're like, oh my gosh, nobody had ever heard of Travis Kelce until just now, and here we are. And now the NFL's like, dude, we can get into the Swifty pie. Look at how much money she just brought in from her freaking tour.
Yeah, she was able to give all those bonuses out. Multiple people on the fan text saying she was with the last fella for 6 years. I don't know who that fella was, but they say in your face.
Yeah, they were married.
Maddie
I think.
Healy?
Yeah,
they were married.
I think so.
I don't know. It says Maddie Healy 2023 through 2023.
But I will say this.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know her life.
I put a lot of thought into this. So she went to the game, right?
Calvin Harris.
And then somehow there's a video of her and Travis Kelce walking out, and there's nobody around. She gets to the locker room. I don't know how she gets to the locker room without thousands and thousands of pictures being taken of her before she got there. But I also thought about this for a long time. We went to the game the other night. Yeah, we went to the Rangers game the other night. Every 5 feet, I got stopped on the way out.
Yeah.
Like people wanting to talk and say hi. And I love it, man. I love when our Tolos want to say hi. But I thought about this for a long time. Do you know how many people want a second with her?
Oh, yeah.
Or a minute with her, or an hour with her? And like, I know, and she's the type of person, that I would bet wants to try to be, as kind as she can to everybody she meets. But there are so many people that want her time. I don't know how she was able to make it into that stadium and then get out of the stadium and not be just completely. I know security was there and everything, but that security detail must have been wild.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Tolos, Eric Giafalo here for Platinum Ford in Terrell between Highway 80 and I-20. Super excited to partner with Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and General Manager Adam Vinci are monster Tolos, and there's a reason why so many head over to the east side of the Metroplex for their next Ford truck, car, or SUV, and you can do the same. I was in the car business for a long time. This is a first-class organization. Everything from Super Duties, full-size Broncos, and more. Start the process now at PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Calling all Q lovers. Join Matt Pittman, barbecue pitmaster from Meat Church, and many others at Miller Lite House at AT&T Stadium for Q BBQ Fest Dallas, October 7th and 8th. We're putting together a feast at the field at this all-ages festival where cold beer, rockin' bands, and the best barbecue on the planet are all on the menu. With unlimited barbecue, drinks, and activities for all ages, Q is the country's premier barbecue festival experience. Plus, with the purchase of a VIP ticket, you'll get exclusive access to the Cowboys locker room. Visit QBBQDallas.com for more details and to snag your ticket.
Some
days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866.
Bruce Bochy right now, brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. Good afternoon, sir.
What's on there?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm sitting here in Laguna Niguel at the Ritz-Carlton looking at the ocean, so life's good here right now.
Is that because of all the wins? Had there been a series lost, do you think they would have booted you to a different hotel?
Good question, but we stayed here last time, so I think we recovered. I know the players love it here. It's a little bit of a drive to the ballpark, but it's just so relaxing here.
Boach, when it becomes vacation time, are you more of a mountain guy? You want to go to the mountains or you want to go to the beach?
I'm more a water guy, and not so much go to the beach as much as I just enjoy fishing, looking at water. But I'm much more, I think, a water guy. Although I had to take a trip every year to Jackson Hole. I have some friends up there that we do an annual trip. There's a few managers involved. Dave Roberts, Phil Nevin, Buddy Black, myself. I just think it's beautiful too. But I'm more of a warm weather guy. I've always lived in warm weather: Florida, Panama, Southern California. So that's my preference.
You still hope vacation is at least 5.5 weeks away this year, right?
Right. No doubt about that.
Have you, I know I asked you this a couple weeks ago, but I'm curious because we dive into it a lot. Have you looked at all the tiebreaker scenarios and everything? Or are you like, hey, let's just win 4 more games and take this division, and then you don't have to worry about that junk?
Yeah, I'm not looking at that. To be honest, it's all about going out there winning games. I don't want to get caught into that, and don't want the players to either. They're doing a great job of just going out there, keeping that concentration and focus on winning the game, and it'll take care of itself with the position we're in. We don't need to look for help or anything. We just need to play our game, and they're doing a great job of that.
I know, Boach, there might not be a perfect answer to this, but it just seems like lately your offense has become a lot more aggressive, selective with their swinging at strikes again. And all of a sudden the offense is a major weapon, 10 home runs in the last 2 nights. When do you get a sense or a feel of when it might be getting a little bit out of hand with chasing too many of the pitchers' pitches versus, hey, we're starting to swing at our pitch again and we're about to run up some runs?
Yeah, you know what? It goes from series to series, and you guys have seen that. And I'll just give you an example. I mean, we go up to Toronto and just threw out great at-bats off a really good rotation, lefties, righties, and then we went to Cleveland, and, man, we just had a hard time getting back to what we do well, and we got swept there. So, these things are streaky. You get it. But, to your point, I look at just the way they take pitches, how they're seeing the ball, are they rushing up there, or are they staying quiet and they under control, staying balanced? That's how I look at hitters, and of course we've been swinging bats well lately, and these guys are being nice and quiet up there and not expanding.
I know that Josh Jung over the last couple games has kind of had his struggles up at the plate, but, when he came back, it looked like he, didn't miss a beat. It's kind of wild how some of your guys have done that throughout the season, but I was kind of curious on how important he is, how much he affects other batters in y'all's lineup, or am I overthinking that?
No, I don't think you're overthinking it. I think one, is the energy that he brings. He's the guy that's, first guy out of the dugout when somebody does something well. He's in the dugout pulling for everybody. So I'll start with that. But also what he does with the bat, and he's in the cleanup spot right now. I may switch he and Dolly back, but he's just so dangerous up there. Yeah, he's gotten out of sync a little bit. His timing has gotten off. You're right, the last couple games, but we'll get him back on track.
Usually it feels like teams get worn down as the season goes on and injuries can get the best of them. But it feels like y'all have already experienced a ton of injuries and maybe the lineup is coming back together just right at the best possible time.
Well, you certainly hope so, and that's the way it's been. With that Seattle series and last night, I mean, we were having a hard time with Sandoval last night, the left-hander. He ended up, I guess, he hurt his oblique and had to come out of the game, and facing another tough left-hander that no-hit us into the eighth inning last time we saw him, this Detmer. So we got our hands full again tonight. So, but it's. It's all about, these guys just playing with so much confidence right now, and that's how we're going to have to carry it from this point on. And after here, we're going to have a tough series in Seattle, and I'm sure they'll be trying to get back at us. But I just like where we're at right now and the energy that's going out there every day.
The other time Bradford started for you recently, obviously he's not stretched out, had 3 really good innings, ran into some trouble to start the 4th inning. Today you're probably going to have to use quite a few guys out of the bullpen once Bradford runs out of gas. How much do you manage today's game going, hey, if I have to use 7 guys or 8 guys to win this thing, I'm going for it, knowing that you could be limited the next night in L.A.?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. We're trying to get this bullpen reset. We have been going through it quite a bit. John Gray's effort certainly helped. We just used 3 guys. Johnny Hernandez, who's really come on. He's throwing the ball well. He'll be down tonight, and Haney may be able to go short, but we'd like to stay away from him. So I think we're doing much better in the bullpen right now, but I think if we got a chance to win the game, you'll see our guys out there. Yeah, that's every win's going to be so important right now, and then you worry about tomorrow. But at the same time, to your point, you don't want to just kill your bullpen to where it's going to affect you the next 4 games, 4 or 5. So, but I think we're fine now. I think guys have had some rest. The guys that need a day off, we had quite a few. Stratton, Leclerc, Chappie, Martinez. We had some guys that were down yesterday. So John Gray came through for us.
Bochy, I've been kicking this question around with Mike and Kevin, just trying to figure out how to phrase this right. And sometimes when you get a new manager or a new boss or something, it's like you're kind of trying to seek their approval for the job you've been doing for a while. And I was kind of wondering with this team, does it have your approval or does it have your, respect? And at what point in the season did they earn that approval or respect from you?
Oh, this club, in spring training, I just said, man, this is a good club. Just with a great attitude, with there's quality people on this team, and then of course as the season went, and then. We talked about it so many times how we had to bounce back, and we did it. These guys have been resilient all year, and we had a really tough skid there, and we came out of that. So they're fighting. That's what you want from a club that doesn't stop fighting, and these guys don't do that. So I've been in love with these guys since I saw them in spring training.
I know this is probably a difficult question when it comes to Max Scherzer's health, but I've been being asked, hey, can Max Scherzer pitch if the Rangers make the playoffs? So let's just ask the manager, Bruce Bochy. Can Max Scherzer pitch if the Rangers make the playoffs?
Yeah, I just talked to Max yesterday. I don't think you rule that out. Max isn't. He's throwing the ball, he's letting it go pretty good. Now, when you pitch, it's that last 5 or 10% that you're going to let go of the ball. That's what you have to have so you can finish up your pitches. And but he seems pretty optimistic, and he knows his body better than anybody. But we're getting good news on him, how he's coming along. So I would not rule that out.
At the same point, I've always been curious about when you say the player knows their body best, but when you have a competitor, do you also have to try to kind of hold them back from being their own worst enemy,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with some guys you do. They're going to want to go out there or tell you they're fine. Max, he's not going to do that. And it's not that he doesn't want to do it. He's just being really smart about it, and he knows his body. And, And when this first came up, if you remember, he was throwing the ball great. He said, I feel something there, so he stopped. Where another guy is going to try to push through it, and then, it might have compounded the damage and been out for 3 or 4 months. So every individual is different. You just have to take the ball from them or give them their day off. So that's what you have to learn as a manager. And the best way to go about it really is have the coaches check with them. They're not going to probably tell me I need a day or this or that, but somebody has a coach-player relationship or even trainer. That's where I get my best information from.
So, Boach, I know these are two very different hitters, but Barry Bonds would choke up on the bat, and you had him, and that was for, great bat control. And you have Evan Carter, new guy on the team, but his bat has a really big kind of knob to it, almost like a counterbalance. Can you talk about Evan Carter's bat and what that helps you do as a hitter?
I just think he gives a good feel, good balance for him. The weight distribution I'm talking about. Some bats can be top heavy, and some you just don't feel like you get a good feel on it. Like you're swinging a golf club, you have some lag, and where you feel like it's coming through at the very end, and so that's what I think works for him. Some guys are a little different. Some guys like to hold their bottom finger off the bottom of the knob there. They felt like they had more power and more whip, and Bonds was a choke-up guy. I was never comfortable with choking up. I tried it, and I had to feel that knob on the bottom of my hand. I felt like that is what really helped create torque. Now, I was a bad hitter. I just wasn't smart enough to figure out how to do it like Bonds. So, but Barry was amazing, and he just had to figure it out. Get on the plate, choke up, and just spin on the ball. And just incredible what the guy could do.
Now, I know you're talking about hand placement on the bat. I was also curious, were there ever any batting stances that you were like, I don't understand how that works, like Julio Franco, Mickey Tettleton, that you're like, I don't see how that works for you?
Yeah, I'm with you. I go, wow, it seems like a long ways to go to get the bat to the ball on some of these stances, but some guys are just that strong that, they can do it. And, you're talking about Franco. Sheffield had all that, wiggle. His bat would almost point toward the pitcher. Just it was a long ways to go, but their hands are so strong that they can get away with it. You look at John Kruk, these guys that hold their way up, or Yastrzemski. It just seems, why have all that movement? But this is who they are. It's what they're used to, and they're able to do it, but I wasn't that good to ever try something like that.
I know this. I don't want to get too far ahead of us here, Boach.
You better not ask about the playoffs. Corey, we're in the regular season right now.
Okay, all right. Okay, then in your history of managing, have you ever had one of those moments where, because this is kind of running up, you win and get in the playoffs? Like, that is a moment for celebration, right? Like, the guys like to celebrate in the clubhouse, but how do you kind of manage that also of, hey, but also we want to win the division? Like, that's something else that's also on there. So in your history, have you had something like that where you had to say, guys, we're not celebrating tonight because we got one more goal?
Well, yeah. A lot of teams, go through that. You've seen teams this year, let's say you're looking at Tampa and Baltimore. Your goal is to win the division. Now, if you don't have a chance to win your division, then that's a little bit different. Now, when if you get a wild card, now that's when you're celebrating. So I can tell you this. That's our goal right now, is to try to win this division.
In Leclerc's, I want to talk about Leclerc for a second, if we may. In his last 6 appearances, the numbers have looked really good. 6 1/3, 5 hits, 9 strikeouts, 2 saves, 3 holds. But I know numbers don't always tell the story. Looking at his stuff, how have you felt about this last little run by Leclerc?
Wow, it's been impressive, hasn't it?
Yes.
We saw him earlier in the year. It was a struggle for him. And not only that, the stuff wasn't there, but the command was off, and he was a little bit of a mess. And I've talked about this. I'm sorry about my voice. I've caught some crud.